Good morning, Telegang. I missed y'all yesterday. I really did. I really missed y'all yesterday. I was having a rough one. Had a rough weekend. And so I just couldn't bring myself to good morning, Lovin. Good morning, Shay. I just couldn't bring myself to streaming yesterday. I couldn't do it. But we're back today. We're back today, like we never left. And we are going to pick back up on the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Good morning. Good morning, Kim. Is it Nakina? Nakenya? Let me know how if I pronounce your name right or not. But good morning, welcome. So we are going to finish watching the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Jackie Johnson is supposed to have a jury selection today, so I am anticipating her trial. If they're able to get a jury quickly, I am anticipating her trial starting sometime this week because after jury selection, we go into open arguments. They get it cracking. So, hoping that we'll be able to pivot over to that whenever it comes up. Just keep in mind as well that ASAP Rocky is also doing jury selection today for his. Oh, thank you. I pronounced it right. Yes. Yes, Sylvia is down there. Awesome. So I'm sure they're gonna stream it too though, Kim. So we'll catch it on one of these. We'll catch it on one of these streams. Now, if it comes on, I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna switch right over to it because we want to. It's not streaming though. Oh, like she's sitting in for jury selection. Yeah, I don't think they generally don't stream it. But like I said, if it kicks up and something pops on, baby, we are definitely switching over to watch that. But the odds of them getting a jury seat in it today and then starting today are slim. So I would anticipate them starting, if not tomorrow, Thursday or Friday. Um, I lost my train of thought, y'all. Oh, Jason Chan. So remember, y'all, we watched Jason Chan. We watched the opening arguments for him. He was the Asian American man who unalived he murdered the girlfriend. He had like stabbed her 69 times, handcuffed her, put her in a suitcase. The parents ended up breaking into his apartment. Well, yesterday, y'all, he was found guilty. Good morning, Jen. Yesterday, y'all, he was found guilty. Guilty as charged. And so he is getting sentenced today. I know we didn't watch that trial. We kind of started it, but the crowd wasn't feeling it. So we quickly got off of it. But anybody who was following it, yeah, he was found guilty, as they should, of first-degree murder and dismemberment of a corpse. Crazy, right? But he gets sentenced today. But again, we're going to pick back up on our trial. And I'll just keep an eye out for anything else that pops up. Oh, that's what I was telling y'all. ASAP Rocky is also doing jury selection today. And so he should also have a trial starting this week. I'm not sure how we're going to manage those or if we'll just do one then the other. Likely we'll do one then the other because we can't watch two trials at once. But I actually do. I'm going to put out a video today. I'm going to record it. I chipped my tooth, y'all. I'm going to be honest with y'all. That's why my whole life is upside down. I chipped my tooth. I got to get my tooth fixed. So I was supposed to record that recap over the weekend, but it just didn't happen. So I'm gonna try and record it today. Push through the adversity. I don't even know how I'm gonna put a camera up in front of my face today. But we're gonna record that and get that recap out there so everybody knows what's going on with ASAP Rocky. Also got the video footage that I'm gonna throw inside of that recap. It will be a YouTube post. I'm gonna try to make it as pretty quick as possible, but within the time limit, and then also go over the lawsuit because not only is he going through the assault charge, he also is being sued by the person he's alleged to have assaulted. So I'm going to go through both of those and get that posted out here today. So without further ado, I'll kick us off.
Any redirecting statements?
No, Judge.
Addition, you may step down. You are subject to recall. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with the state resting, we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the evening. Just because the state has rested does not mean that all of the evidence is in this case necessarily. Again, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, or go looking for any information about the case, or allow anybody to approach you about the case, or discuss the case even in your presence of hearing until you've heard all of the evidence in the case. You have heard the closing arguments of counsel and received the final charge of the court. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn for the evening. We're going to come back. It's going to shift a little bit tomorrow because there's some matters we're going to have to address before the court. We're going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So at 10 o'clock, we'll start back up with the evidence in the case. Again, with the instructions I've given you, have a good evening. Thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glenn County. We'll see you in the morning. We're going to go ahead and adjourn for the evening. Just because the state has rested does not mean that all of the evidence is in this case necessarily. Again, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, or go looking for any information about the case, or allow anybody to approach you about the case, or discuss the case even in your presence of hearing until you've heard all of the evidence in the case. You have heard the closing arguments of counsel and received the final charge of the court. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn for the evening. We're going to come back. It's going to shift a little bit tomorrow because there's some matters we're going to have to address before the court. We're going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So at 10 o'clock, we'll start back up with the evidence in the case. Again, with the instructions I've given you, have a good evening. Thank you. All right, we are back on. Defendants are present, represented by counsel. When we broke last night, we were addressing motions before the court. The most efficient way to go about this is the state had indicated for a little bit of time to take a look at the demur on count 7. Is the state of any additional argument after reviewing the demur that had been filed on behalf of Mr. Bryan?
No additional argument. We stand on what we had originally filed and on the court's order on the demur to count 7, which is it tracks the language of the statute and it informs the defendants of what they are to defend against, and therefore it is sufficient, and there's no reason to bring the demur to the indictment on count 7.
All right. Go ahead and address that. Then let's get through any additional motions, and I'll start addressing motions as we go. I probably should have gone around and asked the question that normally leads to some time before the court. Before we get started, anything from the state? From Travis McMichael?
No.
Greg McMichael?
No, we're ready for our motion.
And from Mr. Bryan?
Yeah, yeah.
Motions then. I'll just go around. Same.
Speak for both Greg and Travis McMichael.
Yeah, at this time, on behalf of Greg McMichael, and I will speak for Travis McMichael with permission of co-defendants counsel and invite them to add anything you may wish to add that does apply specifically to Travis that I may not mention, but I'm going to try to cover both in this motion for directed verdict of acquittal. And I'll start with the statute that applies to such a motion and then go through the counts in the indictment that I think we have some argument to make regarding it. First, the statute. It's OCGA 1791A, which says where there is no conflict in the evidence and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions and inferences therefrom shall demand a verdict of acquittal or not guilty as to the entire offense or to some particular count of or offense. The court may direct the verdict of acquittal to which the defendant is entitled under the evidence and may allow the trial to proceed only as to the counts or offenses remaining, if any. So I start with count 1, and let me get my indictment up here, which is malice murder. And to make this argument for acquittal on malice murder, allow me to review initially what the elements of that offense are, and then talk about the evidence in the case. The statute, of course, is 1651 A and B, and 1651 A says a person commits the offense of murder when he unlawfully and with malice aforethought, either express or implied, causes the death of another human being. So starting with just subsection A, malice, of course, in Georgia law means a specific intent crime as opposed to a general intent crime. And in a specific intent crime, the subjective desire of the defendant is to bring about the exact illegal consequence that his action is intended to produce. So in a malice murder count, that means that that malice means the defendant has the specific intent to commit an act that the cause of which is the death of another person, and that result was the desired result. It was not an unintended consequence, as we'll see is the case with felony murder. So malice, that sort of specific intent, can be shown in two ways by proof, and that's subparagraph B in 1651. And that paragraph indicates two types of proof of this malice, the specific intent. Of course, I always mention that as the definition of malice because it's certainly confusing to jurors, but that's a different issue for later when we talk about charges. But it means no intent, no ill will or hatred, of course, but it's just a specific intent. Two types. Express malice is that deliberate intention unlawfully to take the life of another human being, which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Now, case law indicates that would be things like verbal threats, lying in wait, the kind of circumstances or actions for which the state can produce evidence that says this person had expressed malice. It's out there in the world for us to see it. We can hear it. We can determine it from the circumstances in which the killing occurred. The other type of malice, much more sticky, is malice shall be implied where no considerable provocation appears and where all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. So to further define that type of malice, I need to go to a different place here in my notes to look for a definition of implied malice in our law. What we're looking for is that specific intent to kill where there are no external circumstances capable of proof, but inferences must be made. It's implied. And first of all, you have to find that there's no considerable provocation, which would be, say, voluntary manslaughter, and there's no other justification for it. And then in one of our cases under Georgia law, which is Parker v. State, and I'll get the site here, 270 Georgia 256, a 1988 case. Essentially in Parker, the court tries to define that poetic metaphor we find in the implied malice sentence, which is the abandoned and malignant heart. I find it of interest that there are only 4 states left out of 50 that use that phrase in their definition of murder, abandoned and malignant heart, having its roots somewhere in the dark recesses of medieval English, but here it is still in Georgia, Idaho, Nevada, and California, the other 3 states that still use that phrase. And so Georgia, in attempting to say what it means, says that it's a reckless disregard for human life. And Justice Hunstein in Parker v. State tries to give some sort of definition for it. It's not a substitute for implied malice. That is, reckless disregard is not a lower mental state or lower standard of proof. It's not equivalent. It's as she says in this opinion, a special concurring opinion, she says the difference between instructing a jury that a presumption of malice may arise from reckless conduct, and this is for malice murder, and instructing them that reckless conduct and malice are equivalents that can be substituted for one another is not just a matter of mere semantics. A jury is entitled to be instructed how to determine a defendant's state of mind based on the evidence adduced. It is not entitled to be instructed that a lesser mental culpability may be substituted for the required higher mental culpability. And then she goes on to criticize the charge given in that case in Parker. But what it comes down to, and it's even cited later in a U.S. Supreme Court case, actually it was a case earlier than Parker, and also an attempt by Justice Brennan to define it. And the case is Arave, I'm sorry, let me start that over. A-R-A-V-E, Arave v. Creech, C-R-E-E-C-H, 507 U.S. 463, a 1993 case. Justice Brennan wrote this: homicides committed without considerable provocation or under circumstances demonstrating an abandoned and malignant heart, a term of art that refers to unintentional homicide committed with extreme recklessness. And then I just use ellipsis there because he goes on to another matter. But the examples given would be, say, somebody shooting a gun into a crowd of people. You aren't intending to kill any specific person, but you certainly know by that reckless act somebody will die. Or driving a car into a crowd at a protest rally, somebody's going to die. This could be an abandoned and malignant heart. So that all aside, now the facts of our case, going back to the standard of 1791A, where directed verdicts premised upon no conflict in the evidence and all reasonable deductions and inferences therefrom. In this case, the state's case in chief, which we've just now heard for the last week and a half, the express malice does not seem to be there. Speaking about Travis McMichael in particular, he's not saying anything or doing anything that could be provable by external circumstances to be express malice. And as we've all seen in the video, the shooting doesn't occur until he and Ahmaud Arbery are locked up in mortal combat, hand to hand, face to face, in contact with one another, with a gunshot wound that's fatal, that's close contact or near close contact, 1 to 3 inches away. Now, none of that is in dispute. There's no conflict in the evidence there. Obviously, the issue that we expect will go to the jury is whether that was an act of self-defense or whether it's some felony murder. And there are counts in here that address that. There is a pair of counts that talk about using a shotgun as an aggravated assault, which results in the death, and that's felony murder. Those are 2 separate counts in this indictment. It's always interesting, too, that malice murder added in the same case with felony murder, while not legally inconsistent, and, of course, George has done away with the concept of legally inconsistent verdicts, is somewhat logically inconsistent. When you ask a jury to consider finding a defendant guilty of malice murder based on proof you think you have, if you're the state, that he specifically intended by his act to cause the death of the person who died, and at the same time argue to them, but hey, also consider that he used a shotgun in an aggravated assault without malice, as the felony murder statute says, and the unintended consequence of that aggravated assault was the death of another person, therefore it's bootstrapped up into felony murder. So that is the argument against count 1 under 1791A as a count that should not be presented to the jury because there is no conflict in the evidence. All of the reasonable deductions and inferences from the evidence do not support a finding by a rational trier of fact that express or implied malice have been exhibited here in the act of shooting Ahmaud Arbery. Now, I can go on to each of the other challenges in turn or stop.
Let's go ahead and get the time now.
The second challenge is to the combination of counts 5 and 9. And let me get my indictment back up. Count 5 charges felony murder premised upon count 9. Of course, we know that felony murder, and I'll get the definition of that, is in 1651C. A person commits the offense of murder when in the commission of a felony, he or she causes the death of another human being irrespective of malice. So we can forget all of what I just said about malice because it doesn't apply here. The state would have to prove the underlying felony and then show a causal connection, proximate cause between that underlying felony and the unintended death without malice. And in this case, count 9 is the criminal attempt to commit a felony, namely false imprisonment, on, let's see if it says it in here, Burford Drive. Count 9, then, as we know, is the allegation that on Burford Drive, the beginning of the encounter with Ahmaud Arbery, that Travis and Greg McMichael, along with Rody Bryan, but I'll leave his lawyer to argue his case here, but that Travis and Greg McMichael, using their Ford F-150, attempted to commit the crime of false imprisonment. And then they combined that with count 5 to say that that's a felony murder premised upon that attempted felony on Burford Drive. Well, the causal link between the attempt to falsely imprison someone 3 or 4 minutes before shooting them with a shotgun is just too tenuous to support, under the proximate cause analysis, a felony murder charge in count 5. I'm not saying that count 9 can't stand and be presented to the jury, but when you combine it with count 5 as the underlying felony for felony murder, what we're facing then is a complete lack of a causal link. I mean, you can add several links to get to Holmes Road, where the shooting occurs, but there is nothing about the attempt to false imprison Ahmaud Arbery on Burford Drive with a pickup truck, particularly Travis McMichael's Ford F-150, and his ultimate death on Holmes Road. And if you try to do it by party to the crime, 16-220, and connect Travis and Greg McMichael to William Rody Bryan, as that count does, because it also names him in count 9, names his truck, his Chevy Silverado, in count 9, and then connects them both back to count 5 for felony murder. But 16-220, party to the crime statute, I'll read, it's not long. Every person concerned in the commission of a crime is a party thereto, and may be charged with and convicted of commission of the crime. B, a person is concerned in the commission of the crime only if he, 1, directly commits the crime. And here we're talking about directly commits the crime of criminal attempt to falsely imprison Ahmaud Arbery on Burford Drive. And he didn't, that is, Travis and Greg McMichael didn't directly commit that crime with a Chevy Silverado. And then 2, intentionally causes some other person to commit the crime. That doesn't apply here. No one's causing anyone else to commit any crimes. 3, intentionally aids or abets in the commission of the crime. That is, proof that Travis and Greg McMichael are intentionally aiding or abetting Rody Bryan in the commission of the crime of attempting to false imprison Ahmaud Arbery on Burford Drive. And then finally, intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, or procures another to commit the crime. So as the evidence was produced here in this case, Rody Bryan saw the white truck and saw Ahmaud Arbery, made some driveway assumptions, according to Ms. Dunikowski, and then went and got in his truck to do what he did. But as we heard, he hollered something that the McMichaels did not hear. The evidence from the state was uncontroverted at whatever he said. There was no indication, no evidence whatsoever that the McMichaels heard it. There was no phone communication of any kind between either McMichael's phones or Rody Bryan's phones. In short, there was no coordination. There was no participation, no planning, no intentionally aiding and abetting, or intentionally advising, encouraging, and so forth between the 2 McMichaels and Rody Bryan on Burford Drive, where count 9 concerns my argument here. So the criminal in that truck on Burford Drive, this count is actually not saying anything about that, but connecting it back to count 3, felony murder. So it's the same problem as we just had in counts 5 and 9. It's a failure of a causal link, no proximate cause to show that the truck is connected to the murder in a causative way, and the same with party to the crime. The other thing this combination of counts does, it doesn't say whether this aggravated assault with the truck is occurring on Burford Road or Holmes Drive. We're left to guess which it is. It simply does not specify. Now that's a demur type issue, and that may have been addressed earlier, but here for directed verdict, if the allegation is that the felony murder occurred on Holmes by use of the truck on Holmes, well, the undisputed evidence in the case is while the truck got driven to Holmes Drive, when we see the video, it's undisputed that the truck is parked, the driver is out of it, the truck is not moving, and it bears no connection at all except as a device around which the defendant stood, one Greg McMichael in the back of the truck, Travis out of the truck, and Ahmaud Arbery going around the truck. So the truck is not a causal element in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, and therefore count 3 should be directed as a verdict of acquittal for the defendants. Count 4 and 8 are connected. 4 is felony murder, referring to the allegations in count 8. Count 8 is the false imprisonment allegation, this time on Holmes Drive. And Holmes Drive, of course, is the final place where the events transpired and the tragedy occurred. But this count 8 alleges that on Holmes Drive, using the 2 pickup trucks, the 3 defendants in concert with one another as parties to the crime, falsely imprisoned Ahmaud Arbery, and then the shooting occurs, and they make the causal link back to count 4 for the felony murder charge. But again, the evidence in the case was that there was no place on Holmes Drive where the truck was used to block in Ahmaud Arbery, where the truck is finally parked. As Agent Dial testified yesterday, I believe, under cross-examination with Kevin Goff, he conceded that there were escape routes. There were places Ahmaud Arbery could have chosen to run through yards, across a yard and onto Satilla Drive if he had chosen to. So how one can be falsely imprisoned when the case agent is testifying under oath that he could have kept on running. The truck itself did not impede his decision to turn right and run across this yard onto Satilla Drive and continue down Satilla Drive until he left the neighborhood, or until he encountered the police, which we also have heard with undisputed evidence was on Satilla Drive when the shooting occurred. So he would have run into a police car at the very least, and then possibly Matt Albenzi if that police car was not where the undisputed evidence says it was. So again, count 4, felony murder, should fail because it's based on count 8, which count 8, it's fair enough to send to the jury. It's a disputed allegation, but count 4 can't be supported by it. Finally, counts 2 and 6 are connected, and our motion applies to them in this way. Count 2 is a felony murder, this time premised upon count 6, and count 6 is the allegation of aggravated assault with the use of a shotgun, a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a 12-gauge shotgun. This one's a little stickier in this regard because the evidence has come out that Travis McMichael pointed his shotgun at Ahmaud Arbery on 2 separate occasions. There's been evidence presented by the state that as Ahmaud Arbery is running towards the back of the pickup truck, on the driver's side of the truck, Travis McMichael raises his shotgun, and then he lowers it and moves to the left front quarter of the truck as Ahmaud Arbery makes a couple of weaving maneuvers and then comes around the right side of the truck, and then the gun is raised again, and this time discharged, and those shots are what were fatal to Ahmaud Arbery. The count does not specify here in count 6 which of those 2 gun raisings is the aggravated assault. Certainly the first one, where no discharge occurred, could not therefore have been the cause of death, and it could not support count 2 felony murder since there was no discharge of a deadly shot from the shotgun. And because the count doesn't specify applying a rule of lenity, this should be read as applying to that, because that by itself could be charged as an aggravated assault. Had the case stopped right there, had Ahmaud Arbery stopped in his tracks, and the state had chosen to say, well, this is no citizen's arrest, this is just a garden variety aggravated assault. You're pointing a shotgun at somebody for no good reason. He didn't discharge it, he didn't kill him, but it still could be charged as an aggravated assault. Well, it certainly couldn't be ever, under those circumstances, the underlying felony for a felony murder if the guy was still alive, if no shot had been fired. So that aggravated assault, though, is still in play. It's been put in evidence. It's not charged in the indictment, or is it? We can't tell from count 6, because count 6 only refers to one act of aggravated assault with a shotgun. And I guess the jury will be left to presume that it's the second pointing that results in the shooting, which results in the death, which results in the felony murder of count 2. Those are my arguments, Your Honor, for a directed verdict on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Let's go ahead and address that motion from the state, and then we'll get to Mr. Bryan's motion.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, OCGA 1791 is the statute that governs directed verdicts. And there's also case law out there that, of course, the court is to view all the evidence presented at trial in the light most favorable to a guilty verdict and ask whether any rational trier of fact could have found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So that includes, Judge, not just direct evidence, but circumstantial evidence as well. In this particular case, all the defendants have been charged in this as a party to the crime. And of course, we've got directly committing the crime, and then helping, which is intentionally aiding or abetting in the crime. And then we've got intentionally encouraging someone to commit the crimes. So we've got all of that charged together. Looking, of course, at count 1, malice murder, you may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in an instant, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. That, of course, is the current pattern jury charge 2.10.10 on malice murder. In this particular case, there isn't significant provocation. Mr. Arbery ran away from these men for 5 minutes, tried to get away, and was being forced down the street by Mr. Bryan in his dark pickup truck, accelerating towards him. He tries to go around Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael steps out into the street, blocking the street, pointing a shotgun at Mr. Arbery, and Mr. Arbery tries to go around the passenger side of the vehicle. Travis McMichael traps him and tracks him with that shotgun up to the front of the vehicle and basically encounters him right there. He's so close that Mr. Arbery, he passes this. He is so close that when he does this, he's instantly shot. Instantly shot. The video itself speaks for itself. There is that much time, and that shotgun blast goes off, and Mr. Arbery shot point blank. The trajectory was, as you saw from the medical examiner, right here, straight through. That's where the shotgun pellets are. That's where that injury is. So at this point in time, we have met the burden to prove no significant provocation except Mr. Arbery coming around the front. The medical examiner talked about fight or flight. And I understand the defense is going to argue, well, it's the victim's fault. He should have kept running. It's the victim's fault. He shouldn't have been exhausted. It's the victim's fault. He shouldn't have gone to defend himself. It's the victim's fault. He had all kinds of options and alternatives in the face of their 5-minute attack on him, and therefore it's his fault. But that's not what the law is. The law is about the defendants doing a 5-minute attack that eventually resulted in malice murder. How do you see the malice here? Abandoned and malignant heart. You take a shotgun, you point it at somebody, you track them around as they try and run away from you, and when they turn on you, you immediately fire and shoot. The state asks you to deny the directed verdict for malice murder for Travis McMichael and also for Greg McMichael. He is charged as a party to the crime. Greg McMichael had his .357 Magnum on him. He is also yelling at Mr. Arbery. We know that he previously had threatened Mr. Arbery with, "Stop or I'm going to shoot your effing head off." So he'd already told this man, "I'm going to execute you if you don't stop." So at that point in time, we've got Mr. Bryan coming forward. He sees the shotgun. He sees it pointed not only at Mr. Arbery, but it's actually pointed at himself because he's right behind Mr. Arbery. And he doesn't do anything. He doesn't stop. He doesn't slam on the brakes. He doesn't yell, "Oh my God." He doesn't swerve immediately out of the way to get off the road into a ditch to avoid the shotgun. He keeps going. He keeps accelerating. He keeps driving Mr. Arbery toward the man with the shotgun, thus aiding and abetting intentionally Arbery having to run towards a man with a shotgun. Mr. Arbery could not turn around. Mr. Arbery could not run away back because Mr. Bryan is accelerating toward him with his black pickup truck. Therefore, he is also a party to the crime of malice murder because it shows an abandoned and malignant heart on Travis McMichael's part and aiding and abetting in that by both the defendant, Greg McMichael, and Mr. William Rody Bryan. With regard to felony murder specifically, as the court is aware, felony murder must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. This, of course, is from our new jury charges 2.10.20 on felony murder. And in this case, all 4 of the underlying felonies played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, because without those 4 felonies, Mr. Arbery wouldn't be dead. So we've got our old-fashioned but for, and that's what we're talking about here. Played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. But for these actions, Mr. Arbery would still be alive. So when we look at, specifically, I'll take them in the order Mr. Hogue went, we're talking about count 5 felony murder and count 9, which is criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment on Burford. The indictment reads, in violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, did unlawfully chase Ahmaud Arbery through the public roadways of Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks. Did attempt to confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority on Burford using a Ford F-150 and a Chevy Silverado. So they attempted to confine him, but he managed to get away. They basically both used the pickup trucks. So we've got Mr. Bryan, principal, actively attempting to detain Mr. Arbery. We've got Travis McMichael in his pickup truck. Circumstantial evidence that he is actively attempting to detain Mr. Arbery because why? Mr. Arbery turns around from the white pickup truck and runs back the other way. And this is after Greg McMichael is in the truck yelling, "Cut him off, cut him off, cut him off." So at this point, we've got all 3 men acting in concert to attempt to confine him there. Well, how do they do that? They go ahead and do that by aggravated assault with their pickup trucks, by placing him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury. Well, what does that mean? It means their actions, what were they doing? They're using these pickup trucks with the aggravated assault to confine and detain him. So the state has proven that they use these pickup trucks in a manner that would reasonably put someone in fear and apprehension of receiving bodily injury. What does that mean? They scared him. They scared him with the aggravated assaults. And that was part of the false imprisonment. We're going to scare you into stopping by using these pickup trucks to cut you off and run you into a ditch. They were doing it in concert with each other. I want to be real clear. The defense is attempting to conflate conspiracy, which is we pre-planned this thing, or conspiracy, which is wink and a nod. No, we're talking party to a crime. Okay, conspiracy is a completely different charge. We are going to ask for it, but in this case, this is a party to a crime, which is intentionally doing these things to aid and abet. Mr. Bryan's in his driveway. He intentionally gets in his pickup truck to aid and abet the McMichaels, who he sees are actively trying to detain Mr. Arbery in violation of his personal liberty, falsely imprison him. He's actually in the top of his driveway looking down the white pickup truck. He can see it. Mr. Arbery's running back toward him. They can see that Mr. Bryan is now pulled out. They make a decision based on this to go around Holmes, but for their decisions on Burford, but for their attempt to falsely imprison Mr. Arbery would not be dead. The false imprisonment on Burford substantially contributed to his death because it's what made him stop running. They didn't allow him to run up Burford and on to Zellwood, which would have then led right out of the neighborhood. Because if he'd gone up Burford, gone over Zellwood, he'd eventually gotten to Satilla Drive and could have gotten away and he wouldn't be dead. So this substantially contributed. But for these actions on Burford, none of the rest of it would have happened. So what did happen? Well, he then has to run back. Mr. Bryan, of course, once again, cuts him off. He then immediately turns up Holmes to get away from Mr. Bryan in his pickup truck, which has now cut him off from his route going out Satilla Drive. But for those aggravated assaults which were used to falsely imprison him there on Burford, he would not have been going up Holmes, which then led him to encounter the white pickup truck coming down Holmes. We have him trapped like a rat. He ends up with no place to go, and he ends up exhausted, fight or flight, turns around the corner, and is shot. So all of this led up immediately to the death. And therefore, it's a question for the jury. And in this case, the standard, as the court knows, is we view all of the evidence presented at trial in the light most favorable to the verdicts and ask whether any rational trier of fact could have found that the defendant was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's for the jury to decide. They're going to go ahead and look at this, and but for those actions on Burford, would he have ever been trapped like a rat between two pickup trucks on Holmes Drive? No, he wouldn't have been. So it materially and substantially contributed to his death by getting us to that point. And this is all one continuous event. This is 5 minutes of this going on. So it's not these separate little vignettes. This is continuous. They're going around. Mr. Bryan's driving him this way. They're going this way to go ahead and capture him and trap him on Holmes. And that was their intention, all because they wanted to talk to him. So we've got that. We ask that you deny the motion for directed verdict on counts 5 and counts 9. Then we've got, I believe, Mr. Hogue then did 3 and 7, which is our aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Count 7, did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Objects, devices, and instruments, when used offensively against a person, are likely to result in serious bodily injury. 2.20.21, aggravated assault with a deadly or offensive weapon. Assault another person with an offensive weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant committed an act that placed the person in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. And then, of course, an offensive weapon is any object that is likely or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. It's not in dispute that a 5,000-pound lethal weapon like a pickup truck can cause serious bodily injury to someone. The question is, were their acts, what they did, such that it would put a reasonable person in reasonable apprehension? In other words, did what they do cause fear? Yes. Now, we don't have Mr. Arbery to go ahead and take the stand and go, yes, I was afraid. He's dead. But the jury's allowed to go ahead and look at this and go, okay, let's look at their acts. Did they commit an act that placed Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury? Yes, both direct and circumstantially they did with aggravated assault with these pickup trucks. So once again, now felony murder, we're back to our but for situation. So but for them attempting to strike him, cut him off, run him into a ditch, impede him, run up next to him. I mean, Mr. Arbery's just running down the road and they pull up with a pickup truck right next to him and start yelling at him. Stop, we want to talk to you. So at that point, just that alone, is that an action that would put somebody in fear? I mean, total stranger pulled up next to you. You don't have a car, you're running. That's a question for the jury. Now, the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, the state feels not a problem, proving that beyond a reasonable doubt. Did it play a substantial and necessary part in causing his death? Yes. Now, as Mr. Hogue pointed out, at the time of his death, the white pickup truck, which had already been used offensively against him, trying to falsely imprison him on Burford, and then once again coming down Holmes Drive, goes ahead and passes Mr. Arbery. We know this, okay? Because what do we have? We've got Mr. Bryan on the video. Mr. Arbery suddenly turns around. Now, whether you can see the white pickup truck or not, he suddenly turns around and runs back down. Mr. Bryan goes up, Mr. Bryan turns around, he comes back up, and the video's there, and what do we have? That truck is parked at the end of the road. Based on their statements, Agent Dial has testified they went up Zellwood and came down Holmes. That means they passed Mr. Arbery, once again, with that white pickup truck. He is pinned between the two of them, the black pickup truck and the white pickup truck, and then the white pickup truck passes him when he turns around and then parks in front of him. That is the aggravated assault. But for them using those pickup trucks in that manner, he would not be dead, because he's trying to run up Holmes and the white pickup truck's coming. He runs back down. Now Mr. Bryan's at the top of Holmes and the white pickup truck's at the bottom of Holmes. He is pinned. Greg McMichael said he was trapped like a rat, and he knew it. That was what Greg McMichael said. So when he's trapped like a rat between these two pickup trucks, did that play a substantial and necessary part in causing the death? It was absolutely necessary, because they had him between these two pickup trucks. They caused him fear. Actions put him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury with the pickup trucks. And at this point in time, as a party to the crime, they've stopped their pickup truck. But Mr. Bryan hasn't stopped his pickup truck. Not at all. He is coming up behind Mr. Arbery. He is revving that engine. You can hear it on the video. And as a party to the crime, they can see that pickup truck coming. Seeing that pickup truck coming didn't stop Travis McMichael from pulling up that shotgun and pointing it at Mr. Arbery. And then he tracks him around and then shoots Mr. Arbery. The fact that Mr. Bryan and the McMichaels as a party to the crime of the use of that pickup truck at that moment, it becomes felony murder for the aggravated assault with the pickup truck. The state will argue, of course, that the use of the pickup truck the entire time, but for that, he wouldn't have been where he was. But for all the actions that the McMichaels took in their white pickup truck, Mr. Arbery would not have been where he was and would not have been trying to escape this particular attack and assault. So we ask that you deny the directed verdict on counts 3 and count 7. Then we have, of course, count 4 and 8. This was the fourth one that Mr. Hogue mentioned. I'll pause for some water, Judge. Count 4 of the indictment, count 8 of the indictment. In violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, did unlawfully confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority. To wit, said accused did chase Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood, and did confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery on Holmes Drive using said pickup trucks. Greg McMichael's statement: he was trapped like a rat. He was trapped between the two pickup trucks. The state has gone ahead and proven count 8. So how did that materially, substantially, and necessarily cause the death of Ahmaud Arbery? Because he's trapped between these two pickup trucks. He's right there in Holmes. He's running toward a man pointing a shotgun at him, and that man is relentless. He doesn't give up. He doesn't stay on the side of his pickup truck. So here we've got the ultimate confinement. And Judge, the ultimate confinement is death. Here he was ultimately falsely imprisoned because he was shot right there. Ultimate false imprisonment. But what they actually did is when they put Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension, fear of receiving bodily injury with the pickup trucks, they had him trapped like a rat. Once again, fight or flight. All he did was flee from these people. All he did was try and get away. But according to Greg McMichael, he was trapped. Greg McMichael is standing in the back of that pickup truck, yelling at him, "Stop, goddammit, stop." He previously told him he was going to kill him. He was going to blow his effing head off. So at this point in time, if he had not been falsely imprisoned and trapped between these pickup trucks, he would not have been shot. The killing is the ultimate confinement. And I get that the defense is saying, well, he had options and he should have run this way and he could have run that way. Well, they're parked right in front of that driveway. They didn't actually go up to the stop sign at the end. They parked in that driveway. He was going around this side. There's a driveway to a house right there. He comes around the very front of it. They want to make it seem as if he's the one at fault for not continuing to run. He's the one at fault because they made him afraid. He's the one at fault because he didn't want to get, I don't know, it would be speculation, but nobody wants to get shot in the back with a shotgun. He's already been told they're going to kill him if he doesn't stop. So at this point in time, falsely imprisoning him there and keeping and confining him there substantially and necessarily caused his death. Blaming him for not continuing to run on or him utilizing his options to defend himself is not really, how do I put this? What Mr. Arbery chose to do and his intent is not relevant. The acts of the defendant are that's what's relevant here. And trapping him like a rat between two pickup trucks, one of which he was actively running away from as it pursued him, forcing him towards the white pickup truck and Travis McMichael and his shotgun, that was actual false imprisonment because he never, ever got away from them on Holmes Drive. He was killed. So it substantially contributed to his death. When we look at counts, so we ask you to deny the directed verdict as to 4 and 8. When we look at counts 2 and 6, once again, 2 being felony murder based on the aggravated assault with a shotgun. Count 6 is did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a 12-gauge shotgun. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. All right, so Judge, I hear what Mr. Hogue's saying, that pointing the shotgun at him where it's up against here is an aggravated assault, and it is. And if he had never fired at him, if he'd just done that, he'd be guilty of aggravated assault. However, as you know, our Supreme Court has recently told the state, you can't go charging different moments in time in a continuous action. They've told us that. They said you can't do it. It's all one aggravated assault. There has to be an intervening factor, meaning I think the one case that we're talking about is it was an aggravated assault on a woman, boyfriend, girlfriend, and he went ahead and slashed her face. So he got aggravated battery. Then there was an intervening time period where she got away from him. Then he went up and I think he stabbed her in the neck. Those were two separate things solely because of the intervening time factor. But the courts have said, meaning our Supreme Court has held, it's all one thing. But in this particular case, the state's not contending that it's two separate aggravated assaults. It's one aggravated assault when he pulled the trigger and shot him. So I just want everybody to be really, really clear. The state is arguing the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. And he attempted to cause a violent injury to the person when he shot him point blank in the torso with that shotgun. They are all parties to the crime of this. Because Greg McMichael's already threatened to shoot him with a, stop or blow your effing head off. Mr. Bryan sees that shotgun, sees it come out, sees exactly what's going on. We might not see it on the camera, but he's driving the truck and he's driving Mr. Arbery right towards that man with the shotgun, helping him to go ahead and commit this crime. So at this point in time, we've got the aggravated assault. Here, Travis McMichael actually pulled the trigger. Greg McMichael helped and encouraged Travis McMichael. Right? Travis McMichael grabbed his shotgun in his driveway decision at his house, chose to bring that shotgun along. Greg McMichael knew it. There's absolutely no evidence that Greg McMichael told him not to bring it along. Don't bring that shotgun. Nothing like that. Greg McMichael got into the truck with his son knowing he had that shotgun. This is circumstantial evidence. Greg McMichael's in the truck with Travis McMichael the entire time that he has this shotgun, both in the pickup truck and then when Greg McMichael gets in the back of the pickup truck, Greg McMichael's yelling at Ahmaud, stop, stop. Greg McMichael's giving Travis McMichael directions, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. In the moment that Travis McMichael is outside, Greg McMichael can see he's got the shotgun. Stop, goddammit, stop is what he's saying to Mr. Arbery. That is helping, intentionally aiding and abetting, knowing full well that the shotgun is being pointed at Mr. Arbery. And it's kind of encouraging. It's tacitly basically authorizing this and encouraging him because he's not telling his son to stop doing that. But you don't hear, put the shotgun down. You don't hear, what the heck are you doing? Don't do that. You hear, stop, goddammit. Travis McMichael is driving. And the one thing that's kind of important here, Judge, is that Mr. Hogue, when it came to Greg McMichael's statement, actually asked Parker Marcy a question. And it was unobjected to by Greg McMichael's counsel, but I know the court noticed it. I noticed it. It was my intention, and I know it was my son's, to arrest him or at least to get him identified. There was no objection from Travis McMichael. So at this point, what's before the court, unobjected to by Travis McMichael's counsel, is what their intentions were here. And of course, they're going to argue, well, it was to arrest him or at least get him identified. So if this is Travis McMichael's intention, it was Greg McMichael's intention. And that's what they were doing. And they were doing it at the point of a shotgun. With regard to Mr. Bryan, Mr. Bryan never called 911. Mr. Bryan continues forward recording despite the shotgun coming out. Mr. Bryan says absolutely nothing on the recording. He doesn't go, oh my God, there's a shotgun. Oh my God, what's he doing? He doesn't, like I said, swerve out of the way and into a ditch. He doesn't put it in reverse and back up so he's out of the line of fire. He pulls forward and accelerates despite the shotgun coming out. Doesn't slam on the brakes, does not protest, does not yell, doesn't honk, doesn't do anything but keep driving forward, driving Ahmaud Arbery forward. We get to this location by Mr. Bryan pursuing Mr. Arbery because as we saw in the video, Mr. Arbery had actually run away from the white truck again. Mr. Arbery runs, we see that. He's going down homes towards Satilla. Mr. Bryan goes up and he turns around. At this point, we actually see Mr. Arbery back at the blue mailbox having turned around, being forced to run back toward the white pickup truck. Therefore, he helped by chasing Mr. Arbery toward the white F-150 pickup truck, despite Arbery's obvious attempts to get away from the white pickup truck. But he encounters Mr. Bryan in the Silverado, so he has to run back toward the white pickup truck. Once again, a party to the crime in making this happen. And we all know that even if your finger is not on the trigger, you can still be held responsible. I mean, we all know that the getaway driver who doesn't go into the convenience store is just as guilty as the guy who goes into the convenience store and pulls the trigger because he's there to help make it happen. Help make it happen. And here we have Travis McMichael actually pulling the trigger, Greg McMichael helping to make it happen, and William Bryan helping to make this happen. Because without their help and assistance, without their Greg McMichael, especially his encouragement, Travis McMichael would not necessarily have been able to complete this had not Mr. Bryan driven Mr. Arbery toward the parked white pickup truck. If Mr. Bryan had actually kept going and up around Zellwood or had left, Mr. Arbery would have been able to keep running up Holmes and maybe get to Zellwood and Satilla. Thus, Mr. Bryan confining him there contributed substantially and materially to the felony murder and the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. So we ask that you go ahead and also deny the directed verdict for counts 2 and 6 of the indictment as to Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael. Did I miss anything? Thank you, Your Honor.
Any final word from the McMichael defendants on their motion?
Yes, just very briefly, Your Honor. Can you hear me from here? Citing the language in State v. Jackson, 287 Georgia 646, 2010, Georgia Supreme Court case. Justice Namias, we have also said that proximate cause is the standard for homicide cases in general. And then he cites cases and is quoting from Wilson v. State. We set out the following test for determining causation in homicide cases. Where one inflicts an unlawful injury, such injury is to be accounted as the efficient proximate cause of death whenever it shall be made to appear either that, and there are three subparts. One, the injury itself constituted the sole proximate cause of the death, or two, the injury directly and materially contributed to the happening of a subsequent accruing immediate cause of the death, or three, the injury materially accelerated the death, although proximately occasioned by a pre-existing cause. That one doesn't apply here. So the proximate cause issue in counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 is at the heart of our motion. And I think the state's failed to make that connection between the underlying felonies that are named in counts 6, 7, 8, and 9 and the accruing death based on this test from this case. And of course, that's a completely different problem than malice murder, and I won't say anything more about that. So that's our response to the state's, our reply to the state's response.
I'm sorry, may I distinguish that case, having just heard it, not knowing it in advance? That case was a co-defendant felony murder case, meaning a whole bunch of people went in to commit a crime, and the victim fought back, and it ended up with one of the co-defendants murdered. So they're talking about proximate cause for the armed robbers, one armed robber being responsible for the death of his co-armed robber. That's what that case is about, not this sort of situation.
Well, I will just add that the next paragraph says, consistent with this general rule, which I just read, we have held in many cases and for many decades that the proximate causation is the standard for murder cases prosecuted under the murder statute codified in OCGA 1651. The particular facts of this case are immaterial. It's the rule that I'm talking about.
Mr. Goff, on behalf of Mr. Bryan, any directed verdict?
Good morning, Your Honor. First thing I'll do is I'll formally adopt the very cogent arguments made by co-counsel in this case. And without tracking through those, but for Beth Brigmo giving birth to Rody Bryan, God rest her soul, many years ago, but for that, Rody Bryan wouldn't have been out there that day in his pickup truck. When we use this but-for causation, that there's a lot of baggage that comes along with that. And with all due respect to Ms. Dunikoski, it feels like they are stretching that term beyond recognition. The legal standard is proximate cause. And we'll come back to that in a moment. But when you look at it as proximate cause and not simply reducing it to two words, but for, I think the court understands why the defendants are here making these motions. Now, with respect to count 1, malice murder, I'm really at a loss here to understand, but it was the state that decided to present what we sometimes call a kitchen sink indictment to the grand jury, where every defendant is charged in every possible way with every possible crime in this case. That was a decision the state made, and I certainly appreciate the challenge to the court in trying to assess these issues. As I look at the malice murder charge, there is no contention that Rody Bryan shot anybody. There's no contention that Rody Bryan tried to shoot anybody. There's no contention here that Mr. Bryan is acting as a principal. This is, if I misunderstood Ms. Dunikoski, I'm sure she'll correct me. The entire theory here is aiding and abetting, third section of that statute. And where is it that Mr. Bryan is intentionally aiding and abetting the shooting? Because he's not. Now, maybe some decision came out of the Supreme Court last week or last month that I'm unaware of. But when I went back through Kurtz last night, it used to be called Kurtz Offenses and Defenses in Georgia, and the section on parties to the crime, I know the court knows the treatise that I'm talking about. They list like 30 different ways that you can be a party to a crime, that you can be aiding and abetting in a murder case. But none of those are like the case before this court, which is why, although Ms. Dunikoski has cited this court well over 100 cases in oral argument, probably thousands of cases, and all the pleadings that have been filed and motions and responses going back and forth, Ms. Dunikoski cannot cite to you a single Georgia case that is remotely comparable to the one that we have before the court. This isn't the case where Mr. Bryan is driving down the street in his pickup truck and Travis McMichael is standing in the back of it shooting at Mr. Arbery. This isn't that case. There is no case, and she can cite no case remotely close to this one. The closest cases that I've been able to find, and of course they're referenced in there, in what I call the distraction aiding and abetting cases, in which one person intentionally distracts another person while someone else behind them either takes a knife and stabs them with it or shoots them. I call them distraction cases, where you're aiding and abetting by distracting. There is no evidence and no suggestion here that Mr. Bryan's conduct has somehow distracted Mr. Arbery. He's well aware of the pickup truck in front of him from the video. He's well aware from the video that they are both armed. So, and Mr. Arbery is not shot with his back turned. That might pose a different and a closer question for the court. But in this case, unless Ms. Dunikowski can cite some Georgia case suggesting this, which I still don't understand, theory of aiding and abetting the shooting of Mr. Arbery, there simply is no malice murder case here. And, you know, co-counsel points out some pretty good cases on what the mens rea is required here. Where is any of that for Mr. Bryan? There's no malignant heart in this case. There's nothing from which that could be presumed. And, you know, that takes us back to the whole concept of a citizen arrest. If I understand the state's theory here, the state contends that the McMichaels, and I believe they're contending that Mr. Bryan was assisting them or aiding them in attempting to make a citizen's arrest, which in the opinion of the state was not authorized under Georgia law. And that may be true, Your Honor. But the fact that Mr. Bryan aided and abetted a citizen arrest, if he did that, doesn't establish malice in this case. It doesn't establish an intent to aid and abet an intent for a shooting. You know, and Your Honor, I would urge the court to ponder the larger implications of the legal ruling that the state is requesting here. Because in this one case, it might serve the interests of the state. But in the larger question, if 10 police officers respond to a call, 10 police officers pull their cars up around a scene, and they're there, maybe they're still moving, Your Honor, and inexplicably, a police officer discharges his weapon and shoots the person that they're after in the head. Maybe they had probable cause, maybe they didn't. But are we going to try every police officer who's present at the scene of an attempted arrest for malice murder because somehow in aiding and abetting an attempt at an arrest, lawful or unlawful, that translates into aiding and abetting the shooting that follows? That can't be the law, Your Honor. And we shouldn't be creating special rules of law. There are already enough of those. We shouldn't be creating any more special rules of law for one case, because we know the reality is that these things have unintended consequences and they take on a life of their own. We don't need to start down this theory that anybody who's attempting to arrest someone, which after the last legislative session is pretty much limited to police officers, that anytime police officers are attempting to arrest somebody, particularly if they're attempting to do so unlawfully, that they're aiding and abetting the arrest, lawful, unlawful, is aiding and abetting a shooting or other unlawful use of force that follows. There is no malice murder case as to Mr. Bryan. There is no authority for this case. Your Honor, the state wants to talk about but for. I want to talk about intervening factors. And before I do that, Your Honor, I would, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just not smart enough to keep up Ms. Dunikowski here. But the way Ms. Dunikowski is presenting this malice murder argument to the court is, in essence, collapsing malice murder into felony murder. What distinction is left here between malice murder and felony murder when Ms. Dunikowski makes these arguments? Because it's winding up being the same thing. Well, you know, he intended to shoot, therefore he intended to kill, or he intended to falsely imprison, he must intend to shoot. How do we distinguish at the end of the day with the arguments made by the state between malice murder and felony murder? Your Honor, this is a case, and this feeds into the severance issue. And with all due respect to Ms. Dunikowski, I would humbly suggest to the court that if Ms. Dunikowski continues to proceed along this line with malice murder, and we go into the defense case here, we are going to have, at some point, antagonistic defenses that cannot be overlooked. The state, as I understand it, has not submitted a charge on manslaughter. My understanding that learned co-counsel from the McMichael defendants have not submitted a jury charge on manslaughter. And part of that, I think, well, there's different strategic reasons why people do things. But my point to Your Honor is, in terms of proximate cause, do we not have not one, but two intervening factors here? Factors that are not reasonably foreseeable to Rody Bryan. Maybe logically foreseeable in something that's conceptually possible, but not reasonably foreseeable in the sense that the law would imply. You have in the video, and unless I missed it, this part of the video the state contends is undisputed, uncontradicted. In the video, at the last minute, you see Mr. Arbery, instead of turning right towards the exit of Satilla Shores, he turns to the left. Now, it's not for me to judge or question why Mr. Arbery does the things he does, but when he turns left instead of right, regardless of his justifications or his reasons for doing so, that is an intervening cause, an intervening circumstance, I submit, under Georgia law. And at that point, it's not foreseeable to Mr. Bryan. It's not foreseeable that just like on the street with the police officers, suicide by cop is not reasonably foreseeable, nor is suicide by citizen's arrest. When Mr. Arbery turns towards Mr. McMichael, that is an intervening circumstance that breaks any causative chain here with respect to the shooting and death itself. Likewise, and I'm certainly not taking sides in this. It'll be for the jury and the court to determine the guilt or innocence of the McMichael defendants. But at the same time, You have a second intervening factor. The first intervening factor is Mr. Arbery pivoting to the left instead of heading for the exit. The second intervening factor is Travis McMichael discharging his weapon. And I'm not questioning why Mr. Arbery is doing what he's doing. I'm not questioning why Travis McMichael is doing what he's doing. But what I'm saying is you have a second intervening factor, which is the choice of Travis McMichael to discharge his weapon. It doesn't really matter for purposes of evaluating count one malice murder if the court can see that whoever's in the right here, whoever's in the wrong, whichever party is using excessive force, maybe both parties are using excessive force. Maybe there's some kind of mutual combat theory we had out there. But from Mr. Bryan's perspective, in terms of proximate cause, in terms of what's reasonably foreseeable to him, none of these things are reasonably foreseeable. And I think the court understands the consequences if the court would go down any other road. And if we're going to persist with this issue, we're going to wind up in a severance posture. It may be premature. We haven't heard whether any of the other defendants have testified yet. But I would submit the easiest way to resolve the severance issue is to grant the motion for directed verdict for Mr. Bryan as to malice murder. Moving on to count 2, felony murder, which is tied to count 6, aggravated assault to a shotgun. Again, the arguments come down very much the same way because the state's position on malice murder is essentially, although not in so many words, collapsing into felony murder. Where is the intent on the part of Mr. Bryan to facilitate an aggravated assault with a shotgun? Again, it's one thing to say, if the state contends that's what the evidence shows, that Mr. Bryan is attempting to assist in a citizen's arrest, aiding and abetting a citizen's arrest. But there's nothing reasonably foreseeable about killing someone in a citizen arrest, just as on the street, there's nothing reasonably foreseeable to police officers when a fellow officer, without cause, discharges a weapon, in these days maybe even a taser, and kills somebody. Again, there is no proximate cause, and there is no mens rea, there is no aiding and abetting the shooting. Now, Ms. Donikowski wants to make a big deal of the fact that the gun is visible, that Mr. Bryan's truck is still moving, although obviously at a slow rate of speed. And therefore, because he doesn't run in a ditch or he doesn't back up, that he somehow is now joining in the shooting. But again, I think as I understand the state's position is pretty clear, almost uncontradicted, that this is a purported attempted citizen arrest. Again, in the context of a citizen arrest, is the fact that Mr. Bryan is maneuvering his truck, and positioning his cell phone to follow Mr. Arbery and document what Mr. Arbery is doing. How does that circumstance, whether he's traveling at 2 miles an hour, 4 miles an hour, or 6, how does that establish his aiding and abetting the shooting itself? Because Mr. Bryan only has knowledge of the existence of the weapon, as we see on the video, at the very last moment. And still, at that time, from Mr. Bryan's perspective, even if he's attempting to aid and abet a citizen arrest, that's not the same thing as aiding and abetting a murder. I mean, would it be it's the same thing, Your Honor, whether Travis McMichael is shooting him or not, or whether he's pulling out a club and beating him on the side of the road with a billy club, like a police officer would do. Again, how is Mr. Bryan's assisting, if that's what it is, in a citizen arrest, showing that he's attempting to aid and abet the shooting, aiding and abet an unlawful, excessive use of force in the making of an arrest? That's just not there. That's just not Georgia law. And again, the state wants, as a jury, should consider the fact that they had their guns drawn. Okay, well, how is Mr. Bryan, again, to know that they have any intent in drawing a weapon, whether it's in the down position, the up position? I'm not a use of force expert, but whatever position. Again, how is that telling Mr. Bryan that they intend to use excessive force, that they intend to kill him, that they're not trying? Maybe that's the state's theory, that they weren't really trying to make an unlawful arrest. They were just looking for an excuse to kill him, or they were just waiting for the opportunity, notwithstanding the fact that they've had lots of opportunities to shoot this gentleman over 5 minutes. He's clearly, in terms of proximate cause, when you look at the video, you see Mr. Arbery. He's well within range. He's well within shotgun range. He's also well within range of Greg McMichael's handgun at the time that Mr. Bryan is pulling up. From Mr. Bryan's perspective, he didn't have any reason to think they were trying or intended to hurt these people. They had ample opportunity to do that long before he got there, long before he pulled up. Again, I'm asking the court to grant a directed verdict on count 2, felony murder based on the underlying count 6, aggravated assault with a shotgun. Count 3, felony murder, aggravated assault with a pickup truck. Your Honor, although the statute defines the grounds for a directed verdict, I believe Ms. Donikowski has acknowledged that it's not that simple, that the standard essentially goes back to Jackson v. Virginia. It's not just whether there's, quote unquote, any evidence to submit something to a jury. There has to be sufficient evidence from which a rational juror could find guilty under reasonable doubt. There is a severe lack of evidence in this case. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan intended to do so. What they're doing is they're basing that on words, and I'm going to incorporate here, for purposes of the motion for directed verdict, the arguments made in connection with the special demurrer in this case. And of course, those have also already been addressed to some extent by counsel for the McMichaels. Now, there's no witness. There is no witness to what Mr. Bryan did. There's no video of an aggravated assault. It's all contradicted by the physical evidence in this case. And I don't have the citation in front of me, but with respect to aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, I think the case law, there is a case specifically out there that says speculation as to aggravated assault is inappropriate. And there are some times when there's insufficient evidence and where the jury is basically being asked to speculate as to what happened. And this is that case, Your Honor. And with terms of felony murder, again, you get back to the same issue. Assuming for the moment that Mr. Bryan was committing an aggravated assault with a pickup truck down on Burford, how does that establish, how is that the proximate cause of a felony murder that takes place down on Holmes Street later? And for the jury to be able to return a verdict, because of the way this indictment is phrased, the jury can return a verdict of guilty without specifying where it takes place. How do we know that the jurors, certainly all 12 of them, have made a decision as to that? Because without that, how can they make a determination as to proximate cause? This is a huge problem. And I'm going to get back to count 7 in a moment. But in terms of felony murder, there's just no proximate cause here. It's not reasonably foreseeable. And it's a huge stretch to say that what Mr. Bryan is doing out there in his truck is causing the death. In fact, I think the Michael lawyers have already pointed out that their truck is stopped. It's not even moving. And Ms. Dunikowski talked about revving the engine, but the video speaks for itself. Certainly, Mr. Arbery is not assaulting at this time. Your Honor, there's no proximate cause. There's insufficient connection to the death. I'm going to turn to count 4, felony murder, which is based on false imprisonment. Your Honor, I do believe that there was a special demurrer filed in this case previously about false imprisonment. And if I recall, the court cited a case, and I don't have it in front of me, about you can imprison with a pickup truck. My recollection of that case was a case where not just where someone was being chased, but where they actually were struck and went over the hood, and then the person in the car got out of the stabbing. That's certainly factually distinguishable. But again, what is it if at the time of the shooting, there is no false imprisonment, Your Honor. At the time of the shooting, Mr. Arbery, to borrow a football phrase, has broken containment. He is past both trucks at that point and has a clear line to the exit to the neighborhood. So I don't understand how you can have proximate cause between a false imprisonment, if that's what it is, and the shooting itself. And because there isn't. I'd also contend, notwithstanding Georgia law to the contrary, that false imprisonment is not the kind of felony that will support a felony murder charge. There are other jurisdictions that disagree with Georgia, and that can, under their laws, they do not view false imprisonment as a violent offense. That would be a felony you could base a false imprisonment on. I certainly want to preserve that argument because it's just, I guess the best way to phrase it in terms of Georgia law is false imprisonment really is more like a status offense than it is a violent offense. And in that respect, it should not be the underlying felony for a felony murder charge. We still have issues with the mens rea. We still contend that the false imprisonment is unsupported factually. But again, in terms of foreseeable, how is the shooting, Your Honor, reasonably foreseeable to Mr. Bryan, assuming that there is a false imprisonment? How is the shooting itself? It's one thing to say that Mr. Bryan aided and abetted a false imprisonment. That's not the same thing as saying he aided and abetted a shooting. And that, again, goes back over ground I think I've already covered, and I won't do that to the court again. Count 5, felony murder. Again, we contend that criminal attempt to commit felony murder is not the kind of offense upon which a felony murder charge can be predicated. We would suggest to the court that is even a step further removed from false imprisonment itself, and that furthermore, that the attempted false imprisonment is not the proximate cause, again, of the shooting or death of Mr. Arbery. There are real problems there with the causal link. Count 6, aggravated assault with a shotgun. Again, there is no aiding and abetting for Mr. Bryan. Aiding and abetting a citizen arrest, even if unlawful, is not the same thing as aiding and abetting a shooting. And I won't go back down that ground any further. Count 7, aggravated assault with the trucks. Co-counsel has already spent a good bit of time addressing this. I've addressed it in the special demurrer. It's troubling to me that the state comes in here when 3 police officers, Your Honor, 3 seasoned police officers, well, 2 well-seasoned, 1 we could argue about, all interview Mr. Bryan. And that's the basis of this count, is Mr. Bryan's statements himself. There's no other evidence other than that in this case. And all 3 of these officers interviewed Mr. Bryan, or talked to Mr. Bryan at length. All 3 summarized those interviews. None of them refer to Mr. Bryan's conduct as an aggravated assault. None of them do that because it's not there. The jury, Your Honor, is required to get to the truth of the matter. It's not just the words Mr. Bryan uses, which anybody's words can be twisted out of context. It's the context in which they're given. It's the meaning that's meant to be conveyed. And it's clear from the testimony of the state's own witnesses that meaning is not there. There is no aggravated assault with Mr. Bryan. And I'm jumping back and forth here, I guess, make sure where I am. Your Honor, the evidence is in terms of the speed, for example, that while the state refers to Mr. Bryan as chasing, that the evidence is on the video is at 2 miles an hour. Your Honor, with respect to count 8, the false imprisonment, the indictment alleges, and the state is stuck with the language in the indictment, that that the confinement and detainment occurs on Holmes Drive. But the evidence that the state is relying on is coming from Burford, and he can't be convicted at this point of that. And how the court would charge the jury, I have no idea. Your Honor, on count 8, the false imprisonment, I talked earlier about the breaking containment. There is some Georgia case law out there. And for example, I guess this is the best analogy I can come up with here. In a bank robbery, when an individual committing a bank robbery pulls out a gun and tells everybody to get down on the ground, under Georgia law, that is a false imprisonment because they get on the ground. But this case isn't the case where they get on the ground. Mr. Arbery never submits to being arrested. And in this case, this is what the state is pursuing here is the equivalent to someone in a store saying, everybody get down on the ground, and the person just continuing to run right out the door. That's what we have here. And that is not a false imprisonment under Georgia law. And again, if Ms. Dunikoski has a case citation for this court to any Georgia case that is remotely factually close to this one, I'm sure she'll present it, but I can't find it. Your Honor, attempted false imprisonment, that's count 9. We contend that the evidence is simply insufficient to submit that matter to the jury. Moreover, we think the evidence that was presented during the state's case in chief shows affirmatively abandonment, that Mr. Bryan has abandoned this chase, as they call it. And the video itself, I think, demonstrates that at the time of the shooting, Mr. Bryan is simply a witness to the shooting itself and to those events. And under those circumstances, we believe that he is entitled to have an acquittal as to count 9 and all the other counts in this indictment. We would ask that a directed verdict be granted on all counts and that Mr. Bryan be released forthwith.
For the state response, could we break briefly for restroom? Yeah, Mr. Johnson, take a 10-minute recess. So let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Goff talked a lot about citizen's arrest, and that being the defense in this case, but there hasn't been any evidence that anyone was making a citizen's arrest. Citizen's arrest was never said by any of these 3 defendants at any point in time. The evidence that's been presented is that Mr. Bryan and Mr. Greg McMichael never once said, we're making a citizen's arrest, that we're placing him under the arrest for the crime of this, that we saw him commit a crime that day. That was not it. It was all, we wanted to stop and talk to him, and then we wanted to detain him. In fact, Mr. Rubin said in his opening statement that the intent was to detain him so that the police could show up and do whatever they were going to do after the detention. It's not citizen's detention, it's citizen's arrest. So while he talked about that, that is really not something to be considered in a directed verdict motion. And just because a set of facts hasn't yet been specifically identically brought before a court, these sets of facts, no 2 cases are going to have the same set of facts. They're just not. And so the fact that there is felony murder based on false imprisonment case law out there, where someone has been found guilty of felony murder based on false imprisonment. Someone's been found guilty as a party to crime based on aggravated assault with a shotgun. Someone's been found guilty of party to a crime for aggravated assault with a motor vehicle. Those cases are out there, maybe not with these specific facts. So that argument doesn't really hold water either. In this particular case, when it comes to Mr. Bryan, and this will apply for all of the charges here, once again, it's party to a crime. And that means intentionally aid and abet. His statements to Agent Seacrest and actually at the scene to Officer Minshew were about, I thought they had done something, I thought I was trying to help them get this guy, false imprison this guy, capture this guy. And that was what his intent was. It was to falsely imprison this particular person. And he intentionally used his vehicle to go ahead and do that. Both on Burford, when he intentionally committed an aggravated assault, putting Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury as part of his intent to falsely imprison him on Burford. Those 2 things contributed to his death because but for those things happening, Mr. Arbery would still be alive. So it is, as the pattern charge will be given, his actions played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, because without him doing those things, Mr. Arbery would not have been trapped like a rat over on Holmes Drive between the 2 pickup trucks. As we noted before, malice chased him through the public roadways in the pickup trucks, tried to stop him, cut him off of the pickup trucks. He drove him into a ditch. He assisted pinning him between the 2 pickup trucks, trapping him like a rat between the 2 pickup trucks. Mr. Arbery had not threatened anybody, had shown no aggression. Mr. Arbery had no weapons. He was totally unarmed. And here, Mr. Bryan never called 911. He continues pursuing Mr. Arbery. Mr. Bryan never says anything on the recording. He pulls forward despite the shotgun coming out, despite the shotgun being pointed at himself, doesn't slam on the brakes, doesn't yell, doesn't protest, doesn't honk, just keeps driving forward, driving Mr. Arbery forward. He helped to get Mr. Arbery to this location by redirecting him up Holmes. The most important thing is when you have common criminal intent, and here the state's position is that as parties to the crime, there's common criminal intent to attack Mr. Arbery via false imprisonment, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, aggravated assault with the shotgun, and false imprisonment ultimately on Holmes. And that common criminal intent to do all those things, not necessarily the conspiracy. I'm not talking about conspiring in advance and coming up with a plan as we sit around the kitchen table. We're talking about what they actually did, acted in concert with each other. The white truck came down Holmes. Mr. Bryan was going up Holmes. Mr. Arbery had already turned around and was running back, and the white truck passed him. Mr. Bryan did not abandon this. He turned around. He kept going, and then he accelerated to catch up to Mr. Arbery, passed the blue mailbox, saw the shotgun, and kept going. Common criminal intent, which resulted in malice murder, resulted in all the felony murders. All of his actions did substantially contribute to the death of Mr. Arbery, and they were necessary because without those actions, Mr. Arbery would be alive. We ask that you deny the directed verdict for all of the counts as to Mr. Bryan. Thank you.
Any final word from Mr. Bryan?
Your Honor, when the state is constrained to acknowledge that they have no legal authority for their position, for example, on malice murder, then I think the court should take seriously the motion to grant the directed verdict. There is no malice murder case against Mr. Bryan. With all due respect to the state, there never was. There are some other issues in the case that are more challenging and more troubling. That's an easy call. I think it's an easy call on count 2 felony murder for Mr. Bryan only. Again, the state has no fault. It doesn't even pretend to give an explanation as to how Mr. Bryan, thinking that he's aiding a citizen arrest lawfully or unlawfully, how that translates into an intent to shoot or an intent to injure. And it's deeply troubling to me that the state can't have the candor to acknowledge to the court that maybe in retrospect, counts 1 and count 2 as to Mr. Bryan were not well thought out. There's no proximate cause. There's no reasonable foreseeability here. I'm impressed with the argument that was made, but still, Mr. Bryan is entitled to a directed verdict, certainly on count 1, almost certainly on count 2, and arguably as to every count in the indictment. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I apologize profusely. I had pulled up the case and I forgot to cite it. And it is both the state of Georgia, well, Moore versus the state and Milburn versus the state. It is 311 Georgia 506. And in this particular case, a group of men wanted to rob a drug dealer, and one person stayed downstairs to keep the boyfriend away while they went up to go ahead and search the apartment. Unfortunately, the girlfriend was in the apartment, and the two that went up there, one executed the girlfriend. They came downstairs. The state obtained a malice murder conviction on the man downstairs who simply kept the boyfriend from protecting the girlfriend upstairs. And that is a case that does show someone who doesn't have their finger on the trigger, who's downstairs doing some other action, the same sort of criminal intent, which we feel that's here, same criminal intent to falsely imprison, aggravated assault with the trucks and with the gun, can be convicted of malice murder. And that's the case we cite here. I apologize for not having brought it up further earlier.
Sorry, was there a citation for Milburn, or are we abandoning that at this point?
No, Moore and Milburn are co-defendants, and it was a combined case, and so it is the same case. 311 Georgia 506 out of Cobb County 2021.
Again, Your Honor, that case doesn't even get close here. That is in line with the other cases, what I call the distraction line of cases. It's basically the same thing. In this case, it's distraction plus, in that the person who's being charged is holding, basically, a third party who could otherwise and would otherwise go to the defense of the person who's killed. Mr. Bryan is sitting out there in his truck armed only with a cell phone. He's not holding anybody back. He's not saying, Mr. Albanza, you stay back there. There's nobody else on the scene. This is a case where someone is actively preventing this. Moore v. State is a case where someone is actively preventing a third party from coming to the aid of the person being killed upstairs. That is completely irrelevant and totally off base. And again, Your Honor, if that's the best the state can present to the court, then I think the court is constrained to grant the directed verdict as to count 1.
All right, I've heard the arguments and presentation of counsel on the motions for directed verdict under 1791A. The court, considering the appropriate standard after the state's rested, is denying the motions for directed verdict of the McMichaels defendants. The collective motion made by Mr. Hogue as well as Mr. Bryan's motion for directed verdict as presented. The court also has the demur to address. So the court, having reviewed the demur, it looks like it does raise a slightly different issue than what had been presented previously in the demurs that had been filed, specifically the contentions that count 7, and this is paraphrasing, combines multiple violations or different violations under the same statute in a variety of ways with numerous defendants. This is the allegation. In such a manner that cannot be reasonably countered at trial. And I've reviewed count 7, which does apply to all 3 defendants. It's the aggravated assault. In this particular case, the defendants are charged as parties to a crime. Having reviewed the language of the indictment itself, it is in the conjunctive. Court looking at cases such as Moore v. State, 319 Georgia App 696, and Straker versus State, 259 Georgia App 904, as well as Muhammad versus State, 307 Georgia 89. After considering the submission of counsel as well as arguments made, denies the demur. The next matter I have before the court is the defendant's presentation of evidence and choice to testify. So what I'm planning to do is get into Mr. Bryan's opening statement and then get right into evidence. I'm assuming we would start with Travis McMichael. I didn't know whether there was going to be a combined presentation. Has there been any discussion about that?
Joe, we're going to begin with our witnesses. And so to the extent that they serve both Travis and Greg McMichael, they may or they will. And I think that we will be handling all of the witnesses for that joint kind of presentation.
I'm just trying to think of how that then is presented as we get started with the jury.
And it would probably be something to the effect of we rest, and then if
And
the Hogues need to do anything, then they could, or they would just say we also rest, and then Mr. Bryan.
Okay. That makes sense. Understand how we're presented then. Then I guess with that being how we're going to move through this. Go ahead, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, we do have 2 matters to put on the record before we bring the jury back in.
I'll get through. I'm trying to get through that. What I'd like to do then is, has there then been discussion, counsel for Travis McMichael, about his right to testify and his intent with regard to testimony in court?
Yes, we've discussed with him that he has the right to testify or not. He has expressed to us that he understands that very clearly, and he will elect to do so or not do so. The court certainly can inform him that he has the right and that he's presumed innocent and all that, but we discussed that with him already.
All right.
Let's make sure he's informed, right?
Right. I want to make sure he's informed. So generally what I'll do is swear the defendant in and walk through a few questions to make sure that I'm comfortable with his understanding of what his rights are, since it is his decision and his decision alone to testify. Right. So that's the court's general course. We can do that. I guess what you're saying is at this point, no decision's been made, or there has been.
We're asking the court not to ask him if he's going to testify or not, but the court can inform him of his rights.
Well, I might have to circle back then as we get into the evidence just to make sure that I'm clear about where we are. But I would like to generally make sure that that discussion has occurred.
Yes, Your Honor, same thing. We have made Mr. McMichael abundantly clear. And of course, he already was aware of his rights, the dangers, the pros, the cons, and he understands that it is his decision to make. But we would not be allowing, respectfully, the court to inquire of him of that decision until he's made that decision. He'll either take a stand or he won't, and that will inform the court and the rest of the folks of what decision is made.
Well, I'm going to wait then to swear the defendants. My understanding then representation. Well, no, let me just do this. I'll make a much more general inquiry then, just to make sure the defendants have had that opportunity. If they wish to take any additional time, they can do so. All right. Let's do that then. What I'm going to do is just swear each one of the defendants in for the limited purpose that I just described, and we should move through this relatively quickly. So, get all 3 defendants. Just please say them. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. That's the answer. I do. All right. Travis McMichael. Just want to make sure that you understand before we get started that I have no opinion on this whatsoever. The only reason that I've sworn you in this morning is to make sure that I have an understanding of your knowledge with regard to your right to testify in this court. I'm going to ask you some questions. None of those questions are intended to ask what specifically you have discussed with your lawyers. You have a privilege with your lawyer. I want just some basic understanding of what you know about your right to testify in this court. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What is your highest level of education?
12th grade graduate.
And I understand you've already spoken with your attorney already about your right to testify in this court.
I did.
And you understand that you do have a right to remain silent in this court?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what that means is that you have the right not to take the stand and testify, and nobody can make you testify in this court. Do you understand that?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
The right to testify in this court before this jury is your right, and therefore it ultimately is your decision and your decision alone whether you do or do not testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
No matter what your lawyer may have told you, and again, I don't want to get into any of that, ultimately it's your choice.
That's correct.
You understand that if you do testify, you'd be treated like any other witness in this court, which means that not only would you be able to testify on direct examination with your counsel, but you would be subject to cross-examination by the state.
Yes, sir.
Do you need any additional time to speak with your lawyer about your right to testify in this court?
I do not.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. McFarland. Again, I have no opinion either way. You understand that. I won't go through all that prefatory that I just did with Travis McMichael. Again, I'm just trying to ensure that you understand what your rights are before this court. With regard to your education level, what's your highest level of education? Okay. And I understand you have already spoken with your attorney already about your right to testify in this court. You understand you do have a right to remain silent. And that what that means is you do not have to take the stand in this court. I probably should mention when I was going through this with Travis McMichael. If you choose not to take the stand in this case, the court will instruct the jury that they can't hold that against you in any way. Again, lawyers, you've had this discussion with your lawyers. You understand that ultimately is your decision and your decision alone whether or not you do or do not testify in this case. And have you had a full opportunity to discuss the matter with counsel? Yes. Do you need any additional time to speak with counsel? All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Bryan. Again, what is your education level?
12.
And again, you do understand that you have a right to remain silent in this court?
Yes, sir. I do.
That you cannot be compelled to testify before the panel if you don't wish to?
Right. Yes.
You can testify before the panel. You understand that?
I understand.
And the decision to testify or not testify is ultimately your decision and your decision alone?
Yes, sir.
No matter what you may have discussed with counsel?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a full opportunity to discuss with counsel your right to testify before this court?
We have.
And you understand that if you do testify before this court, you'll be treated as any other witness, which means that the state will cross-examine you.
I understand.
And you understand that also if you choose not to testify, the court will instruct the jury that that cannot be held against you in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I do.
Do you need any additional time to speak with counsel about your right to testify in this court?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goff, you indicated you had 2 matters before the panel comes back.
Yes, Your Honor. Since we last broached the subject, I would note that an individual that matches the general height and build of Pastor Mark Baker, a local pastor, I believe in jury selection, he was referenced by one of the jurors or potential jurors as having had the Attorney General of Georgia, Chris Carr, as a guest at his church where this case was discussed. I saw what I believe was that young gentleman, a pillar of our community, I would add, in the back of the courtroom yesterday. And I can't say that I see him now, but I thought I saw him out in the hallway. I would also note it's unclear whether he is a member of the Community First Planning Commission, one of the 21 black pastors. Of course, that is not just black pastors. There are other white pastors who've been in and out of courtroom. I believe yesterday afternoon, I could be mistaken because I've never had the pleasure to meet her personally, but I believe our local rabbi, a white female, who's also been active in the social justice movement here, for lack of a better word, is present in the back of the courtroom. Given the court's rulings, and I'm not questioning the rulings of the court, of course, we're unable to document who actually is in the back of the public gallery, in the back of the courtroom. But then this morning, I believe, as much as I'd like to see him, I regret the circumstances, the Honorable Right Reverend Jesse Jackson is here yet again in the back of the courtroom. And there has been no indication yet from the state or anyone else that he is actually here in a capacity as a minister, given his remote location from this area. I am, again, separately and independently from any of the prior motions for mistrial, moving for a mistrial in this case. Again, the developments of yesterday afternoon and today, in conjunction with all that has gone before, recently called into question whether the defendant Bryan can receive a fair trial in this matter, notwithstanding the best efforts of this court to ensure one. And we are therefore moving for, again, for a mistrial.
I think the remaining defendants.
We're not joining on mistrial, Your Honor, but I think that it's prudent to recognize the limitations that the court set for who will be sitting in these rows, and that we do have the overflow room for the general public. I think it's been made abundantly clear that the people who are joining the Arbery family are part of a larger conversation that is happening nationally, that has been funneled down into the community. And so they represent a national conversation that is for the conviction of the defendants. And for that reason, I think that they should not be present in the courtroom where the jury can see them and be reminded of the national conversation. That is an improper influence on the jury to the extent, and I'm sure that they would recognize throughout the course of their lives, that they have had this type of impact on communities, nationally and locally. And for that reason, I think it's more prudent to have them join the public in the overflow public room so that the risk of influence isn't present. Thank you.
Greg McMichael joins Travis McMichael's motion.
That would be the remedy that we're seeking.
There's absolutely no evidence that these jurors are aware of any national conversation about the conviction of these defendants. So to say that this is having an influence on the jurors assumes facts absolutely not in evidence. The assumption that there's some improper influence because some people are sitting in the back of the courtroom, there's been no evidence of that. And we leave it to the discretion of the court, Your Honor.
All right. The court's denying the mistrial. I address Mr. Sheffield's point. During jury selection, these particular members of the panel, the entire panel, I should say, that was before the court over 3 weeks was extensively, I don't want to say examined because that makes them sound like witnesses, not equated that before, but they were asked quite a bit about their backgrounds as part of the vetting process for this jury. And in fact, a lot of that went further than this court may have thought necessary, but it did delve deeply into many beliefs that they have about what is going on in this community, as well as with regards to organizations such as Black Lives Matter and various other things. So that has been vetted through the court, and I'm comfortable that that process has resulted in a panel that is willing to listen to the evidence and only the evidence that is presented in this courtroom. I've already ruled upon the presence of certain individuals in the court. I'm not going to go back over that, but I'm denying the mistrial for the same reasons that I've done before. I will note that the court has put restrictions on what folks can actually wear in the courtroom, not doing any buttons or face masks or anything like that. Everybody is here complying with the court's orders. There is also a order in place that governs seating in the courtroom and seating in the overflow room. And as far as I'm concerned, that has been complied with. That's the court's order that I put in place about a week, maybe 2 weeks, a bit longer before the trial started, to help address some of the concerns that were voiced prior to trial. So since everybody's complying with this court's orders, and since the court is comfortable that we have a panel in place that will listen to the evidence that is presented and not be influenced by factors that may or may not be appearing in the courtroom. And I'll note, just so that it's clear, I believe that the Reverend Jackson is in the courtroom. With all due respect to whomever Mr. Goff was addressing before, I don't know who that is, but the court's position, I think, has been made clear. All right. Are we ready to get the panel?
Not quite. The second motion, Your Honor. And that is a motion that relates back to issues that were discussed by the court with counsel before the trial started, I believe. And this motion is based on the developments during the trial of this case. We don't think the record is, at this point, adequately documents whether jurors have been contacted or otherwise exposed to improper influences. I think that it's probably at this point insufficient to just let the jurors bring matters to the attention of the court. It's probably something for the balance of the trial court should consider inquiring on the record, or however we're going to do that to preserve the record. When we actually prepared the written motion that was filed on the matter the court's already addressed this morning, the ingenuity with which individuals over time, from the anti-civil rights organizations to organized crime, whatever, there just seems to be so innumerable ways to influence jurors. Sometimes they're not even aware of it. Sometimes it's not even clear till after the fact. We think the court, it's incumbent on the court to better document the situation with jurors on a daily basis. And in support of that, I would start by go ahead and tendering as an exhibit. I was kind of surprised it didn't come up during Officer Rash's testimony, but he wasn't my witness. Matt Work can mark this as whatever exhibit next is for Mr. Bryan. And I'm going to provide a copy to opposing counsel. Hopefully there'll be one left for me when I'm done. Your Honor will recall the testimony of Officer Rash at the very conclusion. I believe it was the last question or two on redirect from Ms. Dunkowski. She asked Officer Rash whether there was some litigation and whether it would affect his testimony. Of course, he said no. And of course, he's subject to recall, and whether we go back to Officer Rash or others go back in rebuttal, it's not for me to say. But there is, in fact, a federal civil lawsuit involving Officer Rash and the defendants in this case, as well as District Attorney Jackie Johnson and Waycross District Attorney George Barnhill, filed by Wanda Cooper in her individual capacity as administrator of the estate of the decedent Ahmaud Arbery. That complaint, and it's copied, you're reading left to right instead of right to left on the page numbers, Your Honor. But basically, this is a lawsuit that spans 45 pages and approaching 300 paragraphs. Your Your Honor. It is a suit essentially making claims that are substantial. I would also note, and we certainly can try and print stuff online, I think it's pretty much common knowledge at this point, at least in Brunswick, that the 223 Foundation raised or claims to have raised $2 million for the estate of Mr. Arbery. I'm going, Your Honor, that this is a case in which there are a lot of resources out there, and there's a lot of things in play. And we think that, for example, the same lawyers involved in this case just settled for $27 million a lawsuit involving George Floyd. There's a lot of money floating around out there. And I'm not saying that anybody's using that money improperly. I haven't alleged that. But I am suggesting that under the circumstances of the case, that it would be appropriate to heighten at this point, based on the developments as the case has progressed, the court's inquiry or protection of the jurors from improper influence. I would note that none of us, including the state, no one has asked to sequester this jury. And I'm not asking the court to do that now. But we do have an unsequestered jury. And I think that under the circumstances, given the history in the George Floyd case, and I don't mean any disrespect to Mr. Floyd, I guess technically I should call it the Chauvin case, issues arose, things that came out after the fact involving, I believe, one of the jurors, issues involving elected officials, consciously or unconsciously, perhaps influencing a sequestered jury's verdict. I think there's enough basis in this situation. And given the developments during the trial and what is anticipated to be a massive event outside the courthouse in the morning, that the court step up the efforts taken by the court to ensure the sanctity of our jury process. These jurors have certainly never been exposed or involved in a case like this before. So I made my motion.
This is the same motion that was made by Mr. Hogue earlier in the case. The court initially indicated that we used that process, but the court and I informed counsel that I'd reconsidered that process and that I was comfortable with the way the court has been moving forward here, which is every evening before we break, making very clear and repeating the court's instruction with regard to any outside influences and asking that they be reported immediately upon their return. I have not received any of that from the panel, and the court's position remains that there are safeguards in place to ensure that that is not occurring. I understand counsel's concern, and that is the reason we're asking, or I'm telling them every night what the court's specific instructions are with regard to any outside influence discussion in the case, picking up newspapers, addressing social media, addressing anybody talking to them, addressing anybody actually speaking in their presence of hearing, and reporting that back to the court. That's why they received that instruction. So the court intends to proceed that way.
And for the record, they don't think I tendered a copy of the federal legal law. So I gave it to the clerk, and I can see the blue tag on it. And Your Honor, the federal civil lawsuit has been tagged, identified as Bryan Exhibit number 51. 51.
Any objection
to that this time?
No, Your Honor.
There you go.
I think you got to read the clerk.
Maybe one more from Craig McMichael.
No objection.
Submitted. All right. Understand then, Mr. Goff, you ready for your opening statements?
I believe we are, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go ahead and get the pen. And Mr. Goff, just to zero them in, I'm going to remind them that you had reserved your opening statement to the close of evidence.
Bail assist Ms. Burgess and chair over there by the equipment.
Oh, okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I think it's good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, my name is Kevin Goff. I don't represent any McMichael defendants. I represent Rody Bryan, this gentleman over here in the corner. And opening statement is an opportunity for you to give a preview, or in this case, overview of what we expect the evidence to be in this case. I know it's getting close to lunch. I'm not going to try and go into every detail. That could take all day. But I would like to highlight for you what we believe is some of the important evidence for you in arriving at the truth here and in arriving at a just verdict for Rody Bryan. I'm going to begin from Rody Bryan's perspective and during our case, Mr. Bryan has no obligation to present any case. But during the presentation of our case, we expect to publish this exhibit to you, which you may or may not remember from earlier in the trial or a portion of it. Rody Bryan, on February 23, 2020, is working on his porch, front porch, minding his own business. And you can see Mr. Bryan there. Somewhere in that video, I can't see it right now, but there's a hammer somewhere behind Mr. Bryan. Matter of fact, you can just go ahead and play the video. You can see Mr. Bryan is working on his front porch. There's certainly no evidence that he's communicating with anybody else. There's no evidence that he's listening to any police scanners. There's nothing to suggest that he's participating in anything other than what it looks like. Repairing the front porch to his house. I can't tell if he's reaching for his hammer at that point, but it's there behind him, between him and the door. Oh, that's his tape measure, I'm sorry. And at some point in this process, the evidence shows, and you can see how big the yard is, and it goes off to the side, and you can see a tree in his front yard that's providing a lot of shade at this point in time. Mr. Bryan catches out of the corner of his eye something that's different. And as he moves to get a better view, of course, he sees Mr. Arbery, and then he sees a truck catching up to Mr. Arbery. And their words exchanged. Mr. Arbery, this is to me, this is important. The evidence does not show that Mr. Arbery has reached out to Mr. Bryan. You know, there's been a lot of talk about driveway decisions. There's been a lot of talk about assuming the worst in people. And at this time, we're going to pan to the still. And the still is going to be exhibit. During the defense case, we'll be publishing this picture, which is marked as States 139. Now, we're not going to get into a big discussion about what Mr. Bryan does or doesn't know right now. The point is, as Mr. Arbery is running up to and past Mr. Bryan's home, this is, with all due respect, it could be something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. There's nothing menacing here. There's nothing dangerous here. Now you have to add in, this is a picture taken on a different day by law enforcement, but you have to add in Mr. Bryan, as you just saw in the previous video, working on his front porch. In this picture, the garage door is open. You can't see, but you do see in the other evidence in the case, Mr. Bryan's pickup truck parked in the driveway facing out with lumber in the back of it. And Mr. Arbery is the one who's coming up the street. Mr. Bryan's listening to music and obviously oblivious to what's going on that morning. Mr. Bryan has the opportunity before Mr. Arbery has the opportunity before Mr. Bryan even understands what's going on to say and speak out. Help, call 911. There's crazy people after me. That doesn't happen. What Mr. Bryan sees from his front porch is an encounter that's, I believe, caught on the other Night Owl video. Yeah. As we do that, Mr. Bryan hasn't assumed, the evidence would suggest that Mr. Bryan hasn't assumed the worst about anyone. That Mr. Arbery, for whatever reason, has assumed the worst about Mr. Bryan. Because if he's in distress, if he, in fact, is feeling threatened, he has the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Bryan. The evidence would suggest, and you saw the drone thing yesterday, which for all its limitations, shows you it's a fairly big neighborhood. There's a lot of houses on this Sunday afternoon. There's no evidence that Mr. Arbery ever reached out to help, for help, either Mr. Bryan or anyone else in that neighborhood. But from Mr. Bryan's perspective, when he sees Mr. Arbery come by and he sees this truck, and I believe the truck is visible in this video, he's responding to what he's seeing. And what he's seeing is someone who's not asking for assistance and not asking for help. Now, you know, there's been a lot of talk about folks in this case and their motivations. I'm looking at it from the perspective of Rody Bryan. Rody Bryan, the evidence shows, knows the people who run by his house because he sees them, 4 or 5 of them. But the evidence shows that he's never seen Mr. Arbery before. Now, to be fair, it's a big neighborhood. And intuitively, the evidence would suggest Mr. Bryan knows the difference between running to something and running from something. But in this case, there's really no mystery. But when Arbery passes Mr. Bryan's house, with all due respect, we know why. And I think that we can discern that from the evidence. Now, on the second Night Owl video, of course, you can see Mr. Arbery, stop there, or go back a second. Okay. obviously something's taking place on the street. And then what is Mr. Bryan's response? Because it's been suggested that Mr. Bryan is something other than who he is. And partly that's based on the words that Mr. Bryan himself uses, because he's not always the most artful. But I would submit to you that the videos don't lie. It doesn't matter whether Mr. Bryan said he was walking on one day or running the next. We can see from the night out video that Mr. Bryan, I think as the police officer has acknowledged, is walking into his garage, walking into his house. He's not running. And he does that. He does so without a weapon. He's got a hammer on the front porch. He leaves the hammer behind. He walks into his house calmly, and he retrieves his keys. You know, actions oftentimes speak louder than words. And in this situation, the evidence shows that Mr. Bryan, in fact, had a rifle in his house on the day of the shooting. Mr. Bryan does not retrieve his rifle. He does not get his rifle. The evidence is that Mr. Bryan does not even possess a handgun, but he does possess a rifle. He leaves it. Nor does he go in the kitchen. He's not grabbing a butcher knife. He's not going in the garage. He's not picking up a machete. He walks out to his car with a cell phone and his keys. And that speaks volumes as to the intentions of Mr. Bryan on the day in question. Now, also, interestingly, and it's at the very end of the video, I think. I guess we'll just wait for Mr. Bryan to walk inside his house, and then he's going to come back out. And I think if you look at the timestamp, which we know timestamps aren't always accurate, but in this situation, in this case, we have no reason to question it. It takes approximately 13 seconds for Mr. Bryan to leave the lower right-hand corner, go in the house, get his keys, and come back and stop right there, and get into his truck. Now, and I don't mean any disrespect to my client here, but it doesn't really matter whether Mr. Bryan says he's angled to the left, or he's angled to the right, or he's angled good, or he's angled not so good, or he's angled with more or less emphasis. We can kind of tell from this night out video as to whether Mr. Bryan can accurately recall events, whether he can even do that on February 23rd. What do we know? When Mr. Bryan initially pulls up to the street, in fact, Mr. Bryan is angled to the right, away from Mr. Arbery. So any statement that's being put out there to suggest he's angled to the left, well, that's just not what the video shows. Now, he does pull back. Go ahead, play the rest of it. He pulls back briefly. Well, okay, and that's the end of it. But as he pulls back, he's straight in his driveway. That's what the evidence, the hard evidence shows. So people trying to suggest things or read things into Mr. Bryan's words, my suggestion to you is your duty as jurors is to honestly seek the truth, to look beyond the words to the actual meaning that's intended. Now, I want to talk about the physical evidence in this case, because there's been a lot of talk, or a lot of evidence, or a lot of speculation about Mr. Bryan driving around the neighborhood. The physical evidence suggests, I would submit to you, that Rody Bryan isn't out there like Evel Knievel. There's no evidence, for example, that he's tearing up his neighbor's yards. How do we know that? First, where are the pictures of all the damage done by Mr. Bryan's truck as he's going in and out of people's yards? There is no such evidence. Second, there's no evidence, and there will be no evidence, that neighbors complained or reported destruction of their landscape by Mr. Bryan. And that kind of makes sense. Anyone who's landscaped a yard knows how expensive that can be. And whatever has happened on February 23rd, and Mr. Bryan's been candid, he doesn't know exactly what's happened that day. But whatever's happened that day, if he's trucking through people's yards, tearing up their plants and their lawns, that's going to create its own set of problems. Now, we have I can't see it on these, and that's okay, but we have a deep, sometimes watery drainage ditch running along Merchant Burford. You do see it in some of the other videos that you've seen in this trial. And you hear about Mr. Bryan overshooting the road. The evidence shows another time he used the word crept out. Crept out good. Kind of hard to figure what that means, but what does the physical evidence tell us? Where is the evidence that Mr. Bryan left the road? We know that he said that he still had he could back up good. He still had his back tires on the road. We know that he didn't back down. He didn't go down into that ditch. However, active the tense or the wording that he's using, we know that he didn't, because there's no physical evidence, for example, that there's dirt or grass or anything on the underside of Mr. Bryan's truck. And again, we're talking out here where there's a ditch going down, and he's supposedly trying to run over Mr. Arbery. I think that's what the state tried to suggest. Where's the evidence that he did that? Because he's not running through the ditch, and there's nothing on the undercarriage of his car. Interestingly, I don't know that there's a single picture out there of the front of Mr. Bryan's vehicle. In an aggravated assault case where Mr. Bryan is supposedly trying to run somebody over with his truck, we have lots of evidence, lots of discussion about the side of Mr. Bryan's vehicle. I think there's one picture of the back of his truck and not a single picture of the front. Now, Is there any evidence to suggest that Mr. Bryan's Chevy Silverado was different from all the rest? That he must have a Chevy Silverado, must be built like for flight or something, because it's all smooth on the front. There must not be a grill or a bumper or other things, because the physical evidence is inconsistent with what is being presented to you in this case. Context is key here. Does the evidence show, what does the evidence show? How hard can it be? Where is the evidence of someone who is evading and eluding who cannot go off-road? Is there any reason, does the evidence suggest that Mr. Arbery could not have walked off of the road onto a neighbor's lawn, onto Mr. Bryan's front lawn, and cried out for help? Is there evidence that he couldn't have stood behind a tree or so much as a mailbox? Does the evidence suggest that Mr. Bryan ever did or was he prepared to leave the path of the road, to leave the road? Is there any evidence that anyone did that or was prepared to do it that day? And, let's talk some more about physical evidence. There's no evidence from Rody Bryan's truck's computer system. You've heard testimony about that. We may hear more about it. But you have heard Mr. Bryan's statements, and we'll play portions of them again before this case is over. Mr. Bryan cannot know, for example, as he speaks to Officer Minshew on the side of the road in the moments after the shooting, he can't know whether the computer chip in the truck has recorded the information. Obviously, that's something that motor vehicles do. That's why the police looked at it. He doesn't know that. He doesn't have time in the seconds before Officer Minshew arrives on the scene to go be manipulating or configuring his motor vehicle's computer chips or the data that's stored on it. Where is the evidence that he even attempted to do that? Now, we know that it took months for the police. The evidence is that it took months for the police to go and examine that chip. And by that point in time, the evidence has been lost. But there's no evidence that that's the result of deliberate acts on the part of Mr. Bryan. When Mr. Bryan is talking to Officer Minshew on the side of the road, he has no way of knowing what that evidence is going to show. Where is the physical evidence on the roadway, on Burford, on Holmes? Where is the physical evidence of Mr. Bryan driving aggressively? Where are the tire tracks, the brake marks, or the skid marks for all the times that Mr. Bryan has supposedly stopped short or changed direction without destroying any landscaping or mailboxes? Where is the evidence on the roadway itself of any aggressive driving? Now, there's been testimony. Mr. Bryan's never denied that he attempted to block the path of travel of Mr. Arbery. That's never been denied. You've heard Mr. Bryan acknowledge that on February 23rd on the side of the road, at the police station, later with the GBI. But the manner in which that's done, where is the evidence that that's done in an aggressive manner? It's been suggested that Mr. Bryan tried to run over Ahmaud Arbery as he comes back in front of his driveway. Now, when we last see Mr. Bryan's truck in the Night Owl video, it's already at the end of the driveway, sticking somewhat out in the street far enough that he can see around the bushes that would otherwise obstruct his view. That looks like a two-lane road to me. I guess we could ask one of the witnesses about it, but generally these roads are about 10 feet across. How is Mr. Bryan going to accelerate from a stop when he's already in that road? And he's going to jump out there and try and hit Mr. Arbery. But we know the physical evidence is inconsistent because Mr. Bryan has to stop his vehicle before he completely leaves the road. He has to stop his vehicle so he doesn't go down in that ditch and hit the front of his car to the far side of it and go through it and pull back up. Where is the physical evidence to suggest that Mr. Bryan did anything more than what he said, creep out of his driveway to try and cut off Mr. Arbery? The physical evidence is inconsistent with the kind of aggressive driving implied in this case. What about the lumber in the back of Mr. Bryan's truck? That's evidence in this case. Kind of hard to see at the moment, but right around there, you can see lumber in the back of the truck. Now, if you cross-reference that to the first Night Owl video, I'm not going to ask her to go back and play that again, but if you cross-reference it, those appear to be, if the ones in the truck match the ones on the porch, they're 2x8s. On the scene, afterwards, have any of those been lost? Is there any evidence of a 2x8 going through the back of Mr. Bryan's windshield? Do we see that at the scene? Is there any evidence that Mr. Bryan had to drive back around the neighborhood, picking up various things that flew out of his truck during this aggressive maneuvering? There's no evidence of damage to the bedliner or to the tailgate. There's not even a scratch attributable to the supposed acrobatic maneuvers implied by the state. Did they attempt to fingerprint the lumber to see whether Mr. Arbery attempted to liberate a 2x8 from the back of this truck? Nobody is looking for this evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason nobody's looking for it is because it's clear, the evidence is clear from the context of all Mr. Bryan's statements, that he never attempted to assault Mr. Arbery with his motor vehicle. The evidence shows that any attempt to describe Mr. Bryan as having engaged in that behavior would be shamelessly twisting words. No witness will testify that they saw Rody Bryan driving aggressively or recklessly. No neighbors will testify to that because it didn't happen. We have no videos of aggressive driving. Certainly not Mr. Bryan's video, where he's moving at 2 miles to 3 miles an hour. We have a neighborhood chock full of security cameras, but there is not evidence from any of those cameras showing any aggressive driving on the part of Mr. Bryan. Take that down. Now, I can't presume what anyone else is going to do in this case or any other lawyer or lawyers, but based on the opening statements of Travis McMichael's counsel, I think the evidence is going to be that Travis McMichael will testify about the events of February 23rd. And a lot of that conversation probably doesn't involve Mr. Bryan. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan was present on February 11th during previous encounters between Mr. Arbery and other defendants in this case. There's certainly no evidence that he's ever spoken to Larry English, although he's told the police he's on this Exit 29 Facebook page, which does apparently cover these matters. But we want you to focus, from Mr. Bryan's perspective, not on all this stuff going on down at 220 Satilla. We want you to focus on what Travis McMichael is going to tell you about Rody Bryan. Based on the opening statement, we expect Travis McMichael will testify that he really didn't know Rody, that Travis McMichael nor his father sought Rody Bryan's help, nor that they communicated with him about the English situation or crime in the neighborhood or about anything else prior to the shooting on that day. I believe, if I recall Mr. Rubin's opening statement correctly, Travis McMichael is going to testify that he observed not Rody Bryan attempting to run over Ahmaud Arbery. That would be a crime. What Travis McMichael has observed, consistent with the testimony, the statements made by Rody Bryan at the scene, moments after the shooting, later that night, and subsequently with the GBI, consistent with those statements, that Travis McMichael saw Mr. Arbery acting aggressively, trying to get into the vehicle of Rody Bryan. Now, that is an important consideration. It may be more important in one way for other defendants in this case. But in terms of Mr. Bryan, it helps inform why Mr. Bryan is engaging in the behavior that he does, to understand the context behind the words that Mr. Bryan has used in these interviews with law enforcement. The evidence is that when Mr. Arbery tried to get in his truck, at least the time that Mr. Bryan was aware of it, that scared Mr. Bryan. He pulled up fast, the fastest he's gone during this encounter, putting distance between himself and Mr. Arbery, because it's dawned for the first time on Mr. Bryan that this situation is more fraught with peril than he might have realized standing on his front porch. That's important because when you see the video, it helps inform why he's doing the things he's doing. And when he says that he's keeping a distance from Mr. Arbery in everything that follows, it makes sense. And it will inform your judgment at the end of this case. Now, there is a key piece of evidence in this case, obviously the now famous video. And relax, I am not going to replay the video yet again. We did that just yesterday afternoon. I'm not going to do it again. But the evidence in that video is consistent with what, from the perspective of Rody Bryan, is not conspiracy. It's chaos. We can look at these maps. We can look at these diagrams, these drones, for what they're worth. But the evidence, it shows that this so-called evidence is speculative in nature. And we know that. And it's mistaken in various respects. But we know from the video itself what Mr. Bryan is doing on that day. Now, we're going to play something else in a moment. But there's two things I want to remind you about the video. I'll try and move faster. Two things. First of all, the evidence shows that Mr. Bryan is not trying to run Mr. Arbery down. You can see him pacing him, following him at what the speedometer shows to be 2 to 3 miles an hour. Second, in the final moments before Mr. Arbery's tragic death, evidence, the video, shows Mr. Bryan's efforts to track Mr. Arbery's movements prior to his tragic death, to keep him in view. And that focus is predominantly focused to the right, towards what would appear to be, from Mr. Bryan's view, the logical exit or escape path for Mr. Arbery out of the neighborhood, consistent with other evidence suggesting that Mr. Bryan was at that time attempting to take a video and record Mr. Arbery rather than shoot him or hurt him or be a party to that. There's scant evidence in this case that Mr. Bryan attempted to conceal or minimize his involvement in the events of February 23, 2020. There's no evidence that he sought to justify his actions on February 23, 2020. Probably because his actions on that date were not called into question by any of the police officers that spoke with him. Mr. Bryan, the evidence shows that Mr. Bryan didn't attempt to defend himself. He didn't try to justify himself. He was unaware that he had any reason to do so. Now, I want to talk briefly about what's probably the most important evidence from Mr. Bryan's perspective in this case, and that is the body cam of Officer Minshew, where Mr. Bryan is talking about this incident in the minutes afterwards. And he's given opportunities to minimize his involvement in the events of this day. And I'm not going to play it yet. We're only going to play one excerpt. We're not going to have 1,000 breaks in this. But you have heard the testimony that Officer Minshew gave Mr. Bryan an out, gave Mr. Bryan an obvious opportunity to minimize his involvement. So you're just a passerby. What does Mr. Rody Bryan say? Oh, yeah, let me go home. No, he says not exactly, because he doesn't know what he is. And he's honest enough with the police officer to convey that. Now, at another point, there's a question, should Rody have been chasing him? The answer is, I don't know. We'll discuss some of these issues more in closing. But the evidence would again suggest that this is not somebody who's trying to minimize his conduct. Mr. Bryan says on February 23rd that he acted instinctively. The evidence shows that he was candid, that he can't articulate exactly why he did what he did, other than his general awareness of what was going on in the neighborhood, what had happened to him and his family, and what he sees that day. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about this video and about why it's being taken and how much video there is or videos there are. And I think the demeanor of Mr. Bryan is also evidence for this jury to consider. And we're going to play a brief portion of that. Okay. One more. Well, looks like we won't be playing that excerpt from the video, but we do intend to play that. And Mr. Bryan didn't come up with this theory that he's trying to document what's going on when he spoke to Agent Sechrist. Officer Minshew speaks with him on the side of the road, and you're going to get to hear that because we're going to publish that to you during the presentation of our case. And Mr. Bryan is the one who tells the officer he's got it. He thinks he's got 2 or 3 videos. He doesn't know what he has because he hasn't had time to review it in the moments before the officer arrives on scene. And he invites the officer to sit in his car, not bragging, not boastful, not seeking attention, simply trying to help the police understand what's going on. And he tells you he doesn't even know what's there, but you get to see that in this case. And the police officer, Officer Minshew, is talking to him right there on the video, says, well, why'd you take it? Because I thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away and I wanted to document it for the police. That's not something that was created by lawyers months later. That's something Mr. Bryan says that day. Do we have loud? Okay, well, we won't be playing that one either this afternoon. All right, and that's my fault. There's an excerpt from the interview of Mr. Bryan with Mr. Lowry that you will hear during the defense case in chief. It was suggested earlier that Mr. Bryan wished that he hit Mr. Arbery, that he suggesting that he wanted to hit Mr. Arbery or intended to hit Mr. Arbery. And while you can look at those words on a sheet of paper and you can see them, when you see Mr. Bryan in the interview room saying those words, the evidence will show that Mr. Arbery didn't have any intent to strike Mr. Arbery, that after the fact, sitting there with the police officer, looking back, hindsight sometimes 20/20, that if he had hit Mr. Arbery and stopped him, that he might have saved his life. And when you see his demeanor and you put the words to it, the evidence will show that Mr. Bryan did not intend to harm Mr. Arbery, never intended to harm Mr. Arbery, that he regretted Mr. Arbery being injured. And looking back, he wished he had done more or done something better or different so that Mr. Arbery would not have been shot. And again, the context is the key. Now, I'm going to suggest to you that clip and the other evidence suggests that Rody Bryan legitimately struggles to find the right words in this case, that he struggles at times to convey the meaning, the truth behind those words. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan is some kind of clever wordsmith, that his statements to the police that day are clever wordplay. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan is playing word games with the law enforcement officers. He's legitimately struggling. And your job as jurors is to honestly seek the truth. Your job is not to play gotcha games with one party or another. And we think that the evidence shows, in context, Mr. Bryan had no intent to strike or injure Mr. Arbery. But if you look beyond his actual words, you'll see that. Now, the evidence is that Mr. Bryan, or will be that Mr. Bryan, did not call 911. And maybe he should have. But we believe the evidence shows under the circumstances that he could reasonably assume that someone else did. Maybe he should have stayed on his front porch. It's been suggested that Mr. Bryan, acknowledging that his life would be so much easier if he had stayed on his front porch, that somehow that is a consciousness or acknowledgement of guilt. I think when you look at those words in context, you can see that they are anything but. The evidence will show that the key evidence in this case, the video that Mr. Bryan took on the day in question, that Mr. Bryan is the reason we have that evidence, because for whatever reason, he turned around and went back. It was Mr. Bryan who produced not just the video, because if he was trying to minimize his involvement in this case, that cell phone could have wound up in the marsh long before anybody even realized it mattered. That didn't happen. The evidence is it's Mr. Bryan who alerts everyone to its presence. Even then, what's the second most important piece of evidence in this case after the video that Mr. Bryan makes? I would respectfully submit to you that it's the night owl video of the truck passing in front of his house with Mr. Arbery. Again, that's Mr. Bryan producing the evidence. Matter of fact, I think the evidence shows, or will show, that the police, the Glenn County Police Department, somehow in canvassing the neighborhood, missed his house, probably because he wasn't home. Nobody knew it was there. The evidence doesn't show Mr. Bryan attempting to delete anything from his cell phone. We've got all these forensic people from multiple police departments looking at this thing over and over. Likewise with the night owl video. It's Mr. Bryan who brings these police officers to his house where he lives, invites them in, and they can't get the video. But that's okay. No, you can come back later. I don't need my lawyer here. You can come back. Whatever you need, you can have it. It's Mr. Bryan that is responsible for that evidence being before you in this case. But that supposedly is evidence that Mr. Bryan is trying to conceal something or hide something or minimize his role in this case. And ultimately, you're going to have to decide what the truth is. You know, it wasn't some slick lawyer on the side of the road on February 23rd advising Mr. Bryan. You can see who's on the side of the road. It's in all these body cams. There's no slick lawyer counseling Mr. Bryan, unlike perhaps others. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan has a lawyer. There's no evidence of him calling any lawyers. If he called anybody, you know about it because they've got his phone. It was Mr. Bryan on his own with his 12th grade, whatever it is, education, who's making the decisions out there for the truth to come out and for the truth to be known. And you hear it in his voice on that day on the side of the road. He doesn't know anything about the law. He just has a gut reaction to try and do the right thing. And you hear that. It's not, he didn't, there's no complicated legal strategy. Mr. Bryan made the decision to cooperate with law enforcement in an instant on the side of the road that day. Never looked back and continued to cooperate with law enforcement all the way to today. It's Mr. Bryan who invites the police in his truck. Officer Minshew sits with him in his truck and looks at the evidence for the first time. He's inviting people to his house. He's giving them his truck over and over again because he's trying to hide something. Now, on February 23rd, Rody Bryan put his fate in the hands of the Glenn County Police Department. He put his trust in law enforcement officers that he did not even know. He put his trust in our government to do the right thing. That's what the evidence shows. And now he finds himself here before you, and he's placing his fate in your hands. And if the evidence is as we expect it to be, we're going to come back and ask you to return a verdict of not guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a little bit of a disjointed morning with your news. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch, though. We're going to break until 10 past 1. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you at that time for the continuation of the case. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves during the break. Thank you.
All right, from Dirk.
Scrolling through Facebook.
The audio is kind of bad on this feed, so I'm going to switch to maybe Alive 11 for day 9. and we'll go back to PBS afterwards. Okay, we'll see.
Sure, right. So tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. You've seen this done with several witnesses.
I have.
It's your turn.
Yes, sir.
Travis, are you aware that you do not have to testify?
I am.
How are you aware of that?
You have explained it to me several times. Then the judge this morning has also explained it to me.
Are you aware that you are presumed innocent and you have the right to remain silent?
Leading and irrelevant.
Yeah. We don't need to go through all this. This was done before. So let's get to this testimony.
Okay. Travis.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to testify?
I do.
Why?
I want to give my side of the story. I want to explain what happened and to be able to say what happened from the way I see it.
Okay. Let's do that. Let's talk about Satilla Shores first.
Okay.
When did you move into Satilla Shores?
I moved into Satilla Shores September of 2018.
Okay. Had you visited Satilla Shores before then?
Yes, my parents moved there in 2013, and I'd be there frequently.
Okay. When you moved into Satilla Shores, where did you move into?
My parents' house.
Okay. What types of things would y'all do? Who was living in the house with you when you moved in 2018?
Okay, my parents, my mother and father were there at the time. And then I moved in and I had my son every other week. And so he would be with us then. And then my sister moved back in a few months afterwards.
Okay. How old was your son at that time?
He was just turned 2.
Okay. What type of people live in the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Satilla Shores is an older community. You have a lot of retirees. And then also you start to see young families in there as well. So any given evening, you see older couples around or young families with children out on the roads and the yards and stuff like that.
All right. And seeing old people around and young children out in the yards, are there any other types of activities that you would typically see going on in the Satilla Shores neighborhood while you were living there?
Yes, it's one of the typical small town neighborhoods. You'd have people ride around with golf carts, people walking dogs, people with their kids with little Power Wheels trucks, and children on bicycles, and it's just a real quiet community.
Did you ever interact with people or see people when you were out in the neighborhood?
Yes, if I was out in the front yard or checking the mail or doing whatever, everybody's friendly. So you stop, talk to them, hey, how you doing? Didn't hang out with very many people, but yeah, we talked frequently. Anybody that come by, people stop and talk to each other.
Was there any crime happening in the Satilla Shores neighborhood that you were aware of going as far back as when you first moved in September of 2018?
It was rare at first, but it started building up.
When did it start to build up?
I'd say about October, November. It was about time I moved into Satilla Shores. About September, October of 18 is when it started to roll.
And what types of things were you aware of that were happening at that time?
What I was hearing was there was car break-ins.
It's not all for the truth. It's all ultimately for how it impacted him and what he did.
So we'll go ahead.
So yeah, it was car break-ins. You'd hear people not loitering, but in the yards, suspicious persons. I've heard a trailer stolen, just little stuff like that, but it was continuous. It was every couple months you hear something else.
Okay. Did you ever have anybody going through your things in the neighborhood or have any crime happening to you back in that September 18, October, November, moving into 19?
I did. Right at the first, I started having my truck was actually broken into, or it was open. You see stuff was scattered around. Nothing was taken. Didn't think anything of it. And then by February
of what year?
Of 2019, I bought a little car to drive back and forth to work, and it was broken into numerous times. I got to the point where I would just leave the thing unlocked because they broke the door handle and they broke the glove box. So I just kind of left it just let them have at it, leave everything else alone. But it was continuous.
Did you discuss this with your mother and father?
I did.
Did you discuss it with your sister after she moved in?
Yes.
Did they share things with you about what they were hearing happening in the neighborhood about crime?
They did.
All right. Did you discuss this generally with other people that you would see in the neighborhood?
Yes, it was going on so much in the neighborhood that was usually the topic. If you'd stop by, hey, have you heard of, down the road they had a car broken in? Have your car been broken in lately? Stuff like that. It was just kind of common occurrence at that point. So yeah, it was a discussion.
Were there other sources other than your own experience or talking to your mom and dad where you learned about crime going on in the neighborhood?
Yes.
What was that?
Facebook.
Tell me about that.
Okay, so Facebook, there was a page. I don't know who set it up, but there's a Satilla Shores Neighborhood Watch or Facebook page. And I was either added on there or either way I was on there. And scrolling through Facebook, if you're not looking for it, if something is updated on there, it would pop up. And so in the evening, I'm looking and, a neighbor would pop up. Hey, we just had, police came through, somebody, the neighbor had somebody in their yard or, something was broken into or something like that. So I'd see that, scroll through with him. My mother was also on there. So she would advise me, hey, did you see this? And, I'd look at it or something like that. And then also there's exit 29. It's called exit 29.
Let me stop you there. How is exit 29 relevant as a location?
That was the area we were at. Exit 29 is the interstate exit, which is a couple miles from the highway. And then they had police scanners and stuff like that on there too. So you'd see stuff on there as well.
All right. Did you ever listen to police scanners or pay attention to notices from police scanners?
No, I did download it. If there was something going on in the neighborhood, I'd pop it up, but you never really catch it.
Did you and your mother and father ever caution one another about how you left your cars or how you would leave your things around the house?
Constantly.
Like in what ways?
She would constantly remind me and my father to lock our trucks, or we tell her to lock the trucks. But hey, you need to lock your car. I saw where somebody had their stuff broken into or something like that.
So as we're moving from late 18 into early 19, which I think the time period that you're talking about, how did you feel about what you were learning about crime in the neighborhood?
It was beginning to become a problem. And it was definitely a problem because it was starting to be a common occurrence, like I said.
Okay. Did you take any action at that time, other than what you described by you and your parents talking about locking things up and keeping stuff out of your car that could be stolen? Was that about it?
That was about it, yes.
Did your parents appear to be concerned about the crime that was happening in the neighborhood?
Well, we would discuss it, but it was about the same level that I was on. Just, hey, make sure that our stuff is locked and secured.
And how old are your parents back in 18, 19?
Early 60s.
Early 60s, okay. Did you speak to ultimately any other of your neighbors in the neighborhood about crime in the neighborhood as we move forward from February 2019 into the summer? Did you begin to speak to people about crime in the neighborhood?
Yes, it was, like I said, we weren't searching it, but you stopped by, yes, I saw this or heard this or read that.
And can you name some of the people that you may have spoken
to? I know one was Matt Albenzi. He would stop by, see us in the yard, and it would come to it. I am sure there's another neighbor down the road.
Was Kim Ballesteros a neighbor that you spoke to?
Yes, Kim Ballesteros was right across the street from us, and she had her purse stolen from out of her vehicle, I believe. And she told me about that. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was supposed to have happened?
It was summer of 2019, June, July, somewhere around there.
Okay. What about Randy Parr? Is he one of your neighbors?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to him about crime?
Yes. I've told him what was going on around there.
Okay. Did you notice that your neighbors began to take certain actions around their homes based on the crime that was happening in the neighborhood? Yes,
about that time around May, June, July, around there. You started noticing and hearing people starting to put cameras in their houses. It was, I can't remember all the people, but you go down the road, you drive down from Still Drive to my house, you see cameras on every, just starting to come up on every house. And also people weren't going out as much in the evening times either.
What do you mean?
Towards dusk, you used to see kids running around, older people walking dogs, stuff like that. And it started backing off. And, people talking about people in the neighborhood that are these break-ins, these people that are coming around these houses, they were just concerned about it, so they wouldn't come out as much anymore.
Did you begin to notice whether police cars were driving through the neighborhood doing any patrols?
Yes.
And where would you notice that?
You see them, or you see it on Facebook. Somebody put, hey, saw, Clinton County Police came through, had the lights on, the side lights, or the outside and see them, or it was pretty obvious.
And did these types of activities give you any concern or cause you to worry in any ways?
It was concerning that nothing was done, that there was, that they have to continue to be in the neighborhood. I was glad to see them in the neighborhood, but it's concerning that you have to have that constant presence.
Did you begin to get a sense about, in any way, the conduct of the people, the suspicious people, and the frequency of their visiting, or did you begin to get a sense of their actions and whether those had become bolder or they had become more frequent or whatnot?
I'm not sure if it was getting more, it was staying frequent, but yeah, there was more stuff being like that. That was around the time that the purse was stolen. I heard that, I won't say I heard a trailer was stolen or a boat or something was stolen at the point. Mom's telling me more frequently, she's hearing of more things being taken, being stolen, and more suspicious persons lurking around that time.
All right. I want to move to a different topic. Have you ever had any law enforcement training?
I have.
Okay. Where did you receive that training?
In the United States Coast Guard.
And did you attend any kind of school to be trained for the Coast Guard for law enforcement purposes.
Yes.
What's the name of the school that you attended?
It was the basic boarding officer course, and then there was following extra classes with it, but it was at the Maritime Law Enforcement Training Center,
Where was that located?
Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay. Did you serve in the Coast Guard?
I did.
What was your dates of active duty?
March of 2007 to June or July of 2016.
In general, did you have duties other than law enforcement type duties in the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Can you name the category of the type of duty that you had?
Yeah. So my rating, which my average job in the Coast Guard, I was a machinery technician, was a mechanic, was my 9 to 5, I guess you would call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And other than going out and doing law enforcement type things, did you do any search or rescue type operations as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that part of the Coast Guard practice that you had in addition to law enforcement and doing mechanic work?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you, what are the types of law enforcement things that you did in the Coast Guard?
We did search and rescue. We would go in there, and then if something would arise to that, if rescue turned into a BUI, we did investigations on that. But it's
maybe obvious, but what's a BUI?
Boating under the influence. Calls water cops. Guys on boats, mainly. But it counter drug.
What was that?
Counter drugs.
Counter drugs. Okay.
Yes, migration or immigration. Assisted Customs and Border Protection, Drug Enforcement Administration, stuff like that.
I'm sorry, assisted who?
Drug Enforcement Administration, Customs and Border Protection.
Okay. Did you ever write violations or citations for people?
I did.
Did you ever work with local law enforcement when you did your law enforcement investigations on the water?
Yes, several times.
So what types of law enforcement agencies would you work with?
So we would work with local and state law enforcement, the sheriff's department it'd be sheriff's department where the 2 stations I was at, and then also state agencies like Florida Wildlife Commission or Georgia Department of Natural Resources or Mississippi Department of Natural Resources.
What is a high interest vessel?
High interest vessel is it would be like a cruise ship or a vessel with kind of like a historical importance, something that if somebody would want to do harm would choose that vessel than anything other, make more news, I guess. And then it's also called HVA, which is a high value asset, which would also be dangerous cargo.
Did your activities as a Coast Guard officer involve you working with high interest vessels?
Yes.
In what way?
In security, making sure that we would set up zones to make sure that nobody that's wishing to do harm to it or that would impede its movement would get in the way. And we would actually enforce laws. We had arrest powers to make sure that we can accomplish that mission.
Do you remember the name of the law enforcement course that you took at the Law Enforcement Academy?
Yeah, it was basic boarding officer course.
Okay. And what essentially did that training authorize you to do?
It allows us to make, it's called SEAS2.
All right. How do you break that down? SEAS2.
All right. It's an acronym. It's SEASII.
SEASII. Okay.
There's a search.
Yes.
Allows to big examinations.
Okay.
Arrest.
Yes.
Seize.
Okay.
Inspect.
Okay.
And inquire.
Okay. SEAS2.
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about the components of your training that you had under this SEAS2 course?
Yes. So I'll give you, I guess it'd be best if I give you the law that gave me. All right.
What is the law essentially that authorizes you to be a Coast Guard law enforcement search officer?
So it gave us the arrest powers.
Okay.
And everything involved with that was 14 USC 89 Alpha.
Okay.
Which gave Coast Guard officers, petty officers, which I was,
All right.
warrant officers, and reserve of the same on active duty, the right to seize to search, examine, arrest.
All right. So this here is the code section that gave you the ability to do these things.
And all vessels in U.S. territorial waters.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Did this course have a law component, like a legal component?
It did.
Did the legal component? What did the legal component address?
The heavy one was Fourth Amendment.
All right. And search and seizure, is that what sort of falls under Fourth Amendment?
It did.
Arrest?
Yep.
Okay. And in terms of, did you also deal with the Fifth Amendment?
We did.
Like due process, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn terms like probable cause or reasonable suspicion?
We did.
Okay. And what was your training about probable cause?
Well, the probable cause definition that we received was level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person.
All right, I'm going to write it down. So hold on. Level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person.
Mhm.
Okay,
given the overall circumstances.
given overall circumstances, okay?
To believe a crime has been committed.
There's no spell check on these things, so I'm not sure. Okay. Let me go back to a component perhaps of training. Did you have a component of your training called use of force?
We did, yes.
All right. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so use of force is the level of force needed to compel compliance in the safest manner. And then we had acronyms and everything for that too. We had a use of force continuum.
All right, hold on. All right, so use of force, and you said you had a continuum?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It was it's levels 1 through 6.
I don't have stuff continuum.
I don't either.
I'm dropping it. C-O-N-T-I-U-M. E-M?
And you have
2 years.
2 U's?
Yes.
We agree on that, 2 U's? We do. Jerry's nodding her head. Awesome. All right, so use of force continuum, what is that?
yeah. So it was drilled to our head. There's 6 levels,
Okay.
and it goes from level 1, which is officer presence.
All right,
I'll just go through all of them.
okay, what does that mean, officer presence?
Officer presence was what we call showing the flag,
Okay.
being out there having the flag, blue lights, just like a cop pulling up on you. You have blue lights, the uniform, his presence, his demeanor, the badge, stuff like that. And it's usually compels compliance. Going through level 1, seeing the police officer, or seeing somebody that's in authoritative figure, usually it's all it has to go to. People,
To compel compliance to do what?
whatever is needed or asked from the officer.
Does it include talking?
Yes,
Okay. Or making an arrest?
yes, it can.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, what's the next level?
Level 2 is verbal commands.
Okay, what does that mean? It's not pretty obvious, but what does that mean?
It was task, direction, and consequence. Yes, task, direction, and consequence.
Okay, so give us just a little bit of a working example.
So when you're in active duty, or you're in law enforcement function, I would say, Mr. Sheffield, you move to the side for me. And if it didn't work to that, you move to the side for me, or I will have to move you.
Okay.
Usually you didn't have to go with that if you can.
Is there a physical component to this, or is it just you're talking?
No, that's it. That's all it is. Verbal command.
With the purpose of obtaining what?
Compliance.
Okay, so that you can do what?
So I can do my job safely and effectively.
Okay, all right. Is it volume dependent, your voice?
Yeah. Voice inflection and tone is definitely a key into it. Being on a boat, a shrimp boat or something like that, and there's loud engines and everything. If I have to talk to you, if I'm trying to talk to you like this, you can't hear me, you can get aggravated. But if I speak louder and my voice inflection is, hey, move over there, you might take it as I'm upset, and then this can escalate into something that we don't want. But if I take everything into consideration, go, excuse me, can you move over there for me?
Yeah.
It's you use it every day.
All right, you use the word escalate. Is it your goal to escalate situations?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
Because once you escalate, you don't know where it's going to go from there. You want to keep everybody calm and cool and be able to do whatever task is at hand safely and effectively.
What is the next level after verbal command?
Control techniques.
All right, what does that mean?
It was anything hands-on, which had a low probability of causing connective tissue damage or injury.
And what's the point of it?
It was if verbal commands didn't work at that point, like if I said earlier, like I'll have to move you, it goes to the point where I have to move you. And I control you where I safely can get you to point A to point B, or it also goes into normal application of handcuffs, is to control you, the subject, without any harm to myself or to you.
Okay. What's the next level?
Level 4 was aggressive response techniques.
All right, what does that mean?
It was kicks, stuns, and punches, and the use of pepper spray, what we call OC.
Okay. And at what point does something like this become necessary?
So we had 2 types of subjects. Probably easier if I said earlier, but level 1 through 3 would be, so you have passive and aggressive. You have passive compliant and passive resistor, and then active resistor and active aggressor.
You're talking about now you, or you're talking about the person that you're dealing with?
The person that you're dealing with.
All right, so say it again, please. The person that you're dealing with, you have levels?
Yes.
And you categorize them as?
There's passive and aggressive.
Okay.
And then broken into there for level 1 and 2. Level 1 is passive compliant, which would take anything I ask you to, you do it.
That would be me.
That would be you, right?
Okay.
Then passive resistor would be, could go into level 2, level 3. Can you move over there for me? You don't. Can you move over there, or I'll have to move you. And then after I make that, you move. That could be a passive resistor, or if I
meet with the judge sometimes.
Yes. And then normal application handcuffs, or if I have to put hands on you, as a passive resistor.
Okay.
Level 4,
Yes.
it would be the kick, stones, and punches. It would be active aggressor.
Okay.
That
Someone who is.
that is trying to cause you harm.
Okay. And what's the next level after 4?
Those intermediate weapons.
Okay. What does that mean?
With what we carried daily was the expandable baton.
All right. To be used.
For level 5. If you're coming at me, always, if you come and trying to harm me, you do kicks, stones, anything like that, I'm authorized to use the baton. And it's to hit meaty portions of the body to cause you to stop from harming me or others.
And then level 6?
Level is deadly force.
Okay. Are you always moving from level 1 to level 6? Is this always moving through that progression?
Yes, it's fluid. It's fluid nonstop. Depends on what you walk into, what occurs during the situation. It can go from level 1 to level 6, or level 1 to level 4, or 4 back to 1. It's just constantly flowing. It depends on the situation and how whoever you're talking to reacts, pretty much.
Okay. I want to talk about the physical side of your training and experience that you had with this type of thing. Okay. But before I do that, I want to ask you again about de-escalation. And to make sure, de-escalation. As it relates to that continuum, do you have any goals as it relates to de-escalation? As it relates to this use of force continuum?
You want to keep it as minimal as possible. You don't want anything to escalate.
So you want the absence of escalation.
That's great.
Okay. Let's talk about, when you were with the Coast Guard, did you work with a team of others?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and your team ever do training as it related to these types of use of force continuums and search and seizure and arrest?
We did.
Okay. When would you do those?
It was required, minimally it was required quarterly, which was 4 times a year. 4 times a year.
Okay.
But we'd have so many people non-rates, which were E1s to E3s before they made rate, would be our boarding team members. And that during that training that I went to at Charleston, I was also a trainer. I was authorized to teach other Coast Guardsmen how to assist into boardings. So we would have new Coast Guards would come to these boats and stations. So we were constantly training. It was probably minimum once a week, sometimes 2-3 times a week. Sometimes we dedicate a whole week to training.
All right.
And it went from physical levels 1 through 5, something like 6, obviously.
Would you practice level 1 officer presence?
Yes, that was any time that we were on the water was obviously level 1.
So I guess my question is, would you practice these various levels?
Yes.
Okay. How would you practice some of these levels that start to get into physicality or higher verbal acuity?
In training?
Yeah.
So in training, we would, going into level 4 or whatever, we would actually have this thing called Red Man Suit. And we would, Fridays usually we bring everybody together, and then we would teach the techniques of the proper way to do this, because take a baton and strike somebody in the head, that's obviously deadly force. We do not want that to happen, if God forbid if that comes to it. So we have to teach, you strike somebody in a meaty portion of the body, how to properly do this stuff, and the best way to do it is get out there and do it. So we would do Red Man training, which these guys would exercise this on each other. Level 4, level 5, we would do handcuffs, practicing normal application of handcuffs. And then the entire time we're also doing level 1 and 2. And if, say, me and you were in a scenario that we built a scenario, it depended on, if you were the boarding officer, how you interacted with me would be how I would interact back with you. So if you came in without another acronym we used was called LEAPS.
Okay. What's LEAPS?
It's called listen, empathize.
How are you spelling?
Listen.
Yeah. No, I know how to spell listen. I got that one.
Okay.
I got that one. The acronym is?
LEAPS.
LEAPS.
Yes, sir.
What's E?
So empathize.
Okay.
Ask questions.
Okay.
Paraphrase.
All right.
And summarize.
Okay. And you were saying you would use LEAPS in your training? You would
Yes.
teach LEAPS?
Yes.
All right.
And that would go to, you go into a situation and jump on a boat or a scenario like this that you get somebody that's distraught or very upset. Instead of going in, hey, calm down, I'm here to do this. There's other ways to do it. So, hey, what's going on? What's wrong? What happened? Well, say you explain to me what's happened. My dog just died. You go to emphasize, yeah, I've had that happen too. It sucks. I'm sorry that this happened. It then goes into.
You're saying empathize? You said emphasize. Did I mishear? Your empathy, is that what you're talking about? Having empathy with somebody?
Yes.
And I wrote down empathize, but you just said emphasize. Maybe it was a slip. Okay, but you're saying you would try to share in one's experience?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then ask questions, ask what's going on with it. It pretty much de-arming somebody, and calming them down. Because once again, the whole goal is to de-escalate, keep anything from arriving.
All right, so is it that this can lead to de-escalation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Have you ever had to use officer presence on the job?
Yes, every day that we were doing it.
Did you ever use verbal command on the job?
Very much so, yes.
Did you use control techniques?
I've had to.
Okay. Did you ever have to use one of your aggressive response techniques, using a baton to hit somebody on the meaty portions of their body?
Never had.
Did you ever have to use intermediate?
I did not.
Or deadly force?
No.
Did you have any training on hand-to-hand combat?
Yes.
Did you have any training on how to retain your weapon?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we carry, there's on regular boardings, if it wasn't, like I said earlier, an HVA or
HVA being
high value asset, which we would stay on the boat. And then we had automatic weapons for that. It's mounted, crew mounted weapons, what they call it. It didn't pertain, but for weapons retention is what we're talking about. We were trained on the personal defense weapon, which is our pistol. We carried an M16, and we also carried an 870 riot shotgun, which is a small 14-inch barrel shotgun.
Okay. And what was the type of training that you had about weapon retention? What was it that you were training one another to do?
It's how to,
obvious, but
yes, it's how to keep your weapon from going into the hands of somebody that's trying to take it from you.
Is this something that you would practice?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What is the concern about not retaining your weapon?
That it would, one, that you would not be able to protect yourself in a deadly force situation, and also that somebody taking a weapon from you would use it on you or others.
Did you ever have any special training with a shotgun?
Yes.
Did it include how to retain it?
Yes.
Okay. Did it include how to use it to de-escalate a situation?
Yes, with any weapon. Yeah, it was the same as the other weapons.
And explain that. Explain, how do you use a weapon to de-escalate a situation?
So in a situation like we would consider it in a level 1, which was officer's presence. In certain situations, like if you come on a boat and you had unaccounted for personnel, or they call known safety hazards, which would to have your weapon drawn, and sometimes a third eye, which was right here, or it was readily accessible, where you didn't have to take it out of the holster. In this situation, that was still level 1, because it's officer presence. You see somebody with that weapon, that's officer presence. Then also, if you had to draw your weapon on someone other than that, was if there was a reasonable possibility that the use of deadly force may be authorized, which was another key component on that.
All right, show me about that. A reasonable possibility
Yes,
that deadly force, what?
may be authorized.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
Means, from the trainer we had, that if you go into a situation that you are not aware of, that you don't know if someone's armed or if they have made threats or made threatening gestures, and you have a weapon that's obviously holstered or you don't have it, and they come towards you or make these threatening gestures, which is closing the deadly force triangle or the attack triangle, then you are authorized to draw that weapon.
All right. What is the attack triangle?
It's subject's actions, weapon, and opportunity.
Okay. Action, weapon,
Yes.
and opportunity. And how does that work?
So say a scenario where you have threatened me. So you're threatening me, you put that under subject's actions. Weapon, what we're taught is everybody has a weapon. Hands, fists are a weapon. So in an attack triangle would be, you're threatening me, you are close enough to attack, and which is the opportunity, and then obviously you make the threat or you make the gesture that you're going to attack, throw the fist back. That is at that point an attack. The attack triangle is closed, and I can use level, which would be level 4, level 5 in that situation.
Okay.
And there's also a deadly force triangle, which goes into, which is subject's actions,
Yes, go ahead.
weapon, and opportunity. And then under weapons, maximum effective range, and if it's readily accessible.
You're talking about range. What do you mean by that?
If you have a baseball bat and you're 50 yards away from me, the weapon is no longer, it doesn't close triangle because the maximum effective range is no longer there. You're not going to harm me with that bat at 50 yards. If you are 50 yards away from me with if I could see a gun on you and you're making the threats, the gestures, then deadly force is trial was closed.
I asked you earlier if you have ever been trained to use a firearm to de-escalate a situation. Is that something that you have trained to do? To use it to de-escalate, but not to actually shoot somebody with it?
Well, yeah, that was it under level 1. They're doing the having it out of holster or having to draw down if need be, if you thought that deadly force may be authorized.
When you say draw down, what do you mean?
To actually have it pointed at you or at the subject or anybody that is causing the threat or that may be the threat at that time.
And when you say draw down and point it at somebody, does that mean that you are in fact going to pull the trigger?
The possibility is there, but obviously you're trying to de-escalate the situation. So,
in your experience, can pointing a gun at somebody de-escalate a situation?
yes.
How so?
If pull a gun on someone, which now they've realized that this is if this threat or if you don't know what's going on in the situation and you pull a weapon on someone. From what I've learned in my training, that usually that causes people to back off or to realize what's happening, compel compliance.
Outside of your Coast Guard life and your Coast Guard work, did you own and carry firearms?
Yes.
Did you ever have to use those firearms before for protection?
Yes, I have.
All right, can you tell me about that?
One time.
Protection, relevancy.
It's relevant because he is carrying a gun in this case. He is carrying a gun, I believe, for this testimony will establish why. And the fact that he's had experiences with having to do this before informs him and informs the decisions that he makes as a person under these circumstances. So the fact that he's been in situations where he's had to use his gun to protect himself before informs his decisions on also February 23rd.
Relevance
Yeah, it's the
to
same.
what he did under these circumstances.
You're talking about something he was doing in the Coast Guard.
No, I'm talking about him as a private citizen where he's been out with a firearm, carrying a firearm before, where he's had to use it to protect himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take a step into the jury room, please.
All right, for the jury. Please do.
I was following it as part of his Coast Guard training and experience. You're talking about something different.
Yeah, I transitioned, Judge. Maybe that's what I said. All right, now I want to talk about outside of the Coast Guard, not law enforcement Coast Guard, but you just in your regular life outside of Coast Guard. You own a firearm, you carry firearms, and have you ever use a firearm to protect yourself before? Outside of the Coast Guard, you just as a regular citizen.
Is it reported or, I mean, give me a proffer.
Oh, he will testify that he's had two circumstances where a person has come up to him, one at an ATM, where he had to go towards his gun and it had the effect that he wanted on the person. They ran away, it deterred them. And the second, he was sitting in his car and a gentleman tried to carjack him and he had to retrieve his gun and take it out and it deterred the person and the person ran away. This has now then informed him of how using his gun can de-escalate situations in his private citizen life as well, and that it can have that effect that ultimately, can de-escalate the situation and protect himself.
One sec.
Well, neither of these instances involved the victim in this particular case. The fact that some guy came up to him at the ATM and I'm not clear what he did with his gun, pointed it at this person or did something else, and being carjacked. I'm unaware of any police report where he reported he'd been carjacked at all. So I'm not sure if there's a 911 call here that we don't have access to or some police report that we've not been given regarding this. The state is unaware of both of these instances. And it's not really relevant to the reasonableness analysis that the jurors are going to have to make as far as. So in the past, when I've been robbed at an ATM or carjacked by someone, I defended myself with my handgun. So it's okay for me to pull a handgun out while I'm trying to force compliance for someone to talk to me. They're totally not equal on any level whatsoever. So I'm not sure about the relevance or how it comes into play in this case.
Well, it sounds like something may be addressed on cross-examination. I'll go ahead and permit it.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, we can go get the panel. Thank you.
Rise for the jury. Please sit.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get back to the evidence. Mr. Shipp.
We were talking a little bit about now moving away from Coast Guard duty and just being a citizen here. Do you own firearms?
I do.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to use your personal firearm to protect yourself?
I have.
Oh, Travis, yeah, put that.
Thank you. Sorry.
Can you tell us a little bit about the circumstances of the first time?
Yes. So I was living in Pascagoula, Mississippi. I was stationed in Mississippi at the time. It was 08 to 2012. I believe it was 2008 when it happened. Pascagoula got destroyed by Katrina. So there was a bunch of vacant lots, everything. One of them was a bank. And the bank was gone, but they had the ATM machine still in the vacant lot, next to the gas station. Coming through to get cash for, I think it was for the lunch for the station. I pull in, I see two younger males next to the side. Thought it was a little weird that they're paying attention to me and been paying attention to people going in and out near there. So I stepped out of the truck and went to the ATM. As soon as I went to the ATM.
Stop you. Did you have a gun on you at the time?
I did.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a 1911 U.S. Army service pistol.
Did you have a permit or a license to carry?
Yes, I had a concealed carry permit, and it was a concealed weapon.
Okay. All right, so you're at the ATM. What happened?
Yep, and as soon as I put my card in, the two males approached on either side. One of them told me to give me his money. All I did was pull up my shirt and showed that I had a weapon, and they turned and jumped the fence. It was gone.
Okay.
I pulled the money out and went to work.
Okay. Did you call the police or report
I
it?
didn't call the police on that because
Okay.
that was it.
All right. What is the second time that you had to use your gun? I say use your gun. That time you didn't really have to use it to show it.
No, I just showed it. The second one was in Pascagoula as well. It was in 2011. And I was going into work. We had a high value asset coming in. I was coming in at 8 o'clock, and road I was coming in on it was destroyed by Katrina. It was real dark. Everything was, it was industrial side of town. And we stopped at a red light, had the windows down in the truck, and sitting at the red light, listening to music on the radio. Somebody came to the passenger door and popped the lock and was opening the door on me.
Let me stop you. Popping the lock meaning was the window down?
The window was down. He just popped it. It was a
Okay.
GMC, so it was right there. He popped it open.
All right.
And opened the door and started yelling, get in the truck. So
What you said, he started yelling.
yes, I don't know what he was saying, but he was yelling.
Okay.
And so I had the pistol I had a holster between my seats, and I pulled the pistol out and pointed at him, told him to get out of my truck. He got out and ran off. Got to the station, and we had 3 reservists that were actually with the police department there, told about it, and I believe we had a report made on it.
Okay. All right. All right. I want to focus your attention back to Satilla Shores.
Okay.
Was there ever a time that you yourself tried to figure out if any particular person was involved in some of the crime that had been happening over that summer in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that circumstance?
Yeah. So around, I believe it was July, 1st of July, my neighbor at the time, Kim Ballesteros, she had her purse stolen, or told us that her purse stolen out of her vehicle. And so we neighbors talked about it. Yeah, this is something else has happened. A few days later, a week or so later, I was coming back from a fishing trip. I have a boat doing charters on the side, and I was actually coming back to my house with some clients on Fancy Bluff Creek.
I do have a map here.
Yes, sir.
I have this up already. Fancy Bluff Creek.
Yep, under the bridge, the Highway 17 bridge. Yep, we got under there.
I'm just going to pull this back too. The state has a similar exhibit that they've used. This being the Google Earth image.
Okay, so yes, I was coming from the north and coming back down towards till Fancy Bluff to
You were where?
where your finger is
On the water.
on the water in my boat. Yes,
Okay.
and got under the bridge and saw a bunch of trash, tarps and an old tackle box down there and just a bunch of trash under the bridge. So this looks like a homeless camp, and it's very close to the neighborhood. There's a trail that goes to it actually. Drove on by, started thinking that neighbor just had purse stolen. So let me check this out. This might be this homeless person, or if there is homeless people in there, these might be the ones going into the neighborhood. So got home, finished with the
So
client.
let me stop you there. When you say you got home, we don't see it on this map here, but does this connect coming up around over onto this side?
It does. Yes, Fancy Bluff Creek joins Little Satilla south of the neighborhood.
Okay. So you boated around back to your dock.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So got back, finished with the clients, and told my father that, hey, looks like there's a homeless camp under the bridge. This person just told me. I want to go see if there's anybody down there. So I'll join you. So we get in my truck. I carry a weapon everywhere. I got concealed weapons, so I was armed. I'm not sure if my dad was or not. There was a trail. First, we tried on the neighborhood side of the road.
All right, so that being this side over here,
It probably, if you look at the
was there any access point to drive over here?
there's a power line that parallels the highway between the neighborhood and the highway. It's an overgrown road, or it's overgrown field.
Okay.
We couldn't get to it from there. These rocks and stuff is just too bad. So I drove across Highway 17 onto Fancy Bluff Road.
Okay.
And then there's a little four-wheeler trail.
So Satilla Drive comes across 17.
It does.
Is that Fancy Bluff up here?
I believe it is.
Okay.
I believe it is.
All right.
And then there's a wooded lot right directly across, and there's a four-wheeler trail that parallels the highway there.
Okay. What did you do?
So me and Dad walk down the four-wheeler trail. He's behind me, and it goes down, kind of meanders around a couple of trees, and it gets to the creek, makes a right, and it goes under the bridge. So I turn, go down the bridge. I don't see anybody, then get under the northbound lane and see someone fishing right at the bank. And he had a machete, I guess, a real long knife. It was one fillet knife, fillet machete right next to him. He doesn't see me. I walk on, but get between him and the knife. Then
Let me stop you there. As you're doing this, you're going down there with your sidearm. How is it that you feel comfortable going down there to inspect the situation?
I didn't see any threat. There was no threat. Yeah, I didn't see anybody down there. And if I did, then I would talk to him, just talk to him.
So what happened?
So I get to him, I get between him and his knife.
Why did you do that?
For safety.
Okay.
Just for safety. And they talked to him. I said, "How you doing?" And he's a friendly guy. And I asked him if he's living down the bridge. He told us that he wasn't. He told us that he was living on a road off of Fancy Bluff Road in the neighborhood. I don't remember what the road was. And I told him, I said, "No, straight up, there's a bunch of stuff getting stolen in this neighborhood. I'm seeing if there's anything down here." He said, "No, I haven't seen anything." Okay. We looked around. I think my dad looked at some of the tarps. He said it wasn't his stuff. I'm certain that he was living under that bridge. We didn't see anything.
When you said you didn't see anything, what were you looking for?
I was just looking for if there was any purses or if there was any equipment, anything that obviously would, if you see boat motors or tackle boxes or anything, purses, anything that's just,
okay.
It would be odd. I wouldn't pick it up and take it. What we did as soon as we left, my dad called the non-emergency number and informed police. They were aware, obviously, of what's been going on in the neighborhood and told them, "Hey, there's a homeless person on this bridge. Check it out for us."
All right, I'm going to stop you there. Just to be sure we're on the same page.
Hey, this is Franklin Michael. I'm the chief executive of the DA's office. Is there anybody, supervisor available I might be able to speak to?
Sure, just a moment. And are you talking the dispatch supervisor or police supervisor?
Police supervisor, yeah. Anybody on duty be fine. I wanted to make my
Okay, all right. And what was your name?
Greg McMichael.
Okay, and a contact number for you?
912-217-1726. They can call me back.
Okay, and your address, sir?
230 Hill Drive. We've had a lot of break-ins in this area out here, automobile break-ins. And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living under the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17.
Yes. Okay. Did you discuss this finding of sorts, this person that you thought living on the bridge? Did you discuss it with anybody else in the neighborhood?
I did.
Who did you discuss with, if you can remember?
I know Randy Parr, my direct neighbor. I'm sure I've spoken to Matt Albenzi when he stopped by. And then there's another guy down the road, older fella. I can't remember his name.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether or not the subject of someone living under the Fancy Bluff Bridge being a suspect of things happening in the neighborhood, whether that subject came up anymore over the course of the next 5 or 6 months?
Yeah, there's people, it was always there, it was always in the back of people's mind, or something happened that you would see it on the Facebook neighborhood page of homeless person. There's been a homeless person around, that was from that moment forward, people knew that there was a homeless person on that bridge. So.
Okay. All right. Now I want to ask you about 220 Satilla Drive.
Okay.
All right. Did you ever hear anything about thefts or things being stolen from 220?
I did.
When did you hear that?
The first was from my mother.
Okay.
And then she heard it from someone or saw it on Facebook and told it to me. And then I started seeing it on the Facebook page.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody other than your mother?
At first, no.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Diego Perez about it?
No, not until February 11th. Really.
Okay. All right. But in terms of what was it that you understood was stolen from 220?
From my mother, and I heard that there was equipment stolen off a boat
Located where?
in the house in 220 Still Drive.
Okay. Do you know if you ever spoke to Matt Albenzi about it?
We've talked about it, but we just talked about it. Like I said, it wasn't in great detail. Just, hey, there's been stuff stolen out of that house, out of that boat. Yeah,
Did you know of the man who lived or who was building 220 Satilla?
I met him once, but I didn't know.
Did you know anything about him, about whether he was living on the property or
I knew that he stayed on the property on weekends and stuff like that. When I first met him, he had a camper in the backyard, and from my understanding was he was working on the house himself and he'd spend weekends or some time of the week there, and he would stay at that house or at that camper. He wasn't living in the house that he was building at the time. He was living right behind it, or staying right behind it when he was on property.
Okay, so just sort of generally speaking, you had learned that boat equipment was stolen and that the owner was living on a camper on the property on weekends.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you ever investigate anything about 220 Satilla in 2019?
No.
Okay, go in there, search the residence, do any kind of follow-up on stolen goods or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever speak to Larry English in 2019 about his stolen property?
I did not.
Okay. Or ask him if you could help him catch whoever had stolen his property?
No.
In 2020, were you the victim of crime?
I was.
All right. When was that?
January 1st.
Okay. What happened?
I had a pistol stolen out of my truck.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C.
Okay.
Smaller.
All right. And that was when?
January 1st, New Year's.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances of how it was stolen?
Yes, I was. My dad moved the vehicle for me. Moved the vehicle that morning between 9 to 11, 9:30, 11:30, somewhere around there. He moved it close to the side of the road to the adjacent property, right on the road. I came out about 11:45 to go somewhere. Opened the truck. The door was unlocked. I don't know if he left the vehicle unlocked or if I left it unlocked that evening, and saw that my holster was sitting in the seat. Went back in and asked my dad if he moved my gun, being that he was in that driver's seat where the holster was. He said he did not. So I looked around the house, made sure that I didn't misplace the pistol for some unknown reason. It came to the conclusion that my pistol was stolen and called and made a report.
Okay, you said you called. Who did you call?
I called the Glenn County Police Department, not emergency. It may have been, I called the police department.
I'm going to play State's Exhibit 161.
Brother Communications, operator 915.
Hey, yes, I need a police officer. I got a report of a stolen stuff.
You what, sir?
I need a police officer. I need to report a stolen pistol.
Okay, what's the address it was stolen from?
230 Satilla Drive.
It's 230 Satilla Drive, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
That call?
Yes.
Okay, no other pistol stolen from you. That's the only one.
That's the only one.
Okay. Were you concerned at all about the theft of your gun?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Well, one, I don't know who has the weapon. Having it stolen out of my truck. I don't know who's got it. I don't know if they know anything, what they're doing with the gun. They might harm themselves or use it to harm someone else or use it for a crime or who knows.
Did you hear of other reports of guns being stolen in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you know essentially what it was that you were hearing?
Oh, I've heard of several vehicles being broken into and pistols or guns stolen out of those vehicles. Don't know the addresses, but it was common talk around the neighborhood.
Okay. At this time, we're moving into January of 2020. Now, no longer the fall of 2019. We haven't really discussed whether or not the crime in the neighborhood was continuing or on the rise. Can you give us a little bit of your understanding of what the level of crime was around this and across October, November, December?
Yeah, so it was steady. I guess would be the best way to do it. It was steady. The house on 220 around October was when it was apparent when you were hearing that Mr. English had stuff stolen out of his boat out of there, expensive stuff. And he put a surveillance system up and they were catching people going into the house.
How did you learn about the surveillance system?
Once again, from my parents and here on Facebook.
Okay. Parents and Facebook?
Yeah. Right. And neighbors. Mr. Albenzi told me, he said that they had somebody in there. You saw him on the camera, but as far as I know.
At this point in January of 2020, we've got crime in the neighborhood, okay? We've got suspicion in the neighborhood. At this point, had that at all begun to narrow into a particular person?
It was starting to, yes. Having the point of 220s constantly being broken into, and then they have videos of people now I was starting to think, all right, there may be some body or a pair of people that are constant, that is the one that's continuing to come into this neighborhood.
All right.
Instead of random acts of burglary.
Okay. Did you have any experience yourself with 220 Satella?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us when that was?
It was on February 11th,
Okay.
around 7:30 in the evening.
All right. Tell us what you were doing on February 11th, around 7:30.
All right. Just finished eating dinner. Decided to go fill up my work car.
Which is?
That was a little Volkswagen Jetta, 04, 05, somewhere around there. Instead of having to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to fill it up, I just fill it up in the evening, come back and be done with it. Left the house, turned on Satilla Drive, and started heading out of the neighborhood.
It's not there. Do you see where your house is approximately on this map? Is this in your way? It's not. It might be for one. Let me move this forward. Just attach. Can you lean forward and see it? Your house is
Yes,
one of these.
That's it.
Here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. You were here.
Yep.
Where did you go?
I came out, turned on Satilla, take a left.
Okay.
Yep. And then made it to about where the S is on Satilla Drive.
Okay.
Right there.
All right. What did you said you made it to about there, and then what?
So as I'm driving down the neighborhood, I see someone run across the street.
All right. From what side to what side?
Came from the.
Here you are, down here. You're saying you're coming up Satilla. You make it to about the S.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you see?
I see someone run from the right side to the left side.
This side?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, I'll tell you where.
Yep. Go ahead.
Go up to the next house. Those 2 houses right there.
Right here.
Yep. And ran directly across the street.
Okay.
Headed into the yard. That was it.
How far back into the yard?
I didn't see them until I went further up, so they went outside.
Okay. You come further up.
Once I got to Jones, the house. Yes, in Jones.
Okay.
The house went up from 220.
Okay. Here.
There. Yes.
This house here. Is this 220 here?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So that house there that put the X on.
Yes.
At the furthest corner away, which was where the driveway was, I saw that individual that ran across the road was right there at their bushes running across their driveway.
When you say bushes, do you mean bushes down here by the road?
No, close to the house.
Okay, bushes close to the house.
It's a Spanish style house, so they have like a terrace or a open veranda in front of the
Courtyard?
Yeah, courtyard. So,
and where did you see this person go when they crossed the street?
I lost sight of him until I saw him right at the driveway of that house.
Okay.
So yeah, that was the path that he'd taken.
And how far back off the road was this person, would you estimate?
He was close to the house, so probably 30 feet.
All right, so this distance being 20 to 30 feet off the road.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you see anything else?
Yeah, so I don't have my lights on him. I don't have my lights on him at the time.
Yep.
But as I'm coming out, I've come to a stop at this point, and he is staying in the shadows, obviously trying to avoid being detected.
Okay.
Detected. He's, like a better term, was lurking. It's creeping. Wasn't in a run. It was just creeping through the shadows. There's a shadow running through here. He'd run with it and then go to it, and he was staying close to the house.
Okay.
I said, what's going on here? So I stopped. I was right at Jones still, and I backed my vehicle up to him, turned it onto that house.
You said you backed your vehicle up to him. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. I was putting the back side of my vehicle up Jones, and as I was doing, I was swinging my lights.
Okay.
On him when he was in front of that house at that time.
Is this kind of accurately depicting what we're talking about?
Yes.
This being your car?
That's correct.
Okay.
Then I'm swinging it as he's coming to 220.
He's moving this way?
Yep.
Okay.
So there was a tree between 220 and that house, and it was real close to the corner of that house. He went between that, stayed in the shadows there. Then I stopped, and it was obvious that he was aware that I called him, put the lights on him.
Okay.
So he comes out of the shadows, gets into a walk, just kind of stands up, and then run like a jog almost into the shadow that the portalet was making.
Where's the port potty?
Portalet was on the corner of 220.
Okay.
At that corner of that house.
We've seen some pictures of it in
That's where it
evidence.
was.
Is that the same portalet?
That same,
Okay.
or same spot.
All right. Okay, go ahead. So what happens when he goes towards the portalet?
So he's 20 or 30 feet behind the portalet, coming from that house. Just again, obviously, he's aware that I am aware that he's there, had lights on him. I get out of the vehicle, it's a standard car, so I put the parking brake on, step out of the vehicle, and was going to ask him what he's
Sorry.
doing.
What do you mean by standard car?
It's a stick shift.
Okay. Go
Stick
ahead.
shift. I get out of the vehicle. He's trotting to me
All right, stop. Why are you getting out of the vehicle?
to see what he's doing, to ask him what he's doing, maybe run him off.
Okay.
I haven't seen him before.
Okay.
at all.
Did he wave at you?
No, he didn't.
Did he try to talk to you?
No, he didn't.
Like,
That's
I
what I
lost
was
my
thinking.
dog or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so what happened? You step out?
I step out to ask him, to see what's going on, to get an idea what's happening. As he comes out of the shadows behind that portalet, He comes directly to me. I'm out of the door, and he comes out and he pulls up his shirt and goes to reach in his pocket or waistband area, going for his pocket. I thought it was pocket at first, but later on it didn't make sense, because if you're going to reach your pocket, you would go for the pocket that's on whichever side you're on.
Okay.
He reaches like this.
So what happened at that moment?
It freaked me out. So once I realized what's going on, that he is doing this, and I'm under assumption that he's armed, I jump back in the vehicle. He turns around and runs into the house.
Okay.
Into the 220, the house at 220.
All right. So from the porta potty coming forward, then he goes into the house.
Yeah, he stopped. And once I jump back into my vehicle, he just turns and goes into the house.
All right.
So it wasn't like a full sprint. It was, he's gone. Let me continue what I'm doing.
Okay. What did you do at that moment?
Well, it startled me. It freaked me out. So I don't know if I had my phone in the vehicle or not. It wasn't there. I didn't have a gun on me. He's gone. I'm just getting the hell out of there. I just wanted to leave, make sure, because I don't know where he's at this point. I go to jump in the car, take off to the house. I forget the parker brakes on. I stall the vehicle out, crank the car back up, and get to turn and go back to my home.
Okay. What did you do once you got to your home?
Once I got home, I believe my dad was in the garage, or the garage door was open.
Okay.
Or maybe in the kitchen. I told him what just happened, and I had two phones, had my regular phone and my work phone. And best I could remember what I was doing was going to grab a phone. Well, I told Dad, I said, hey, there's somebody, I just caught somebody working at the neighbor house and just went into 220. So he comes out, and I'm assuming is armed, and goes down the road.
Okay, hold on, let me stop you there. When did you call the police?
I did.
All right.
Yeah.
Where are you when your dad starts to walk down the street?
I was at my vehicle. I was at the driveway.
Okay. Did you say anything to your dad?
Yeah, I told him to wait. I said, hold on a second. I don't know what's happening. I'm assuming this guy's armed. And Dad, he had a stroke a couple months earlier, 2-3 months earlier, and which everything's fine, but you're concerned about it. If somebody,
does he have any other health issues?
Yeah, he's got a busted hip, or he actually had a total hip replacement, and he's had a couple heart attacks. And,
okay. So you say, Dad, wait.
Yeah, wait. And he's walking on down the road. He's going on down the road.
All right. What do you do?
So I go in, grab the keys to my truck, and grab one of my guns, which was at the safe, which was in the garage right there. Get out, get down to the road where Dad is. I'm calling 911 at the time. By the time the operator picks up, I pull up to 220. And at that time, my father, and I wasn't aware who it was at the time, another neighbor Dad was interacting with. I didn't know who it was, but it ended up being Diego Perez.
All right, I'm going to pause you there.
Okay.
And let me pull up. Exhibit 163.
What's the address of your emergency?
It's Attila Drive, 230 Attila Drive.
What's going on?
We had a string of burglaries. I was leaving the neighborhood, and I just caught a guy running into a house being built 2 houses down from me.
Do you hear the way you sound?
Yes.
What are we hearing?
I was still scared. I was breathing heavy. I was still alarmed, I guess, would be the best way to explain it.
When I turned around, he took off running into the house.
Okay. What did he look like?
It's a black male, red shirt, white shorts.
And you said the house is being built?
It's being built. Yes, ma'am. It's vacant right now. He is in the house.
Tell the 911 operator that you had a string of burglaries happening in the neighborhood.
Well, that was apparent. And then I guess going into it that him going into that house, and then knowing that that house has been the one that's been breaking in and everything's been stolen, or stuff's been stolen in there, that there's a connection to this. And I think that's why.
What did you think he might be doing in the house that night?
Like he was going back and stealing, breaking in, burglar.
What's your name and phone number, sir?
Travis McMichael, 912-423-1374.
All right. Where are you at now?
Is that you breathing?
That was me breathing, yes.
Right across the street in my truck, watching the house with it right now, right here at the
Okay.
So you say you're sitting in your truck and you're watching the house. What does that mean?
So like I said, my dad was on down there by the time I got my phone and called 911. It was just a second to get there. Dirty whistle right there. I saw the police coming. I was trying to get attention to my father, and it turned out to be Diego, to say, hey, the police are right here. I don't want anything to happen and think that they're the ones breaking in.
All right, stop. Did you go in the house?
I did not.
Why not?
because I didn't know, I lost sight of the individual that just went in there, and he acted like he may have been armed. I'm not going to follow him in there. I'm not going to chase or investigate somebody that may be armed, and I don't have any reason to go into that house.
Well, what about your dad and this other fellow that's out there?
I don't know why they're armed, but I don't know why that they decided to do that.
Were you concerned?
I was.
About what?
About them going in there and running across someone that intends to do harm or would try to harm them.
All right, so you're outside the house, sitting there on the phone, lights on the house.
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of truck are you in?
Red Ford F-150.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. Well, no, it just startled me. When I turned around and saw him and backed up, he reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not, but he looked like he was acting like he was. So, be mindful of that.
Okay. Which pocket did he reach into?
Left, I believe.
So be mindful of that. Again, may be obvious, but what is it that you're trying to communicate?
That the person that I just had this interaction with, possibility is armed and is obviously willing to use it if that was the case.
Well, why are you telling the 911 call center operator to be mindful of that?
So the police that show up on scene would come in knowing what they're possibly walking into.
Okay. And now, so 230 is the vacant lot address?
It's my address.
It's your address?
It's probably
Okay.
8 or 226.
Maybe 226?
Possibly.
And how many houses down is it from yours?
It's 2 towards the highway.
Can you?
I guess he doesn't realize we're here. He's got the damn lights on right now. He's got a flashlight going through the house.
Does he? Okay.
So you're now surmising that the person that you saw go in the house has a flashlight now.
Yes.
All right. Did you come to understand that that was not what you thought?
It wasn't. No, it was our neighbor Diego. It was.
All right. Did they ever see or talk to or catch the person that entered the house that night?
No, they did not.
Excuse me. All right. On that night, did you meet with the police ultimately?
Yes, I stayed where we were, and then when they arrived on scene, I stayed with.
All right. Do you remember the name of the officer you met with?
One was Officer Rash.
Okay. And who else was out there? I think you said your dad.
Yes, my dad was out there. The neighbor Diego
was out there.
Diego.
All right. Did anybody else show up that night?
That I spoke to, seeing the video, obviously, Ronnie Olson came out there. I don't think I spoke to him, but then I spoke to Matt Albenzi.
All right. But were you aware that Ronnie was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Matt Albenzi. Anybody else that you were aware was there? And I mean that night, not after watching the video, the body cam video.
I spoke to another neighbor, Brandon Gregory, right after it happened when I was leaving.
All right. And who is Brandon Gregory?
He's a neighbor. I think he lives on Zellwood. He's also at the time, I'm not sure if he is or not anymore, but a police officer. Works for Clinton Police Officer.
With what?
Clinton County Police Department.
Oh, okay.
And, he just was coming home. He wasn't involved with it.
Okay. All right. You said that you talked to Officer Rash?
Yes.
All right. Did Officer Rash show you anything?
Yes, after everything was done, he showed me the video of what occurred, just what I witnessed and called 911.
The video of what?
Of the individual going into the house.
So from running from the portal into the house.
Yes.
He's now showing you the video of this person inside the house.
Inside the house, yeah.
Okay. And did you watch the video?
I did.
Was there anything about the video that made you feel anything whatsoever?
Yeah, so having that experience, like I just said, with him acting like he's drawing the weapon and then running into the house, and then seeing the video that he's walking around so nonchalant in that house, kind of, it startled me a little bit that having that just happen, just catching him creeping through that front yard and obviously trying to avoid detection and then doing what he did there and then going into the house and then walking around in there like it's no big deal was alarming.
Alarming why?
Because I wouldn't think anyone acting normal would do that. And somebody that's that's willing to act like they have a gun or act like that they will harm you to prevent you from asking them or doing anything there, and then go in and just acting all normal and nonchalant and never catching the guy, knowing what he's doing it just sets off the alarms for him.
Okay.
It's just bold. It's just very.
You said bold.
Yeah, it's just the way that he's acting is just very. It's a bold move.
Did you learn about, you had mentioned already that you were aware of some boat equipment being stolen back in October or from the house. Did you learn or did you see any of the other videos of 220 that night?
I think I saw some stills, I believe.
Some stills of what?
It was the first time I saw it was one of, I believe it was Mr. Arbery on the dock.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other ones?
I can't recall which ones were others. I think they did show another one of him walking around in the evening time.
Okay.
But I was told for the first time that it was the same guy that has been in that house several times.
Okay. Again, question I asked you about January 1st, now moving to February 11th. In your mind, the idea of crime happening in the neighborhood, things being stolen, have you at all funneled that even further into trying to determine who may be responsible for some of the crime in the neighborhood?
At that point, yes, it did.
Or who was responsible for stealing the boat equipment from 220?
Yes.
All right. Did you draw any conclusions about who that might be?
I did.
All right. Who did you think it was?
I was thinking it was the person I just had the encounter with that evening on February 11th.
Okay. And what is it that you think he was doing in 220?
I thought that he was breaking back in and was going to steal some more stuff.
After that night, did you talk with anybody else in the neighborhood just about crime?
A couple of days later, I'm sure that I know that me and Matt Albenzi talked about that evening. If you heard anything like that, and I spoke to Diego Perez also, same kind of conversation. If he heard any more about it, anything like that.
Okay. Okay. I want to move into February 23rd.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go and take a 15-minute recess. We'll bring you back for continuation of the evidence.
So that's what jury, please.
Slowly adding up the number of fingers that will be last this evening.
All right, sorry, not flat, carafe, I should have said.
Right? Yeah. This is the best coffee shop because it's drinks on all sides. Throw it anywhere. Steaks on all. It's called Shot Top.
You just made a friend somewhere.
The plug.
Apparently somebody's earning royalties.
I wish it was us.
Not sponsored.
All right for the jury.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed, I believe, once we have a little meeting over here. No, we've got three. We're good. We're good. Yep, I got numbers. We're all set. All right, Mr. Shepard. It's been a little.
All right.
We're back.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Travis, I want to move to February 23rd. Okay. Let's start with where you were when your dad came in the house. Okay, where were you at that time, at that moment?
I was in the living room. I was trying to get my son to take a nap.
Okay. Who were you with?
I had my son on my chest, obviously, and my mother was in there. And I think my sister was in there as well.
Okay. Did your dad come in?
He did.
All right. What did you notice about your dad when he came in?
He came through the kitchen, the back kitchen door that leads to the garage, and he was in a almost frantic state. He came in, like I said earlier, he's had hip surgery, he's had a stroke, so him going at a fast pace is kind of a rare thing, and he was moving pretty quick. Coming in.
Did he say anything to you?
Yeah, he said, Travis, the guy that has been breaking in down the road just ran by the house. Something's happened.
The guy.
The guy.
Did you know who he meant by the guy?
I was under assumption that it was the same individual that I saw on the 11th.
Okay.
Because he was down there as well. Saw the video.
Because who was down there as well?
My father was down there as well on the 11th and saw the same video and talked to Mr. Officer Rash with me as well. So I was under assumption that it was the same guy from the 11th is who he's speaking of that just ran by.
All right. So he comes in. The guy who's been breaking in down the street is back.
Yes.
Okay. Then what?
Yes. So he ran off. I think he told me to grab my gun.
Okay.
He said something's happening. Grab your gun. So I went to my room, which is the door is to the living room that I was in, and the first firearm that I had that was easily accessible because I had my son that week. My pistols were in the safe and everything. Was my shotgun. I just cleaned it or I had it out for something. So I grabbed the shotgun.
Okay.
And walked out. Went out through the kitchen door to the driveway where my truck was.
Okay. So I thought it was permanent marker. So you come out of your house. You can come from this line. You come out of your house and you come out where?
I came out and went to the driveway, to the end of the driveway because my truck was at the very end. I think
Okay.
the boats in the driveway side, right?
All right. So you come out.
Yep.
What do you do first?
So I went to the driver's side. Or when I came out, Dad went into his bedroom, so I was by myself when I came out. I came out to see what was going on. I looked, obviously, out of the driveway or out of the garage, didn't see anything, and then went to the end of the road to where my truck was.
Okay.
I looked down to the right.
Down back in which direction?
Into the neighborhood towards Burford and Holmes.
Okay. So you look this way.
Yes.
All right.
And then I looked back down Satilla, where 220, where the house that has been having stuff stolen, and I saw the guy run into was down there. I looked down there and I saw my neighbor Matt Albenzi in the road.
All right. Where was Matt?
Matt was on Satilla Drive. I thought he was adjacent to the property there.
What property?
To 220.
Okay. So Matt Albenzi was up this way. Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you see or say or do?
So I came out when I saw Matt. I was right at the truck. So when I saw Matt down the road, he saw me and he pointed down the road, pointed down towards Burford and Satilla and Holmes towards me.
Did you see him point?
I did.
Where were you standing when you saw him?
I was right at at the corner of the driveway and Satilla Drive. We have a group of mailboxes right there, and I was just on the inside of those mailboxes.
Okay. And he pointed in what direction?
Towards me, down Satilla Drive.
Okay. Pointing this way towards Burford?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you think when you saw that?
At that moment, I have a dad saying the guy that just ran by the house, the guy that been breaking into the house down the road, just ran by the house. I came out, didn't see him, and then saw Matt Albenzi, who was on scene on February 11th, who also saw the video and has seen videos that we talked about,
Sure.
pointing down the road. I thought it was reasonable that, okay, there's something to this. This guy may have just ran by. Matt may have just seen him, either caught him breaking in, stealing something, or the guy that owns the property that stays in the camper might be on property and just startled him, or God forbid, maybe there may be an altercation or something happened.
Okay. They have broken in. Okay. So what did you do?
So at that time, my dad came out of the house through the garage as well. And he told me he ran down the road. He pointed towards Burford. My father told me the guy from the other night, which turned out to be Mr. Arbery. But he said the guy, he just ran down Satilla.
Good.
So he said, get in the truck. Let's go down there.
Okay.
So, okay.
Your dad is communicating to you. He says, get in the truck.
Yes.
Okay. You said you had a shotgun.
I did.
Where did you put your shotgun?
I put it right between, there's a brand new truck. So it had vinyl seats. It's a 46, it's a bench seat. It's a work truck. And what I would usually do if I'm out in the woods or if I have a long gun with me is I'd put it between the seats. There's a crease between the two seats split.
Okay,
So
it's the bench seat.
it is.
But there's a crease.
Yeah. So there's 3 different seats. They're all across, and I just put my shotgun or rifle or whatever right there.
All right. Where's the muzzle?
The muzzle is down to the floorboard, touching the floorboard by the gas pedal.
All right. And where's the butt of the gun?
The butt of the gun being that was a shorter shotgun, if y'all can see where I'm at here, if I'm sitting in the seat, the butt would be about right here.
Where did your dad get in the car?
So Dad, I had a car seat in the truck at the time. It was a regular cab pickup. And
All right, stop there.
okay,
I've shown the statement I marked as Travis Michael Exhibit 14 for identification. Effort? Yes. I'm going to show you. Travis Michael 14 for identification. Do you recognize it?
yes,
What is it?
that is looking in the interior of my truck at the time with my son's car seat in the passenger seat.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the car seat in your truck?
Very, very much so. Yes.
Move to admit defense exhibit 14. Now publish.
Good.
All right, so I'm showing you defense 14. We're taking a look here. Obviously, this is the car seat we're talking about.
Yeah, same car seat.
Okay. All right. So where is your dad?
He is
Sit.
he is stuffed in the car seat. He's kind of got half of him in the car seat, and just the car seat. He's kind of angled in it like this. He's stuffed. Best term to say stuffed in that car seat.
And what is he saying to you, if anything?
I think he was cussing about the car seat, trying to get in the car seat. And I just started driving. At that point,
Which way are you driving?
I turn out and head towards Burford.
Okay. And what are you doing driving in that direction?
I'm trying to find out what's going on. I'm trying to analyze the whole situation, but looking for whoever it was that ran by. I haven't made any eye contact at that time. But
Have you personally determined who it was that ran by?
no, I did not.
Have you accepted what your dad has said, that this is in fact the guy?
I assumed that he was correct, but I wanted to verify.
Okay. So you said you start heading towards Burford.
Yes.
All right. Now we're towards Burford. What do you do, or what do you see?
Sometime before Burford, or as we're going, I asked my father, I said, did you call the cops, or the cops on the way? I'm not sure exactly what I said. I think I said, did you call the cops?
Okay. And so at this moment, you're asking him if he called the police.
Yes.
All right. And
He said, I know that he didn't catch what I was saying. I don't think he was paying attention completely. He said, yes. I assume that he has called the police.
okay, you're saying, I know that he didn't. You mean as you sit here today, you know he didn't?
As minutes later, I realized that he
Okay.
did.
At this moment, what was your impression at this moment?
And the police have been called.
Okay. Where do you go now?
I continue about that time, right around there. We were at the corner of Satilla Homes, and then Burford's a couple yards past that. We were about right there. There's a group of bushes and kind of a jog onto Burford.
Okay.
So you can see straight down the road, but where we were at, you can't really, you can miss something.
All right. So there's bushes here at the corner of Burford?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's hard to see.
Mhm.
All right. What do you do?
Continue on Burford. I look down Satilla, I look down Holmes. There's nobody
All right.
on the other side.
You're looking. Okay. And you go this way.
Yeah.
Now what?
As soon as we get on Burford, I see turn out to be Mr. Arbery running down the road.
Okay. So what are you doing when you first see him?
When I first see him, I'm trying to see if I recognize him.
Okay.
And he's running. He's got long strides. He's athletic. He's athletic. He was in great shape. He was long strides. I recognized that run, but
Okay. So what did you do next?
So I continue to drive up to him. As I'm getting closer, I recognize his haircut.
Where would you say you are on Burford when you get close to him?
I was 2 houses down.
Okay.
It was the first 150 feet, I would say.
All right. Now, how fast would you say you're going?
At that point, I was probably riding the brake.
Okay. Are you honking?
No.
Are you hanging out the window yelling?
Nope.
All right. Do you eventually pull up next to him?
I do.
Do you hit him with your truck as you pull up next to him?
I do not.
Where are you when you pull up next to him?
I got closer to him. I was center line of the road.
Okay.
And he was 2 feet off the edge of the road on the road, but he was 2-3 feet off from the edge.
Okay. As you're approaching him, are you making any observations?
Yeah, I'm realizing at this point, I'm realizing this is more likely the same guy that I saw.
Okay.
But I'm also watching his hands, watch his motion, make sure he's not armed.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm coming into, and if this is the same guy for the 11th, then I have some suspicions that he may be armed and may act on it.
Okay. What do you do next?
So I come up to him, pull up alongside of him.
Okay.
That moment, I recognize it is him. It is the same guy that I saw from the 11th. I asked him, say, "Hey, what are you doing? What's going on?"
All right, stop. Are you still driving when you say this to him?
Yeah. I'm coasting. I'm staying with him. He's right there at my door.
Okay. Have you angled in front of him to block him?
I'm parallel with him.
Okay. You say, "Hey, go ahead. What are you doing?"
What's going on? What are you doing?
What's the tone of your voice when you say
just like that? Hey, what's going on? I'm trying to, like I said earlier, I'm using leads. I'm trying to de-escalate. I know that this can be, this can go any way, but I'm trying to find out what's going on. I'm trying to find out why Mr. Albenzi's pointing down the road, and you're in down the road, and if this is the same guy, then there could be something to this. Let's find out what's happening.
Okay, so you talk to him. What do you say?
Yeah, so I said, hey, stop for a minute. Stop. Please stop. Well, he didn't say anything.
Can I quote you? Stop for a minute. Stop. Please stop. Did you actually use the word please?
I'm sure I did. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to keep this as non-volatile as possible. So I'm not screaming at the guy. I mean, I'm just trying to find out what's happening. So he pulls up, and one thing I do notice as I start talking is his demeanor.
What do you mean he pulls up?
I'm sorry, when I pull up, I'm sorry, not him, when I pull up. But when I talk to him, when I first talked to him, he looks over to me, but wasn't yelling at him. I mean, this first communication I had to him, and I was from 5 feet away from, road lane from him. And he looked over at me, and he was.
Permission to get down here? Right here? I'll come up. I'll approach. How far are we? You're in your truck. Turn face this way.
Yeah, it was about that. No further than where you are.
Okay. What are you saying?
Just, hey, what's going on? Hey, stop a minute. Stop a minute. I want to talk to you.
What's he doing?
That's what I want to talk to you. Is actually what I said.
Does he stop running at any point?
No, at this point he's still running. But I noticed that he looks very angry. He's
describe that. What do you mean?
Mad. It wasn't what I expected. For just coming up and talking to him, it was clenched teeth, closed brow. He was mad, which made me think that something's happened. I mean, why would?
Okay.
It's not what I expected at all.
All right. So it's unexpected. So now what do you do?
So kind of analyzing this, and I ask him again ask him again, hey, will you stop for a second? He stops, or actually just turns and starts jogging back in a jog back, or going back up towards Burford and Satilla.
All right. So he starts to come back this way.
Yes.
Does he speak to you?
He did not speak to you.
Does he say, what do you want?
Yeah, he's never.
Or leave me alone or anything?
Nothing.
All right. So he starts to run back this direction. What do you do?
I back up.
Okay.
Put the truck in reverse and match up with him again.
All right.
As I come up to him, I'll start to ask him, hey, what's going on? What's going on? He turns and runs.
Turns and runs which way?
Back to, we're still in Burford, back to Zelwood.
Back down this way. Okay. All right. Now, you're fine. You're fine. When you pull up to him the second time and say, hey, what's going on? What do you mean by that question? What's going on?
I want to know, main thing, why is the neighbor pointing down the road from the direction where he's at? I mean, it could be nothing but with Dad saying that the guy that ran by, and then coming out, like, what's he talking about? And seeing someone pointing down the road from 220 from where I encountered him a week and a half prior, going to the house that has been burglarized, that had stuff stolen, that he's been in several times. That, all right, yeah, we need to figure out what's happening.
Okay. Have you now seen the video? You've been sitting here for the whole trial. Have you seen the video from Rody Bryan's driveway?
Yes.
Were you aware of Mr. Bryan in that moment?
No, I didn't.
Did you see him on his porch?
I didn't. I never met him before. I didn't.
All right. So did you know him before this moment?
No.
Or did you ever have any kind of Facebook connection with him whatsoever?
No.
Ever call him on the phone?
No.
Okay. And at this moment, are you aware that he's on his porch and can see you and Mr. Arbery there together?
No.
All right. Stupid question time. Did you look at him and go, let's go, get in your truck, help us out?
No.
Okay. So he starts to run back up the road after the second attempt at a conversation. Before he ran up the road at that second attempt of conversation, did he speak to you and say, hey, what is it?
No.
What do you want? Or any kind of words whatsoever? Did he make eye contact with you?
Yeah, we made eye contact the first time.
Okay.
The second time, I'm not sure. I mean, may have, but I was kind of watching his hands. I was more keen to his hands.
Okay. This time when you're backing up, did you back up to try to block him?
I did not.
When he started going forward, did you move in front of him and try to block him?
I did not.
All right. What did you do next?
As he took off running again, I put the truck in drive and stayed with him and kind of analyzing what's going on.
Let's explain.
Just watching, trying to figure out what's happening, watching his demeanor, or if he's, what's happening, what is happening.
All right. Did you eventually reach him?
Yeah, I decided to come up to him again, to get up next to him again and try one more time and just tell him, hey, the police are coming.
All right, freeze.
Yep.
How far away, again, are you from him when you come up next to him down Burford Road?
Once again, I was center line. Tires were just on the other side of the center line, so my body was center line, and he was 2-3 feet off the road. So for me to go no further.
2 or 3 feet off the road?
No, he was on the road, 2 to 3 feet from the edge.
Okay.
So he was, if this was the edge of the road, he was running down the.
And this far away about?
No further than that.
4 feet?
4 feet.
Something like
Yeah.
that. Okay. Are you yelling?
No, I'm not. I'm actually probably softer than I was the first time.
All right.
Just trying to.
You said that you spoke to him now this third time when you get up here further down Burford Road. Does he stop running at any point up here?
Yeah. So after I get up to him again, I say, hey, I just want to talk to you. I want to know what's going on. He finally stops.
Okay.
Great.
I want to talk to you. I want to know what's going on.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So we finally stopped, asked what's going on. He never says anything to me. He's still looking at me angry. I'm thinking, man, this guy's, this could be volatile. Let's kind of watch him here. I asked him again, hey, what happened down the road? Why are people pointing down the road? And where are you running from? He didn't say anything, and he's still kind of in the same spot he is. He's not squaring up or anything like that. He's just standing there. And I said, hey, the police are on the way. As soon as I said the police, he turned and ran straight back down Burford towards Holmes, Satilla.
He turns back and comes back down Burford. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The police are on the way, and then you say he turns and runs.
As soon as I said the police are on the way, he turned and sprinted down Burford.
Did that mean anything to you, the way he acted when you said that?
It did.
Like what?
Why would you, if nothing happened down there, totality of circumstance, if nothing happened down there, if the neighbor wasn't pointing down the road, if I haven't seen him on video and possibility that he's down there again, all that might be in play. If not, that's fine. If I say the police are on the way and you take off and run, getting away, then it's all right. He may have been caught in that house again, and he's up to probably been caught on that property and trying to evade, trying to avoid from being stopped by police. Well, obviously, he's
trying to avoid being stopped by police.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, at any point in time, when you first approached him and made the first statement to him, hey, stop, please, or when you reversed and said, hey, we just want to talk to you, or when you met him up the road for the third time, at any point, did that gun come off the seat, come out the window? Was it shown, brandished in any way whatsoever?
It was not. And matter of fact, as I'm going down, like I said, it's a brand new truck. I just bought this truck, it's vinyl seats, and the seats weren't used to having stuff wedged between it. The shotgun slid out from my seat and ended up in the floorboard. I couldn't grab it if I wanted to.
Okay. Did you tell him you were going to shoot him?
No.
Okay. When he ran back, what did you do at that moment after he ran back down the road?
At that moment, when I told him the police were on the way, during that time, like I said, this time he stopped. I thought they were about to have about to communicate, see what's going on. About this time, my dad was getting out of the vehicle. I wasn't speaking to Dad. He's probably talking to me. I wasn't paying attention to him.
Okay.
So when Mr. Arbery turned and started running down the road, about that time, Dad was getting out of the vehicle, obviously to get out of the car seat, and started climbing into the back of the pickup.
Okay. What did you do?
Watching Dad. And then I realized.
What are you watching Dad?
Watching him try to get in the back of the truck.
Okay.
And then I realized that my shotgun was down on the floorboard. Mr. Arbery is running away. I take the gun out and put it back into my seat, put it back on the seat.
Okay.
On-time contact, grab the firearm at that moment. I was just put it back in the seat there.
Then what?
Dad's climbing the truck. I look down from all that, look up, and then there is a black Chevy pickup, or black pickup at the time I thought. And it was on the left side of Satilla. If I'm looking down, the left side of Burford, if I'm looking down Burford towards Satilla and.
Okay, so this is the road.
Yes, sir.
You're looking down the road.
That's correct.
Not accurate distance here, but there's a Chevy truck.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The driveway is like this. Where is the Chevy truck? The road is like this.
In the truck.
Where's your truck?
The truck was like that.
Okay.
On the left side. Look at the way I'm looking at it, on the left side of the road.
Okay.
So,
And
like
what-
you were.
All right. And what are you watching happen?
So, I didn't know where the truck came from. I didn't know that it was, if it came, I was assuming that it came from the front of the neighborhood because I didn't see the vehicle come out anywhere.
Okay.
It was up here. It was just there. When I got done watching Dad and getting that gun secured and look up, that truck was there. And Mr. Arbery was at the truck and he was at the left side of the truck, and I'm a couple hundred feet away from this. So I know that he was on the truck. He was at the vehicle. I couldn't see what he was doing, but he went to the other side of the vehicle and then turned and then continued again.
Okay. Is there anything about his movement with the vehicle that was of interest to you?
Yeah. So I didn't know if this guy was picking Mr. Arbery up or if he was involved with whatever happened down there and he was trying to stop him, or I was scared that I was Mr. Arbery. One of my thoughts was I might hear a gunshot here. It's not what's happening. I was kind of just watching, just like what's happening on alert.
Okay.
And I watched that happen, and then from where I was, it looked like Arbery got in front of the vehicle and continued down the road.
Down towards
Satilla
and Holmes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What did you do?
Got back in my truck. At that time, my dad is obviously seeing this as well. And he is telling me to go down there. As in drive the truck down to this vehicle to where Mr. Arbery and the vehicle was. I do not.
Why?
I don't know what is going on with this guy, and I don't want to escalate the situation. I mean, my thought at this point now is whatever happened up there there's a likelihood that something has happened, because when I tell him that the police are coming, he takes off running and then interacts with his vehicle, either trying to get in it or trying to avoid it or whatever happened. Something's not right. I don't know what's going on. The cops are coming, from my thought at this point. I'm not going to escalate this any further.
So what's your goal at this point?
My goal is to let the police know where he's at and just kind of watch what's going on, to see where he's at, to see where he's going.
All right. Well, you say you don't want to go back down this way because of what you see. So how much time do you think it's been, if it's even possible to estimate, from the time that you first tried to talk to him to the last time you tried to talk to him to the time that he runs back and engages with this black?
I would, this is an estimate, maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
If that. 2 minutes might be a long time.
Okay.
I can't put a time on it.
All right.
I really don't know.
What do you do if you don't go that way?
So I continue. I decided to continue down Burford to Zellwood, take this time to kind of get my bearings, just to figure out what to do, what's going on here.
Okay. So where do you go?
So I turn. So on the map, you can see where Burford turns to Zellwood.
All right.
I turn onto Zellwood to the left and start going down that road. I'm
okay.
Maybe 10 miles an hour. My dad's in the back of the truck, so I can't, with a new hip and stroke and all that. So I'm not going to go fast. I don't want to hurt him. So I'm making my way towards the front of the neighborhood.
All right.
I get to Holmes. I decide I'm going to turn on Holmes to see, more than likely, this guy's running back out of the neighborhood. I'm going to go to Holmes because I know that he is not behind me. I know that he's not where I can see down Holmes. I know where he's been. I can kind of figure out where he's at, and then the police are going to be here at any second. If I encounter them before they encounter what's going on, I can tell them where I saw him last. Maybe we can finally have this guy called.
All right. So your option is to go up to the front of the neighborhood.
I could have, yes.
Okay. Instead, you come down Holmes.
Yes.
All right. When you get on Holmes, do you see anything?
I don't. No, I don't.
What happens next?
I drive down Holmes. I get about a house or two, halfway down to, I call it a dog leg. It's a real light turn. It's got some bushes and trees.
All right. Step forward just for a second and tell me if I'm pointing in the area of the dog leg.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
I'm going to note it with kind of a bend in it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by dog leg?
I can't see the very end of the road.
Okay. So it's a visual that you can't see past.
That's correct.
Okay. So you come down Holmes, you say.
Uh-huh.
Do you see anything?
I don't.
All right. What do you do?
Continue. At this point, I'm maybe riding a brake.
Okay.
I'm just sitting.
All right. At any point in time, do you see something?
Yes, about halfway down.
Halfway down Holmes to the dog leg.
To the dog leg.
Okay.
I see Mr. Arbery. He is in the apex of the dog leg, turning. I don't see him directly at me. He's in the process of turning at this point.
Is he on the road?
He is.
Okay. I'm going to put it over here to the side just so I can have some room. But you're saying that you see him turning?
That's correct.
Okay. You see him turn?
Yes.
All right. What do you do?
I continue, same speed, continue to go that way.
You approach the dog leg.
I get to the dog leg, yes.
Do you see Rody Bryan? You now know Rody Bryan. Do you see the black truck at this moment?
I do not.
Meaning when he does the turn to come back down, do you see a truck following him?
No, there's no truck at that point.
Okay. So what do you do?
I continue on down Holmes. At this point, I am driving towards Sevilla, and for the last time that I saw, this was just a second or two that I saw Mr. Arbery, because he was in that corner. So he was in the middle of the turn, and then a few strides, and then he was out of sight.
All right,
so
stop. Do you mash the gas, which the Southerners say? Did you step on the gas and haul tail down the road?
No.
Okay.
I stayed where I was at, riding. I wasn't on the gas. I wasn't on the brake.
All right. So he's continuing to run. Do you come across the dog leg?
Yes.
All right. When you come around the dog leg, do you see anything?
Yes.
What do you see?
I see the black vehicle. At this point, is at Satilla and Holmes.
Okay.
It has, at this point, turned and is coming to me from Satilla and Holmes towards Zellwood, and I'm coming from Zellwood towards Satilla.
All right. So I'm going to put a, what do we got? Is it Chevy? So I'm going to put a C right there. So you see a vehicle down where?
At the end of Holmes on Satilla side.
Okay. And where is Mr. Arbery?
Mr. Arbery is with the vehicle, front quarter panel.
What side?
Driver's side.
Driver's side. So over on this side.
Yes.
Okay. Doing what?
He is running with the truck. And then as we're getting closer, he looks like he's grabbing the truck at that point.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it looked like he was trying to get in the door. If he wasn't, the vehicle wasn't behind him. He wasn't behind the vehicle. He was with the vehicle, and he was on the vehicle. There was an open yard right there. This was about where the scene happened.
Okay.
And so everything was open, but he was with the vehicle as it's coming, and they were on the right side, which would be his right side.
On the right side of the road.
Yes.
On the correct car
right,
side
right,
of the
yes.
road. Okay.
And slowly, and it wasn't a run. It was an idle pace, I guess, for a vehicle. He was on a jog. But he was with the vehicle, and they were coming into my lane.
All right. Are you at all wondering why Mr. Arbery is not going somewhere other than this vehicle?
That was my first thought. I don't know why he was.
Okay.
It was my thought was, why is he attacking a truck? Why is he hitting a truck?
All right. Now you're coming toward this truck now.
I was coming to I was coming to the truck into a stop.
All right. Are you communicating with this truck at all?
No.
Doing any kind of signals, not arms out the window, telling him to do anything?
No.
Is he signaling to you? You even see the driver inside?
No, I didn't. I did not. I didn't see the signals.
Okay. What happened? Let me ask this question. When you get to the point where you see Mr. Arbery do the turnaround up here, do you shout anything out at him?
No, I don't believe I did.
You lean out the window with a gun or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No.
How much time would you say, you think it was, you estimated 2 minutes at this phase here. How much time would you say that you've spent now coming around to this moment?
It was probably the same. It was whatever a vehicle idling, or you're coming through there. I might have been on the gas, 10 miles an hour, but it was.
Can you hear anything? Is your dad talking to you? Do you hear anything?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
That was not my.
You can have some.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Once you see what's happening here, what happens next?
I'm at the point. I'm coming to a stop.
Okay.
I am going to Sedilla Drive. I'm in the left lane.
All right.
I'm probably 20 feet, 25, 30 feet from where I stopped at the at the time of shooting. I'm back that way, but they are coming down homes from Satilla.
Yes.
And as he is on this truck, they are slowly angling into my lane.
From the right side of the road, the correct side to go this direction.
Real shallow angle like that.
Into your lane.
Yep.
Okay.
So they get to where I'm pretty much they're in the front of my vehicle. I'm at a stop. I'm thinking, hey, I hope he doesn't hit my truck, because obviously the driver, the Chevy, Mr. Bryan, is involved with Arbery. Arbery's involved with Mr. Bryan. I don't think they see me at all. I don't think there's no correlation with me here. They get to 10 feet of my vehicle, and Arbery splits from the vehicle and runs down my passenger side between my truck and the ditch.
Okay. So up this side in the grass of the grass side of the road?
Yes.
Okay. So he runs that way. What about the black truck?
The black truck pulls off, gets back into his correct lane.
Okay.
And Mr. Arbery starts running.
Yep.
And then they're heading to the dog leg.
Yep.
And the last I see is him in front of the black truck, and the black truck is continuing, but it wasn't accelerating or anything like that.
Okay.
They broke off from each other at that point.
And you said they were heading toward the dog leg?
Towards the dog leg, towards Zellwood.
Did they go around the dog leg?
Yes. Yes.
Did you lose sight of them?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do at that moment?
Continued. I'm not exactly sure exactly what I did at that moment, but I pulled the vehicle back up 10 feet and stopped and parked from there. I
pulled the vehicle back up. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. After they passed, I continued to go forward to Satilla Drive.
Before you moved forward to Satilla, did you throw it up in reverse and start trucking backwards to go?
I did not.
Why not?
No, once again, I don't want to escalate the situation. This is getting out of hand. This guy's now looks like he's trying to get in this vehicle, verified from what I suspected on Burford when he was up there.
Okay.
And the way that he interacted with the vehicle and in my past experiences with him is, no, I'm not. I don't want to get involved in this. I don't want to get with this unless I have to.
As they passed you, as Mr. Arbery passed you, did you roll the window down and hang the shotgun out the window?
No.
Did you pull the shotgun and aim it at him?
I did not.
Did you yell at him or say anything to him?
I don't believe I did. No, I didn't.
Okay. You get to the end of where you said you parked.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now you're down here. I'm just going to move it over. So there's our street. You're parked down here. Again, here's the dog leg. All right. They're out of sight.
Yes.
All right. Why did you park there?
He is out of sight at this point. They're gone. They're no longer, there's nothing going on in front of me. I'm still under the impression that the police are coming. This guy's obviously, something's not right. He seems dangerous to me. He's trying to get in this vehicle. I'm still under impression the police are coming. I could see down to my house. I could see down to this dog leg. I can see Burford, and I can see the rest of Stilla. There's a good chunk of the neighborhood, and I know where he just left from. If the police come, which I would assume would come off of Highway 17 and come down Satilla Drive, past my house to where they were encountering me where I'm at, I can give them a good description of what's happening or where they're at. Hey, it's down this road or this road, this or that road. I decided to stay right there where I was at.
All right. And where is your house compared to where you're seated in your car at that time, where you're parked?
It's 3 houses down on Satilla. I could see it looking across that open yard.
Okay.
I can see the yard. I can see the house there.
Okay.
Shot distance.
All right. So now you're parked. You've taken up view. What do you do?
get out of the vehicle, analyzing, seeing what's the situation, seeing if what's going on with dad. At that point, I said, where are the cops? Where are the police? Dad said, I don't have a phone. Well, all right, the cops haven't been called. Let me grab my phone. I go to reach for my phone and I look back. I don't know if dad yelled or if I was looking down the road, but I look down the road and I see Mr. Arbery running back towards me.
All right. So he is now coming back across the dogleg.
Yes, he's visual on the dog.
Okay. Do you know anything that has happened on the other side of the dogleg?
I do not.
Okay. But you say you see him running back towards you.
Yes.
All right. What happens?
I yell at him to stop where you're at. And I'm at this point, hey, stop. More aggressive.
Where is he running? Where is he running towards you? Is he in the road? Is he in grass?
No, he's in the road. He's in the road on the same. I want to say he's in the same lane. He wasn't he wasn't in the other lane. He might have been center lane to the center of the same lane. But he wasn't in the grass. Wasn't in the ditch. Wasn't in the center lane.
Okay. He's running towards you. How far does he get towards you before you start saying stop?
And the straightaway. So it was probably 30 yards.
Okay. And you again tell us what you do. Show us how you do it.
Yeah. So I yell at him, stop. Stop right there. Stop right there. He's continuing. We were in eye contact. He's getting closer. I'm thinking he's not looking left. He's not looking right. It's not and the way he's running, it's not a full sprint. It's not a jog. The best way to describe it is like you got a running back. You're about to throw a pass, and they're staged up. They're kind of on their toes, ready to bolt. He was at that moment. He was in that stance, I guess, or in that run.
Okay. So 30 yards.
Mm-hmm.
You say he's making eye contact.
He is.
With you.
Yes.
You say
to stop where you're at.
Okay.
He continues. He gets about where you're at from me at this point. This is the second, 2 seconds.
You mean this is 2 seconds?
How long it took from me yelling and stop to realizing that he is coming to me, that I need to do something about this.
All right.
At this point, he's continuing still eye contact. I'm at my truck, door's open. I'm on the inside of my door. I see he's coming. I go to grab for my shotgun. As soon as I turn and go for my shotgun, he turns. At this point, he made it to about 10 feet from the back of my truck. My dad's yelling at him. And he runs back towards Dogwood.
Goes back towards
Zelwood on
Holmes, obviously.
Yes.
So he comes down. I knew I was going to do it. It's the permanent. He runs down here to a point. You're saying stop, and then you say he turns around and goes back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What do you think? When did he turn? At what point did he turn?
He was about 10 feet from the back of my truck, but my action going into my truck is what made him turn, I believe.
Okay. He turns, then what happens?
Starts running back down till I pull the shotgun out and I start going down there to see what's happening. I said, no, I need to stay where I'm at. My dad's up here in the back of the truck. I know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on down there. And this guy is still irrational. It's still not, something's still not right about this. I'm gonna stay right where I'm at.
Okay.
So I put the shotgun right back on the door, pick up the phone, call 911.
Okay.
As soon as I call 911, dial, I pick it up to the ear and I see Mr. Arbery turn and come back. I don't know how long it took. I mean, seconds. It was less than.
Okay. So he's gone back. When you told him to stop the first time on Holmes, now he's gone back across the dogleg,
Right
which is up here, back across. Now he's coming back. Okay. This is now the second time he's coming back down Holmes.
Yes.
Okay. You said you just given the cell phone to your dad.
Yes.
How is it that you decided to call 911 at that moment?
It was prior to the second encounter, or prior to the encounter I just had with him. I asked my dad, I said, where are the police? And he said that he didn't have his phone. And I realized that he has not called 911. And actually, as that was going on, I had to crawl into my truck and go to the passenger floorboard where my phone was and slid off and call 911. And as soon as I called 911, I looked and Mr. Arbery has already passed the dog leg and was coming back again. So
when he comes back again across the dog leg, did you see anything behind him?
No.
Do you see the black truck anywhere?
I did not.
Other than Mr. Arbery, do you see anything?
No, it was just, I was focused on Mr. Arbery.
And how is he coming back?
Same way that I just mentioned to you prior. He was in a jog at pace.
Okay.
Like I said, he was like spring loaded, like a running back, like he's ready to bolt or to move any way he wanted, but he was focused on me.
Now, you've seen the video showing him running towards you. Right. Is that what you believe to be this moment now?
Yeah, this is that moment.
Okay.
Yes.
As he's running towards you at this moment, what are you thinking?
That I'm pretty sure that he is going to attack.
What makes you think that?
The totality of the circumstance, what I just witnessed with the truck, what happened on the 11th, the way that he acted on 11th, and then his eye contact on me and not looking left or right or pivoting and avoiding where I'm standing, where I'm at on this truck.
Are there, in your mind at that moment, are there places that Mr. Arbery could run to?
Yes.
Are there locations available to run to or through?
Yes.
Like
yards. There's yards, there's ditch. The ditch that was right there at that scene is shallow. Like when run back to where I saw him with Mr. Bryan's truck, one of the things that kind of threw me off was as they're coming, he wasn't blocked. He could have went into this ditch here and into this open yard. There's a very shallow ditch. It's probably from mound to mound 4 feet wide, but it was maybe 2 feet deep all the way across, and it was dry. You could hop across it.
At any point, do you see in the video, we all see in the video where you raise your shotgun?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. You remember doing that?
I do.
Why'd you do that?
He was closing in. At this point, I've yelled at him to stop several times. This one again, I screamed at him, stop, scream, stop. He is focused in on me, and he's at this gate where he's looking like he's about to run. He has a possibility to get this burst out. If he gets this burst out at this point when I pulled the shotgun, I wouldn't have time to react if he wanted to get on me or to pull a gun or have a knife, or if he wanted to do ill will. At this point, this is when I needed to show him to deter him to do not come at me.
How do you know at this point you have to do that?
Because everything that's happened, everything that's going on, and him closing in on me. Like,
I mean, how do you know at this point that you have to raise the gun, or he could be on you like that?
From training and prior experience. There's a thing called Tooler drill.
A what?
Tooler drill.
Okay.
A 21-foot roll, I think is popular.
Okay.
It says that any average person, it takes 21 feet for somebody to react. It's an average of 21 feet for somebody to react, to pull a weapon and fire 2 shots at somebody that charges you with a knife or anything like that. Mr. Arbery's already running. He's at a pretty good clip. He's directed at me. He sees that I have a weapon. I'm yelling at him to stop, and he's continuing. At that point,
he sees that you have a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know he sees your weapon? What do you do?
I had the weapon out at this point, and I had it down in a position like this. Port arms is what they call it.
Okay.
And it's blatant that I had the shotgun.
When you raise it at that moment, for the reasons that you did, does it have the effect that you hoped it would?
Yes, it did.
Which was what?
It did. He no longer went my direction.
Okay.
As soon as I drew the weapon on him, you can see in the video that he darts to the left and darts to the right and then commits to the right. He does that. As soon as he darts, I put the weapon back down and move away from my vehicle, make a distance. I'm thinking he's going to go across this yard.
Well, what if he did?
I'll just let him keep on going. Let him run on by, like I've done on Burford, like I let him do on Holmes when and Chevrolet down.
You say you let him do it. You mean when you were on Burford and he ran away from you?
Yes.
You mean you didn't follow him?
I did not.
You didn't shoot him?
No.
And on Holmes, is that what you mean when he ran away from your direction?
That's right.
Didn't follow him?
No.
Didn't shoot him. So if he comes around the right side of the truck and decides to bolt through the yard, was the yard open?
It was.
And if he did that, what would you do next?
I would watch him run on by. It was at this point, I know the police are coming now, and I know they're going to come from the front of the neighborhood. And if he turns right, he is going out of the neighborhood. And I could watch him, I could see him, see where he's going, and he's gone. He is no longer a threat to that vehicle that he was just interacting with. He's no longer a threat to my father or myself. If he turned left, I know which way he went. Please come in. Hey, he's right down there. Or if he turns around and goes back the other way, that's where he's at.
Coming towards you, he raises a shotgun.
Yes.
To deter, he has the effect, he turns. Now where does he go?
He makes it to the corner of the road. He never goes into the grass. Straightens up and starts running back straight to the truck where my father's in the back of the car.
You've seen the video. I don't want to ask you to interpret what you've seen on the video. I want you to tell us what you were seeing at that moment.
Okay.
When he runs up the right side of the truck, what are you thinking?
That he is, after I turn, or after I point the shotgun at him, when he angles and then he turns and starts making it directly to the truck, I'm thinking, well, he's coming back to the truck again. My father's in the back of the vehicle.
So what? Your dad's in the back of the vehicle. So?
Yeah, so the path he's making, he's going to make contact with the vehicle and go around the vehicle. He can jump up, grab dad, or still under pressure that he might be armed, that he could run up and shoot. I'm not going to be able to see him at this point. I have a vehicle between me and him. So at this point, I leave. I'm a little past my door.
If this is your door and this is the truck, at some point, are you in the crux of the door?
I was when he was running to me when I drew the weapon. I was right outside of the crux, right at the edge of the door jam.
Okay.
And then when he turned and went to the passenger side of my vehicle and flexed. I went ahead and moved to center of the road. That's what I did.
Oh, outside of this? Why?
Yeah, I was gaining distance. I was making distance. It was obvious. I thought it was obvious at the time that he was going to glance and just go through that yard. That was what I was thinking was going to happen.
You said your dad's in the back of the truck. Stupid question.
Yeah.
Do you love your dad?
Yeah.
Are you worried about him?
Yes, I was.
So you come here, and now what?
So, yeah, I'm on that side of the vehicle. He's running back. I'm losing. I'm not going to see what he's doing, what he's capable of, what he's going to do. I don't know what he's going to do.
What do you mean you're losing?
I'm losing visual, losing sight of him, losing where his hands are.
Because of what?
Because of my vehicle.
Okay.
Because of my truck.
All right. So where do you move to?
I moved to the front of my truck, and at this point, I'm thinking either he's on my dad at this point, or he is going to run by, or he's going to see that I have gone to the front of my truck, and he's going to finally turn and glance, or glance to go across that yard. I don't know. He can try to jump in my truck from the passenger side. He can lay down. He can draw a weapon if he's at this point. This is the point that's critical that I think.
All right. So just
a critical point
to be deliberate about this.
Yeah.
If this is the front hood of your truck, this
on which side?
Front right.
Okay.
So the steering wheel's right here.
Okay. Yes.
This is the passenger side, and you're back over here.
That's correct.
Okay. You're saying you can't see what happens. That you get in the truck. Is this in your mindset at all?
It was. Yes. It was.
And what is this?
It's hiding. It's hiding or being away from me. Cover concealment.
Cover concealment.
Yeah, he's covered. He's concealed. I can't see him. I can't see what his actions are, what he's doing. Can't see his hands, can't see what he's got. Still under the impression that he might be armed.
Yeah.
He's close to my father. I can't see what's happening. I need to see what's going on. And he has access to my vehicle, which is still running, by the way.
So what do you do?
So I go to the front of my vehicle.
Front where?
Front left corner panel, turning into it, going to the front of the hood.
All right. So if we're here, this is the front left of the quarter panel, and this is the right front quarter panel, from here to here. Where do you come to? On the front of your car.
Right to the, I guess,
Say
the
right
light
here. So I'm now standing at the front quarter panel.
Yeah.
Now I'm back away from it. Where are you?
Right at the light, right at the corner of that corner.
Right here.
Yep.
Where's your gun?
It's in my hands, port arms.
Port arms is what?
I'm down. I got it down, both hands on it, hand on grip, and on both.
Then what are you doing?
Coming around, I get to it. I was going to get to the front, to the center of the vehicle. At that point, he was right there. If he decided to turn, he'd see me and continue running. That was what I would assume is going to happen. I get to the front of the truck, and by the time I get to the front of the truck, he is at the front corner panel on the right-hand side, and he turns and is on me, and is on me. I mean, a flash. I mean, immediately on me.
What are you doing? What?
He grabs the shotgun, and I believe I was struck on that first instance that we made contact.
What were you thinking at that moment?
I was thinking of my son. It sounds weird, but that was first. This first thing that hit me.
What do you do?
I shot.
Why?
He had my gun. He struck me. It was obvious that he was. It was obvious that he was attacking me. That if he would have got the shotgun from me, then this is a life or death situation, and I'm going to have to stop him from doing this. So I shot.
Did he stop when you shot?
He did not. No, he did not.
Can you remember everything, every hand, every movement? Can you remember those things?
No, I know that I was. I know that I got hit, and I know that I was weapon retention. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
With a shotgun or a rifle, it's called the push-pull method. And when somebody's got a weapon, you go to port arms and you push out and you pull down is what you're taught. I was a stickler with it with everybody that we trained. That was my biggest fear, that somebody's on a boat and they come up because the pistol's holstered. Rifle or shotgun, you got it in your hand. It'd be easier for somebody to get it from you. So I always exclusively train people to do this push-pull. So it's natural for me. It's trained into, it's muscle memory. And when this happened, I was in port arms, I got struck. And I remember when I came down, I got hit in the top of the head. And he had the weapon in his hand. So I pushed and pulled, still getting hit. And
did you get it free from his grip?
I don't believe I did. I don't know. I don't know exactly when or where or if he continued grabbing, but we were together. We were locked up. He was on that shotgun.
You've seen the video we talked about where you see you're being pushed across, but do you remember that? Do you remember where your bodies were moving?
I know that he was, I didn't know where I was at, but I knew that he was on me. I knew that I was losing this. I knew that if I was getting tripped, if I would have tripped, or if he would have got a lucky strike on my head, or if I would have lost that grip on that shotgun, that I would have been shot, or I'd have been in serious trouble at that point. I knew that he was overpowering me, but I didn't know which direction or what mechanics he was doing to overpower me.
At that time, did you remember how many times you shot the gun?
No, I didn't. I
Did you?
thought I shot twice. And
But you shot it. You shot it.
yes, yes.
Do you remember how many times you did?
I thought it was twice until later on speaking with the investigator that I realized that it was 3 shots. But I shot the first shot. I knew I shot, and then the second shot, I shot again because I was still fighting. He was all over me. He was still all over that shotgun, and he was not relenting. So I shot again to stop him. That third shot, which I thought was second, that final shot, he disengaged, and at that point, he let go. He turned and continued to run down Satilla. And at that point, I was in shock. I turned around. I don't know where I was going. My dad came out, and he was yelling that he's got his hand under him. I turned around. We got over there and pulled his hand out from under him and realized that he was deceased. And I looked up, and the police were right there. I stood up, realized that, that I got a gun here and that he's passed away. The police were on scene. So I walked over to the side and put my shotgun down. After that, it was a blur. The shotgun was a blur.
Do you remember speaking to the police on the scene?
I do.
Do you remember going back and giving a statement to Officer Nohilly?
Yes.
Did Officer Nohilly give you an opportunity to reject talking to him?
He did.
Did you agree to talk to him?
Yes.
Do you remember having to sign a form and all that technical legal stuff?
Yeah, he told me, he gave me my Miranda rights, and I agreed to him and agreed to make a statement.
What was it like sitting in the room with Detective Nohilly, trying to recall the specifics of this event?
I struggled. I was trying to give him as much information as possible. I thought that I did a good job until I've read the statements.
Oh, you did a good job of what?
At giving him a clear idea of what happened. Reading the statements now, I was all over the place.
All over the place in what way?
In describing what happened, giving the dates and the timeline of what happened. It seemed that I was speaking. It seemed like I was reliving the situation. I would go to one thing. I would say, I saw him on Burford, and then we lost the phone. But when I grabbed the phone, it was just everywhere. I was everywhere, and it was under stress. This was less than 2 hours after shooting. I was not in my right mind at that.
Travis, you understand that you've been charged with having an agreement of sorts with Rody Bryan.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Well, it's the way you're describing the charges.
Okay. All right. Travis, did you ever coordinate with Rody Bryan to box in Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever do anything to try to use him as a bookend to try to corner Ahmaud Arbery?
I did not.
Did you want to stop Ahmaud Arbery and talk to him?
I did.
Did you want to stop him and hold him so the police could come and arrest him?
That was my plan. Yes, sir.
And by hold him, I mean, detain him, not let him go anywhere, at least keep an eye on him.
Leading.
Yes.
Okay, don't answer, it's a statement. It's a statement. Other than the time that you put your shotgun on your shoulder and the time that you had it in your hands when Mr. Arbery grabbed it, did you ever pull out your gun?
No, I did not. I had my gun out and was walking towards the dogleg, the first encounter we had on Satilla, on Holmes, but he was already running away. He didn't see it, and
Fair enough. I asked you to pull it out.
Yeah, but
that I think you've explained your explaining that. Did you leave the house that day with the intention to kill the guy
that
your dad mentioned to you?
I did not.
Did you leave the house that day with
Objection. Leaving.
It's not telling him that he did in fact leave the house that day. It's did you leave the house that day?
It's leading. It's a statement. It's a yes or no question. Don't ask a yes or no question. It's leading.
Well, it's not a leading if the answer could be yes or no. But
We can debate it all you want, Mr. Sheffield.
I understand. Okay. Give me 1 second, please.
That's why he was Coast Guard. I keep on saying Peace Corps. Coast Guard.
No further questions? State your left cross.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. And we'll come back for additional evidence.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, he was. What's up, KP? Yeah, he was out here water policing. Water policeman. Where your tears at now, sucker?
It's just going to inject that issue, which is currently not in the case. And so this is something that we're asking the court to limit the state from even asking the question. I certainly know what the answer will be, but I think it's even going beyond what the state could say is a good faith basis for this question, because the only place it comes from is from Mr. Bryan. Number two, Your Honor, is I believe through the course of that direct examination, we did not put Mr. McMichael's character into evidence. We did not talk about things that would open the door to what the state has previously withdrawn as its 404B statements and other postings or videos or things that they withdrew. Similarly, to ask the court to have a candid conversation about that now, the state indicated that if it was going to do something like that, it would certainly make the court and the defense aware, and we could hear that outside the presence of the jury. I bring it to the court's attention because I think that we have not opened the door. We did not put his character into issue. Now, we're asking the court to hear from the state and kind of see where we are.
From the state.
Judge, he just finished his direct examination. I've got a half an hour for the cross, and then we're probably going to break for the evening. If I may, I'd like to be able to think and review my probably 40 pages of notes before I go ahead and let the court know what my plan is for the continuation of cross tomorrow. I will not go into it today.
Okay. We'll just in the morning.
Thank you, Judge.
We're going to release our other witnesses then, since it sounds like we're going to stop on Mr. McMichael today.
It sounds like
it.
Probably be more than enough for the day.
Very good.
That's really for the day, correct? Not permanent. What?
Yeah.
For the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. All right, witnesses on stand. I understand we are ready to go.
Yes,
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the continuation of the evidence from the state.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. McMichael, my name is Linda Dunikoski. If you can't hear me or ask a question you don't understand, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you just testified under oath that you're not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed. That's correct, right?
Yes.
All right. And not once during your direct examination did you state that your intention was to effectuate an arrest of Mr. Arbery until your attorney asked you that leading question. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Kim Ballesteros, you know her from the neighborhood, right?
I do.
She lives down the street?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that she had her purse stolen on January 29th of 2019, right?
I was under the impression that it was in the summertime.
Okay. And you understand that she posted this to Facebook on January 30th, 2019, all about the fact that she left her car unlocked and somebody went into it and stole her purse.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar. I knew that it was under assumption that it was under her car. So yeah, that's probably right.
Do you remember that you posted in response to that?
I do not.
Do you remember that your post was playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, you talked about crime in Satilla Shores, but isn't it true that Satilla Shores only had one burglary call in all of 2019 and it was a false alarm?
I heard that there were several burglaries from my mother and then from hearing from the other neighbors, and then seeing a burglary on the Facebook page. That was what that I was heard about the neighborhood.
So you're telling this jury that what you heard was rumor from other people?
It was what I was told from my mother and seeing on Facebook and from the neighbors.
Okay. So you don't know this from the police. That's correct.
I didn't hear it from the police, no.
Okay. And so you understand that there were only 4 entering auto complaints in all of 2019 in Satilla Shores.
I knew that there were several entering autos, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have Kim Ballesteros, and she was in January, right?
That's what she said, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have the Herndons, and they were in December, like December 7th or 8th of 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the Herndons had left their car unlocked in their driveway, and it was the white guy who had come up and gone into it, right?
I didn't know that the vehicle was unlocked or the race of who was suspected. I just knew that they had stuff stolen from the vehicle.
So it's fair to say you had incomplete information about who was committing the crimes in Satilla Shores?
Yes.
So the information you had being incomplete, you started making assumptions about who must be doing this, right?
I didn't make assumptions at that point until February 11th when I saw what I saw that evening.
And then you assumed this must be the person responsible for all the crime within Satilla Shores.
I was under assumption that having Mr. Arbery been seen multiple times on the video on 220 Still Drive and the stuff stolen out of that house, that he has continued to come back to that house and to be, I guess, as brazen as after I witnessed him go through that yard and what looked to be creeping coming in, and then putting the lights on him, and then him acting like he was armed under the way that he reached for his pants, and then ran into that house, and then walking around afterwards, seeing that and knowing that he saw me, that I saw him, and that he continued to go on, and that he's been there several times, led me to believe that, yes, that these burglaries that I've been hearing about and that I knew about at 220 could have been him, because I saw him. And this is verified from the police and from the videos from that evening and from talking to Officer Rash and Mr. Albenzi, that they see him as well, that, yeah, this is a probability that this is the guy.
So let's go ahead and break that down, okay? Your mom and dad, well, your father especially, told you that Officer Rash had stopped by, correct?
On the 11th?
No, I'm sorry, bad question. You understand that Officer Rash in December met with your father and told him about the fact that Mr. English had items stolen off of his boat and Mr. English suspected his subcontractors.
I didn't know where my dad got that information. I did not know that it came from Rash, and I believe it was my mother that told me that. And then my dad started repeating it afterwards, but it was my mother that was the first one.
Okay, so your mom told you that Larry English had items stolen off of his boat and suspected his subcontractors, correct?
No, there was stuff stolen off the boat, and that then when she said that, there has been people in this house. I didn't know who stole, but I just know that they have been people in that house, verified people in the house, and then there's been stuff been stolen.
And that's multiple people in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not just Mr. Arbery.
That's correct.
Okay. So you knew about the white couple who had gone in.
I knew that there was several people. I didn't know race. I didn't know couple. I just knew that there's been several people seen at that house at that time.
So several different people in your mind had been going into that open, unsecured construction site during this period of time.
That's correct.
So any one of these people could be the people who had taken the items off of their English boat.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to ask you about July 13th and the man who was homeless under the bridge.
Yes.
White, black, Asian, Hispanic.
He was white.
Okay. And then you talked about the ATM situation. That was when, in 2008?
2008.
Okay. City of Pascagoula?
It was.
Pascagoula?
Pascagoula.
Thank you, Pascagoula. City of Pascagoula. Did you report that at that time?
I did not.
And the two people who had come up to you, black, white, Asian, Hispanic?
They're black.
And now in 2011, you said some guy attempted to get into your car.
Mm-hmm.
Was this person black, white, Asian, Hispanic?
He's white.
Did he appear to be homeless?
No.
Okay.
No, he did not.
Did he appear to be a worker?
He seemed to be strung out, I would say. It was quick. It was night.
And you did not report it to the police or the city of Pascagoula?
Jackson County Sheriff's Department. I contacted a coworker and let him know what was going on, what happened, where I was at. And he said, yeah, we'll go take a stand on it. I didn't call emergency line, or I called Deputy Sheriff, a friend of mine.
Okay, so you had a friend who then went and checked it out. So no police report.
I thought he made a report.
So when we're looking here, once again, at State's Exhibit 147, Mr. Sheffield played part of it for you earlier. Do you remember that?
Which one was it?
This is your father's July 13th, 2019 911 call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I think we got about 1 minute into it.
And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living on the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17. We just went up there and made contact with him. Real shady looking fella. And he, possibility he may be the one that's been breaking into all these automobiles right there tonight. Just want to make somebody aware there's somebody living over there.
Is that the remainder of the call where he called the guy under the bridge a shady looking guy?
Seems there's a few more to it, but yeah, I mean, that was continuing of that audio.
And you made contact with the shady looking white guy under the fancy Bluff Bridge while armed, correct?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And your father had his gun on him too, correct?
I believe he did. I would assume he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you brandish and show your weapons to the man?
I did not.
this was just some sort of pleasant conversation with the homeless guy under the bridge, is what you're telling us, Jerry.
Yeah, it came pleasant once I split between him and the machete that he had there, and asked him what's going, how's he doing, what's going on. He stayed right where he was, he continued to fish, and I didn't see a threat.
Okay. But your dad still decided afterwards to call 911.
Yes,
Not before.
we walked up on the guy. We didn't, once we investigated, once we saw that there was somebody there and what was happening, yeah, we still called to let the police know what's going on.
You took it upon yourselves to go ahead and investigate it, correct?
Yeah, yes, we did.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about your time in the Coast Guard. So in the Coast Guard, when you first start out, it's E1, E2, E3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you become a petty officer at E4.
Yes, ma'am.
Now within the petty officer category, it goes all the way up to like E9.
E9.
And then you can go all the way up to warrant officer, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And you had been in for about 9 years?
9 is a change, yes, ma'am.
Right. So you had to do standard recruit training in 2007.
Yes.
And then machinery technician training from April 14th of 2008 to July 3rd of 2008.
That sounds right.
And then July 13th through August 13th of 2009, basic boarding officer, correct?
Yes.
And the basic boarding officer, do you take that when you become an E4 or
No.
before that?
No, you take it after you become E4. If the commanding officer decides that you would be a good candidate to go to it, it's not mandatory.
And then in 2010, from August 2nd, 2010 through September 10th, 2010, you had air conditioning and refrigeration classes during that period of time.
I did.
All right. So when you left the Coast Guard, your rank was still E4, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a machinery technician.
That was the rate. Yes, yes, the rank is E4, yes, ma'am.
So back in 2009, when you taken your basic boarding officer classes, you understood what the Fifth Amendment was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right to remain silent.
That's correct.
And you heard Jason Seacrest testify that law enforcement cannot force anyone to speak with them.
That's right.
Okay, so you learned as part of your time in the military that you can't force people to speak with you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that if someone walks away, you have to let them walk away.
Yes.
In fact, you were trained that displaying a weapon may be considered psychological coercion, which is prohibited by the courts, and as a law enforcement officer may be grounds for suppressing evidence. Isn't that what you were taught?
Under certain situations, yes, ma'am.
In addition, you were also taught that the best weapons retention technique is to not make your weapon accessible to anyone, right?
Under certain situations, yes, ma'am.
And you were also taught about the deadly force triangle, correct?
Yes.
And you were taught that deadly force is only to be used as a last resort, correct?
That's correct.
Are these in evidence?
No, I can tender it if you'd like.
Before you show it to the jury, you might want to follow the rules of procedure. Mr. Shepard. I object, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Shepard. I apologize. If I can see the exhibits that council wishes to send, that would be helpful. Is that,
That's it?
you intend to mark it?
Yes, I was showing it to you.
Thank you.
I'm going to mark this as 414. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. McMichael, I'm going to show you what has been marked as 414. You recognize that?
I do, yes.
All right, this time the state will tender the evidence. State's Exhibit 414.
Objection, thank you. No.
No objection.
So this was one of the PowerPoint slides you were shown as part of the deadly force triangle, and deadly force is only to be used as a last resort, correct?
That's correct.
You were also trained never to point a firearm at someone unless you intended to use it. Is that correct?
Under certain situations, yeah, yes, and then under certain situations, it could be used as a deterrent.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is talk about what happened on the 23rd of February, okay, of 2020. All right. So let's go ahead and start at the moment your dad kind of came running into the house. He was yelling for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He yelled that the guy from the other night was running down the road.
Yes.
And you understood that he was talking about the black van that you had seen go into the open unsecured construction site 12 days beforehand on February 11th.
So he said the guy that had been breaking into the house just ran by. So yes, that was what I was thinking at the time.
And your father ran into his bedroom to get his .357 Magnum revolver.
Yes, we're loose. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And I want to be real clear. He didn't say he'd seen the man breaking into the house.
No.
Just that he'd seen the man running down the street.
That has been breaking in the house. Yes, sir.
And you hadn't seen the black man in the 12 days between February 11th and February 23rd, had you?
I did not.
And at this time, you were working at Metz Marine.
I was.
And your hours were really early in the morning to about 5 at night?
It depended on what was going on. It was usually 5 to 1 or 2 in the evening, but it could change so much.
All right, so I just want to be clear. 5 o'clock in the morning to 1 or 2 in the afternoon, or are you talking 5 p.m. to 1 or 2?
5 a.m. to 1 p.m. sometimes.
All right, so on February 23rd, 2020, when your dad came in and yelled for you, you didn't know where the black man was coming from.
I had an idea because he said he's running down the road. The guy's been breaking in. I've never seen him before. I've kind of had an idea that maybe he's coming from 220. But we'll go out and check out and see what's going on.
But your dad just said he's running down the road, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know where he was going when he was running down the road.
I did not.
All right. And you had no idea what he'd actually been doing that day.
Not at that time, no.
But what you did know at that point in time was that Mr. Arbery had been at the open unsecured construction site on February 11th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew about 2 other times. Is that correct?
I knew that he's been there several times, 2 other times, and that stuff has been stolen out of there. And then the way that he reacted to me on the 11th was the thought that was in my mind.
Okay. Now, you didn't suspect him of having stolen your handgun out of your car 54 days earlier, did you?
No, I have no idea he did that.
Did you tell Diego Perez that you knew who did it?
No, I didn't.
Did you indicate to Diego Perez you had a good idea who was a good suspect in the neighborhood who had done it?
To Diego? No, I did not.
Did Diego Perez actually show you the videos from his house to see if anyone was going up and down, cars or people?
On the first? When my pistol was sold. So I walked around. I started noticing that everybody had these things. So I saw that Diego's house had cameras while I was waiting on the police to come to make the report. That's the first day I met Diego. And I asked him if there was any, if he had any footage from this morning because I had a pistol stolen. And I asked if I can have his thumb drive. I got his thumb drive and looked through. I didn't see anybody. Saw a couple of trucks that were I've never seen before that had me wonder a little bit, but I didn't see anybody on there.
Okay, so you're saying that Diego Perez actually gave you a thumb drive with these videos on them?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that you stood there with Diego Perez and looked at the videos with him at the same time?
No, I took it home.
Okay. So while watching, you weren't with Diego Perez watching the videos when you said to Diego Perez, I think I know who did this.
I never said that to Diego Perez.
All right, so let's go ahead and go back to February 23rd, 2020, okay? So when you set out with your father, your goal was to go ahead and just talk to Mr. Arbery.
Yes, to find out to verify if it was the same individual I saw on the left.
So basically, ID him.
I was going to ID him, and then, yes.
Right. And at that point in time, when your dad came running and he was all excited, there goes the guy running down the street, you didn't call 911.
I did not.
Right. Did you tell your dad to call 911?
I asked him if he did. I was thinking that I asked him, have you called 911? Because running in, I thought that he was already on the phone with him or have contacted because he was outside. And he said yes. So I assumed that the police had been called at that point.
All right. You made a statement to Detective Nohilly hours after this incident, correct?
I did.
Okay. You never told him that you thought your dad had already called 911?
I told him that I believe 911 was called. I don't know exactly what I said, but I believe I did tell him that I was under the impression that my father had called 911.
Do you remember on about page 9 of your transcript telling Detective Nohilly that Mr. Arbery's running, he won't stop? I said, that's him. Stop right there, stop where you're at. And then you turned to your father and said, call the cops, there he is.
Your Honor, if we can show him the transcript.
Yeah, if I can have a transcript.
Yeah. I'm asking about page 9 of the transcript. I don't think he's been shown the transcript.
Let me see if you recall telling Detective Nohilly that.
I like to see the transcript. It's exactly what I said.
She asked him whether he recalled it, said no, so she's getting the transcript.
Oh, it's at the very top. That's why I can see it. Take a look at the very top, first couple lines.
Yes, I did say that.
So at this point in time, it's fair to say that you're in the car on Burford with your dad, and you're instructing him at this point in time to call the cops because there he is.
Like I said earlier on the first, I was all over the place in this statement. I said that to Officer Nohealy, but at the time, I was still under the influence of what happened. This was only 2 hours after the most traumatic experience of my life. I'm trying to give him as much information as I can. So from reading these transcripts, I've realized that I was scatterbrained everywhere. When I said the whole paragraph, so pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on? He's running. He won't stop. I said that to him, stop right there, stop right there, call the cops. You know, there he is, starts acting funny, takes off running. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to explain what's going on, but yes, I said it, but I don't think I was intending to say, there he is. Hey, you call the cops. It was the same time of the situation, kind of muddled together.
So let's go back to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Your father runs in, grabs his .357 Magnum, and you automatically grab your shotgun.
That was the closest weapon I had. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with that particular shotgun that we have in evidence, you saw that, correct?
Yes.
And you were here when Brian Leopard testified,
I
correct?
was, yes, ma'am.
And it was loaded with 7 shotgun shells, correct?
Yes, it was.
All right. So all you had to do was take the safety off and pull the trigger in order to kill someone, correct?
To shoot it was all I had to do was I kept all my shotguns, the action bar lock disengaged, the action down halfway, and off on safety for more protective safety. So yeah, it was loaded if that's what you're asking.
No, I was asking, all you had to do to shoot and kill someone was take the safety off and pull the trigger.
No, take the safety off and then push the action bar lock up.
And you did both those things in order to kill Mr. Arbery.
When he was on top of me, I disengaged the safety, pulled the trigger, yes, ma'am.
So now, when your dad comes running in, he's all excited. You didn't stop him and tell him to calm down, did you?
No.
No. So this is, oh, go ahead.
No, but I was trying to find out what was going on. I was trying to find out the situation. If I walked outside and I didn't see our neighbor that was aware of February 11th and knew that the guy that we're suspecting has been in his house several times, ran by, was pointing down the road, then yes, I said, Dad, calm down. Just calm down. But the totality of the circumstance, everything that happened the 11th, hearing, knowing that there was stuff stolen out of that house, that he has been continually breaking into this house, and then he just ran into the neighborhood with the neighbor pointing down the road, that led me to believe there's probable cause that something has happened down there. Something has happened with this guy again. Let me make sure, let's see what happened. Let me make sure everybody's okay. It's identified.
All right, so you just said, based on everything, you think something had happened.
Okay.
But you had no idea what had happened.
At that time, amen.
All right. And at this point in time, you tell the jury that your father had suffered a couple heart attacks, a stroke, and a hip replacement.
Yes, ma'am.
And you grabbed your shotgun and walked outside with it, and that's when you saw Mr. Albense.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd already made the decision inside the house to go with your father to go track down Mr. Arbery.
Made a decision to find out why he was so excited, what was going on at the time. I walked outside to analyze the situation to see why my father, who's had 2 heart attacks, a stroke, and a complete hip replacement, why he's so excited. What caused him to be in this state of mind? What happened? What has happened? It's not something that happens every day. So yeah, I was alarmed. I'm gonna go out there and see what happened, investigate what's going on.
You took your shotgun with you out there.
I did.
And you didn't tell your dad to go back in the house.
Yeah, I didn't see him at that point. He ran off into the back of his room.
So when you got out there and you saw Mr. Albense, you didn't say, Dad, go back in the house. We're not gonna do this. We're gonna call 911.
I told him when he jumped in the truck, when I asked him to call 911, I wanted to make sure that everything was okay to see what was happening. to verify to see if this same guy. If it was going down the road and if it was not the same one, then yes, I would. All right, this is not the same guy. This is a misidentification. This isn't the guy that police have been looking for and has been breaking in his house. This stuff has been stolen. Let's continue on. But as we went down and identifying that, yes, this is him. Let's try to hold him for the police to talk to him.
Didn't you tell this jury that you assumed your father was correct, and that's why you got your shotgun?
Yes.
All right. And Defendants Exhibit 14. Your son was inside the house, correct?
He was.
And this car seat was in the car.
Yes.
So when you get in the car and Greg McMichael goes to get in the car, this doesn't stop the two of you. The car seat being there going, well, Dad, we really can't do this. The car seat's there. Let's just call the police.
It did not. He kept saying, go down there, go down there. Like I said, seeing the neighbor down there, seeing how he acted on the 11th, like he was brandishing a weapon. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if somebody got hurt. I don't know what happened. I'm just going to go down and investigate. It was.
So you're going to go down and investigate. Even though you testify, you're not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed,
I
correct?
didn't know if he was armed or not. I do not know if he was armed or not. Just go ahead and look. I'm not going to just look at the totality of the circumstance. It's not stop him to the point and say, are you armed, or if he had a gun or anything, I would have backed off. I just want to go and see what's going on. That was all it was at that point.
You didn't tell your dad this is a really, really bad idea that could go really wrong for us and we should just stay here and call 911. You didn't say that, did you?
I didn't.
Now, when you got inside the truck, you had your phone with you.
Yeah, yes, I had my phone.
And you didn't call 911 at that point.
I did not.
And you didn't give it to your dad to call 911 at that point.
No, because I thought that he had called 911 and he had his phone at the time.
Would this be a good stopping point, Judge?
Yeah, well, we can stop here.
I'm just looking for a natural break.
If it's a natural break in the testimony, can we move to another area then? All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and break for the day then? Again, during the recess, hold on a sec. Don't get away yet. All right, again, during the recess, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go look for any information about the case. Don't go pick up any newspaper.
And that's our request. But I did want to let the court know that the best we could find.
All right, I've got the defense president represented by counsel. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, the state's ready.
All right, anything from Travis and Michael?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a kind of an open issue when we ended cross-examination yesterday. We had raised with the court whether it was proper for the state to ask Mr. McMichael about an epithet alleged to have been said that came out during the preliminary hearing in Agent Dial's testimony. We don't believe it's proper to ask that question at this point, given there is no admissible evidence of that epithet. Mr. Bryan, our understanding is he's not going to testify, and without his testimony, there'd be no basis for admitting that statement. And so the state needed overnight to think about it, I think, and so we're at that point.
Yes, Judge. I was going to actually ask you about that. The state did some legal research overnight, and in the state of Georgia, there are only so many cases, and they all have to do with having a good faith basis to question a character witness about a defendant's underlying other acts. That was really all the state could find as far as admissible questioning. And so while that was all we could find, the state did find two cases. I'm not sure if they're going to be persuasive, but I thought I'd present them. And it is Coquina, Coquina. I believe it's Investments, INVIS versus TD Bank. It is a 760 F3rd 1300 case. It's 2014. And basically that case holds that as long as you have a good faith basis for the question whether the evidence is admissible ultimately or not, it's irrelevant. And the other one we found was the United States versus Tucker, 533 F3rd 711. And that is a 2008 case from the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit.
Where was the other one? Coquina case.
What was the?
Yeah, I just had the Fed third. I didn't get the circuit.
Oh, sorry. for the Coquina case. That is the 11th Circuit, United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, decided in 2014. In the United States versus Tucker, the objection there was really more about the confrontation clause and a Bruton issue. And in that particular case, it was kind of identically what we had here. We had a co-defendant who was saying that she had knowledge that he was planning to do the armed robbery or that he had committed other armed robberies. And so we have someone who is seated, the female co-defendant who's not testifying, and we have the defendant on the stand, and the state wanted to ask him, well, isn't it true you were planning these armed robberies and had committed other armed robberies, because she knew about it to show that she was a party to a crime. And the objection there was Bruton and confrontation clause. However, in that case, where the state was getting its information from was from a police report where she had made these statements as a co-defendant. Here, the court held the confrontation clause does not bar the use of testimonial statements for purposes other than establishing the truth of the matter asserted. Tucker could cite no authority for the proposition that the use of an out-of-court testimonial statement merely as the good faith factual basis for relevant cross-examination of the defendant at trial implicates any confrontation clause. And then they cited to United States versus Miller, a 1992 case, where we held that the use of a co-defendant's unredacted confession as the factual basis for cross-examining a defense witness at trial did not violate the confrontation clause as construed in Bruton. So while that may not be their argument, this is a case that talks about it. It's obviously very similar. We have Mr. Bryan making a statement to law enforcement, which is testimonial, where he indicates that he heard Travis McMichael say F and N over Mr. Arbery's body. And we believe we have a good faith basis to ask Travis McMichael, did you in fact say that? Based on the knowledge that we have a co-defendant who's seated here. Now, of course, we can't let them, meaning the jury, know that that's where that comes from. Obviously, we would not present that unless and until Mr. Bryan took the stand. At this point in time, the state has no idea if Mr. Bryan is going to take the stand, because while defense counsel for Mr. Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael have said, oh, it's our understanding. Well, Judge, the state's in the position, of course, of Mr. Bryan going, hey, I've now made my decision. I'm going to take the stand. Am I then going to be allowed to recall Travis McMichael to the stand? Because as you know, there'll be an objection to hearsay, and it won't be a prior consistent or inconsistent statement because I didn't get a chance to bring it to his attention. So the state kind of feels like it's being boxed in, because unless the court's going to say, well, Mr. Nikoski, you can recall Travis McMichael and you can ask him about this and bring it to his attention, so that when Mr. Bryan does testify, that won't come in, that will be able to come in as without objection based on hearsay because it's a prior consistent and or inconsistent statement. Was I clear on how the state's kind of trapped?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, the only suggestion I would have is if Mr. Bryan wishes at this time to announce his intentions, then that might give some guidance to the court. But the state is asking, based on its good faith basis, to be allowed to ask Travis McMichael whether he said that or not. And that's our request. But I did want to let the court know that the best we could find in the state of Georgia all had to do with the state's good faith basis or the defense's good faith basis in asking character witnesses about prior acts of the person that they're vouching for. Thank you, Judge.
I can respond, Your Honor. There are cases in Georgia, in state court of Georgia, that do answer this question. And the good faith basis is only one of three prongs. The second prong is it has to be a reliable source of information. And the third prong is it has to be admissible. And if Mr. Bryan doesn't testify, it's not admissible. And I cite to the court, Clark v. State, 186, Georgia Appeals 106, affirmed by the Georgia Supreme Court at 258, Georgia 464. That is cross-examination of a character witness in which the district attorney did not have admissible evidence to prove the underlying question. Also, Thompson v. State, 265, Georgia 677. And a case a little bit off point involving statements made in opening statement that were not proven by admissible evidence. Alexander v. State, 270, Georgia 346. We're not saying that Ms. Donikoski doesn't have a good faith basis for asking the question given the information we have. However, unless Mr. Bryan testifies, it is a Bruton issue and it's not admissible. And if Ms. Bryan does testify, she could ask him about it. And she could ask him about Travis McMichael's statements at the time that he alleged to, at the time of the alleged incident, and prove the underlying question through either Mr. Bryan or Jason Sechrist. Your Honor, we would also ask the court to consider that the statement itself is not reliable. So although good faith basis for asking it's not admissible, it's also not reliable. Mr. Bryan was 90 feet away from Mr. Arbery and Mr. McMichael at the time he claims to have heard that statement. He didn't say anything to any police officer, law enforcement, either state or federal, until his fourth interview, where he's clearly at that point seeking to become a witness for the state, as we know through Mr. Goff's cross-examination of Officer Sechrist. He also told the officers on the scene, and I believe it was Officer Minshew, who asked him, did you hear anything? And all Mr. Bryan said at that point was, I heard stop, stop, stop. Did you hear anything else? No, that's all I heard. That's a statement of Mr. Bryan on the scene on February 23rd. Mr. Bryan's statement to Agent Sechrest is also contradicted by the 911 call by Greg McMichael. He makes the call at the time of the shooting, and the line is left open for approximately 5 minutes. The phone is much closer to Travis McMichael and Mr. Arbery than Mr. Bryan was 90 feet away, and nothing is heard on the phone, even with audio enhancement by the state. Nothing on video. Mr. Bryan's video or any other video. Officer Minshew never heard anything. Daniel Alcott, who was a neighbor, has not been called as a witness, but we all have his statements. He claims to have heard the shots, rushed to the front of the house. There's nothing in his statement to support having heard anything said by Travis McMichael. And so for those reasons, we don't think the statement is reliable. We know it's not admissible at this point, and we would ask the court to prevent the state from asking Travis McMichael back, because once she asked the question, despite the court's admonitions, it's a bell that can't be unrung.
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, I'm looking at this from the perspective of Mr. Bryan, who sometimes I think gets lost in the back and forth. Your Honor, I think I could safely assure the court that unless he's forced to, Mr. Bryan has no intention of testifying at the trial of this case. If the state wants the testimony of Mr. Bryan, they can dismiss the indictment in this case against him with prejudice as to all counts. Then there'd be something to talk about. I've no intent, Mr. Bryan, as we stand here, subject to reconsider, has no intention of this time testifying. I'm concerned, however, very greatly because of the spillover effect of this issue before the court. I'll just leave it at that. As I understand it, the state wants to ask another witness what my client said, something that would be highly incendiary. And at that point, the state is going to be violating Mr. Bryan's right under the Fifth Amendment not to testify. What meaningful protection against self-incrimination does Mr. Bryan have left if the state uses the pretext of a good faith question, only the first of the three steps, to essentially compel Mr. Bryan to testify? It's a violation of Bryan's Fifth Amendment rights to allow the state to go into that. And also to the point, as I mentioned, and I guess I must be the crazy person because I seem to be the only one who observes it. How does Mr. Bryan's position not end up antagonistic to that of the McMichael defendants if the state is allowed to pursue that line of questioning prior to Mr. Bryan making an election to testify? There's an inevitable spillover of this prejudice issue to Mr. Bryan. So if the state wants to go down this road, I guess it'll be a long night of research for the Bryan defense team as to whether or not, as a matter of law, much less within the court's discretion, we would be entitled to a severance from this trial.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a look at the cases that are out there. The starting point, it sounds like, is that Mr. Bryan is not going to be testifying. So with that as a starting point, I'll go ahead and take a look at the cases and see where they lead me. But I'm not going to, particularly with this issue and what we're talking about here, I'm not just going to give everybody an answer based on cases that were just cited to the court. But there will be an answer before Mr. McMichael steps down. Anything further from the state before we proceed?
No, Judge, that's it. Thank you.
Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael? No. And from Mr. Bryan?
Yes, Your Honor. This morning, we have filed our third motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors and otherwise interfere with defendant Bryan receiving a fair trial. That is on top of the 2 or 3, I've lost count, oral motions and the previous written motion in this case. We have specifically brought additional persuasive authority to the attention of the court. And I'm certainly not going to read through all that, but I think it's fair to say if the jurist is distinguished as Thomas Penfield Jackson, the author, among other cases, of the Microsoft antitrust verdict, arguably one of the most important cases of the last century, no less a distinguished justice than Thomas Penfield Jackson summarily excluded the founder of the Nation of Islam, Minister Louis Farrakhan, from the public gallery at that trial. A minister of equal status, equal stature, I would submit to Reverend Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, from that public gallery. That is referenced not only in the Washington Post newspaper article dated June 29, 1990, courtesy of a concerned citizen, kind enough to bring it to my attention, a copy of the decision of the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, rejecting, among other things, Mayor Barry's challenge to the summary exclusion of Mr. Farrakhan. That's attached to Exhibit 2. That was an issue as to whether the court's summary decision, without permitting argument, to exclude him from the courtroom could be a basis for disqualification, and it was not. Now, I would remind Your Honor that that decision made in that case in 1990 in a nationally watched trial predates the most recent Supreme Court case, Musladin, which one judge says there isn't any First Amendment claim, and the other judge doesn't rule it out, but says it's intuitively less than obvious. Certainly following the Musladin decision, this court is well within its discretion to exclude Reverend Sharpton and Reverend Jackson unless and until they can make some showing for the court as to what their relationship is to the victim's family as pastors that would authorize them to be here. And of course, that gets us into all kinds of subjects as to how many pastors the Arbery family has. But I'm simply suggesting the court doesn't even need to do that under the precedent of the Barry trial from 1990 and subsequent in previous Supreme Court cases and other precedent. The court is authorized to exclude Reverend Sharpton and Reverend Jackson from the courtroom without a hearing, and in the alternative, certainly entitled to do so after a hearing. And again, in there, for the other reasons cited, I have asked the court again to take more robust steps to ensure Mr. Bryan's right to a fair trial. And I think I've addressed all the points I raised in my motion.
Doctor, I'm asking you to take action on behalf of our client, which you have the authority to do.
We have no comment.
Anything from the state? The court's already ruled on the motion at least twice. Looking in the gallery, I don't even see the two individuals that Mr. Goff, you have raised as issues, and the court is not going to address this matter this morning based upon the renewed motion. The court's position is in the record. I understand we're ready to proceed.
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go get the count.
You want Mr. McMichael to take the stand?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Let's get Mr. McMichael on the stand. That's why I have well-qualified bailiffs around, just to make sure we don't do something like that. All right, Mr. McMichael, I remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and get the count. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Everybody get settled in for just a moment. Get everybody settled. Again, welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a good evening. We are ready to go ahead and proceed with the evidence in this case from the state.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Mr. McMichael, I'm actually going to hand you back your transcript.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so there you go. Now, when you were transported from the scene to the police station, you began your interview with Detective Nohilly at approximately 3:12 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I'll agree with you.
All right. And it ended approximately 5:30. Is that right?
Sounds right.
So this was like about 2.5 hours of an interview.
Sounds correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the interview began 2 hours after the shooting.
Yes.
And you recall that during that time frame, they gave you an hour to write up 3 pages about what happened.
Yes.
All right. And one of the things you said yesterday is that you felt you and your dad needed to find out what was happening.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so one of the things that you said yesterday was that you thought first that Mr. Arbery, the man you'd seen on February 11th, may be the one who had run by.
Yes.
And then you said that you thought maybe Matt had seen him.
That's correct.
And Matt is Mr. Albense?
Yes.
And then you said he may have broken in.
Correct.
And then you said maybe Larry English is over on his property.
Yes.
And later you indicated that you thought that maybe Ms. Arbery had been caught.
Yes.
And then you said that you thought maybe he was trying to get away from the police.
Yes, ma'am.
But you hadn't heard any sirens or anything in the neighborhood.
Not yet. No, ma'am.
So want to talk to you about some of the legal terms that you used yesterday. Okay. All right. So first, I want to talk to you kind of about probable cause. All right. And you testified yesterday that you've been trained in the military with the Coast Guard, that even when you had arrest powers, before you could arrest somebody, you needed probable cause, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you even gave the jury the definition of probable cause, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You said it was a level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person, given the overall circumstances, to believe a crime has been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But that's really only half the definition, isn't it?
That's what I was taught in my training, was that definition right there.
So isn't it correct that, let me ask you this way. Didn't you learn from your training that you need two parts?
Reasonable suspicion first, and then probable cause.
So isn't it true from your training that you need two parts of probable cause? You need probable cause that a crime has actually been committed and that the person you're arresting is the one who committed the crime.
That would be correct.
All right. But you left out the second part, that you actually have to have probable cause that the person you're arresting is actually the one committing the crime.
That makes sense. I mean, that was the person that I assumed that was committing the crime. That was, the probable cause was him.
So you assumed he was the one committing the crime.
Yes.
All right. So you'd agree that as law enforcement, when you were there in the military as a boarding officer, that even if you know a crime is committed, when you have several suspects, you can't just go and arrest the first suspect. You have to actually have evidence that that person is the one who committed that crime, correct?
That's correct. And I believe I had it with the videos that I've seen with him, with Mr. Arbery being the one that has been there multiple times. And then what I witnessed on the 11th with him sneaking through those yards, or through that yard, and then the way that he reacted to me when I put the lights on him, reacted like he was going for a gun, and then went into that house after we had our altercation. And then Mr. Albenzi being there that same evening and verified that that on the video is the same guy that he's seen. And then seeing Mr. Albenzi pointing down the road led to probable cause, and then Dad saying that was the same individual, the probable cause that it is the same guy that has been in that house that has been breaking into and stuff has been stolen. So the overall, the totality of everything led me to go down there and see if that was him.
So the totality of all of that led you to go see if that was him.
Yes.
Meaning the guy you'd seen on the 11th.
Correct.
All right, so you used the word totality of the circumstances a whole bunch here, haven't you?
Yes, I guess.
All right. So let's go ahead and back up for a second. You had your gun stolen, correct?
I did.
On January 1st, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a suspect in mind for that theft of that gun, correct?
Yes, when I got the videos from Mr. Perez, Diego, looking through, there was a truck that came through that I haven't seen in the neighborhood before. And after looking at the truck, I thought it might have been some teenagers that I would see on that part of the county. And it turned out that it was a neighbor on the other side. And that was as far as I went with that.
Who's David Sorrells?
I have no idea.
Really?
So,
He's not a Facebook friend of yours?
that I believe.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at some of your Facebook posts that you shared with Mr. Sorrells?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead and take a look at this.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're still here.
I'm going to take a look at the yellow highlighted part.
Yeah, I heard.
All right, do you know who David Sorrells is?
I do not. He must have been on the neighborhood page. I do remember the message now, and I believe he must saw it on the neighborhood Facebook page.
All right, so on January 1st, he says he's sorry about your gun being stolen out of your car. Is that right?
Yes, that's what we're.
All right. And then you indicated that you had a pretty good feeling about who stole it.
Yes, ma'am.
And you found out where he lived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been watching him for several days.
Yes.
That was not Mr. Arbery.
No, that was the truck I was telling you about.
Okay. And you then indicated that this may be the same individual who's been causing trouble in the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that's not Mr. Arbery.
No, ma'am.
So why, in your written statement, 2 hours after the homicide, do you put down the very first sentence on January 1st of 2020, approximately between 9 and 10:30, I had my vehicle broken into and my Smith & Wesson gun stolen out of my truck?
Because I was aware of things of burglaries and vehicles being broken into the neighborhood. And then on top of seeing what I saw on the 11th, that there are things being broken into. I was under concern that Mr. Arbery could be a suspect in this, or he could not be. But like I said prior, he is the one that I have seen, and he's the one that has been in that house several times. So of course I'm thinking he's a suspect. But I don't know if it was him or the other people that they've seen or if I've heard of.
So given you don't know who stole your gun, there was no probable cause to arrest Mr. Arbery for the theft of your handgun on January 1st, 2020.
No, ma'am.
You also didn't know who had stolen the items out of the boat, Mr. Larry English's boat, did you?
No, but I had a probability. I was thinking that the probability of who was doing that was the one that continued to go into this house, that has been caught in this house several times, which was Mr. Arbery.
You had no evidence he'd ever taken anything off of Mr. English's boat.
Other than that there's been stuff stolen out of that house and that he has been in that house several times.
So you have stolen items on boat, and you got that from your mom.
Yes.
And then you got him inside the construction site, right? Inside 220.
Yes, ma'am.
And at the point in time on February 23rd, you knew about October 25th,
Yes.
November 18th,
Yes.
and February 11th.
Yes.
You also knew that the white couple had gone in on November 17th, right?
I did.
You also knew that there was a shady-looking guy under the bridge, correct?
I did.
And you also suspected this guy in the neighborhood with the truck may have been the one who stole your handgun. He might have also been someone who was stealing things in the neighborhood, as you said to Mr. Soros, right?
And for a couple of days, they decided that was not him. Or was not the person that had the truck, but I thought it was a different truck. So I let no, that's not.
Is that Rob Way?
I don't know who Rob Way is.
So Kim Ballesteros didn't tell you that she suspected Rob Way in the neighborhood as being the one who stole her purse out of her car January 30th.
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
And you're telling this jury that your mother never told you that Larry English suspected his contractors.
No, ma'am.
All right, so about February 11th, I want to make sure yesterday, when you testified, did you testify that Mr. Arbery actually came toward you and started lifting up his shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you never said that before to anyone, did you?
I put it in the statement.
The statement, your handwritten statement?
The written statement, I believe I did.
Here's your copy of your handwritten statement.
Sorry, that Mark, you did it.
I was incorrect. I said I reached into his pants.
Right, so in your statement, you indicated that I was getting out of my car to ask him what he was doing.
This is a written statement?
Correct.
Okay.
And he turned toward my vehicle and reached into his pants, which led me to think that he may have a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Reach like that to his pants?
No. That's,
And then you indicated I immediately put my car in reverse and the individual went into the house under construction, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And that was, oh, all right, can everybody see now? Okay. And that was the publishing of State's Exhibit 120, the video clip entitled Video MP4. Is that your car pulling down?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Now right here. Mr. Arbery have anything in his hands?
Not I can see, no, ma'am.
Have a backpack with him?
He did not.
Any sort of bag with him?
Not at that time, no, ma'am.
He's wearing a big long t-shirt, isn't he?
Yes.
And shorts cut off at the knees.
I think they were cargo shorts, but yes.
And he's got running shoes on.
I can't tell.
You see the Nike logo swoosh in the reflection?
No, ma'am.
I'll back it up for you. See it then?
No, ma'am.
That was State's Exhibit 117 that I just published. Now, that particular evening, you've seen the body cam video of Officer Rash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Officer Rash told you and told your father that Larry English said Mr. Arbery had never taken or stolen anything from the open unsecured construction site. Is that correct?
My understanding was never saw him take anything from there. Yes, ma'am. Never saw anything taken.
Okay. And Larry English actually had never had anything stolen from the open unsecured construction site.
Yes, he had stuff stolen out of his boat that was inside that house. Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't investigate that crime as a law enforcement officer, correct?
No, ma'am.
Because you weren't a law enforcement officer, were you?
That's correct.
All right. And your father wasn't a law enforcement officer either.
He was not.
Okay. So you're basing your probable cause on something that was rumor that your mother told you about things being stolen off the boat.
I was basing it on the 11th for seeing him in there again and hearing that the stuff was stolen off that boat, and then hearing it from the other neighbors, and then from seeing on the 11th. So yes, it happened. And then seeing him come in multiple times, and then everything that followed up on the 23rd. Yes, that's.
You were hearing Officer Rash testify, is that right?
I was.
Okay. And you heard Officer Rash, under cross-examination, answer the defense attorney's question about if Mr. Larry English had filed a police report about items stolen off of his boat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he said the officer assigned would have investigated it, right?
Yes.
All right. And that means interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
And so an officer who's investigating the theft of items off the boat would have found out from Larry English that the boat had been moved back and forth to Douglas, correct?
Objection, speculation. She's asking him about to assume what Officer Rash would have done had he been asked to make a report about thefts by Larry English, and then how he would follow up on that. This is all speculation on the witness's part.
Speculating. So what Rash would have done, that's sustained.
I'll ask a better question now. On cross-examination, do you remember Officer Rash testifying that the officer assigned, if Mr. English had filed a report, would have investigated that?
Yes.
Okay. And that Officer Rash, you heard him testify that that would have included interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you heard Larry English testify that the boat had been moved back and forth between Douglas, correct?
He learned that, yes.
Well, he didn't learn that. He knew it. He'd moved the boat back and forth, right?
You talking about Rash or English?
Object. I'm not sure what the relevance is about asking him what he heard people testify in court that he didn't know with his own personal knowledge on particular dates. Hearing what people later come and testify about in court is asking him to comment on the testimony before the jury. It doesn't seem to be a relevant inquiry. What he did and what he knew at those particular times, I think, sure. But what they testify about in court and how that may change his thoughts about dates in the past doesn't appear to be relevant.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. And you heard Larry English testify that he suspected his subcontractors. Yes?
That
Larry English suspected his subcontractors of having stolen the items off of his boat. You heard him testify to that.
here, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you heard him testify that he told that to Officer Rash.
Yes,
And you heard Officer Rash testify that he told that to your father.
yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and talk about what was happening on February 23rd, 2020. All right, so you personally first saw Ahmaud Arbery as he was running ahead of you on Burford.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were driving behind him in the white F-150 pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at that time, when you first saw him, he didn't have a bag, did he?
No, ma'am.
Didn't have a backpack.
He did not.
Wasn't carrying a box.
Was it?
Okay. And you could see his hands as he ran.
Yes.
Okay. And you could see that he was wearing the cargo shorts and the t-shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't know who he was. I mean, you didn't know him personally.
I didn't know him personally. No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't know his name.
No, ma'am.
All right. You didn't know anything about him.
Nothing.
He didn't know you.
Not that I'm aware of.
You just knew that he was the guy who was on video at the open unsecured construction site.
And that I saw on the 11th.
And at this point in time, when you first see him on Burford, he's not reaching into his pockets.
No, ma'am. Not running. No, ma'am.
And he never yelled at you guys.
No, ma'am.
Never threatened you at all.
No, ma'am. Not
Never brandished any weapons.
Sorry, you're trying to finish his answer.
Yeah, he did not threaten me verbally. No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't brandish any weapons.
No, ma'am.
Didn't pull out any guns.
No, ma'am.
Didn't pull out any knife.
No, ma'am.
Never reached for anything, did he?
No.
He just ran.
Yes, he was just running.
So at this point in time, you catch up to him on Burford by pulling up next to him. Is that right?
Yes, pulling alongside, keeping with my window right there. I did.
So as he's running down the street, okay, let's say this is the street, he's on this side of the road, consistent with someone driving forward, or is he on that side of the road looking at oncoming traffic?
Oncoming traffic.
Okay. So he's on the side for oncoming traffic.
That's correct.
All right. So you pull up next to him. Is that right?
Yes.
You startled him.
No.
Are you a mind reader?
I'm not, but I could see his actions, the way that he didn't veer, he didn't run off. I came up to him slowly, just like I would anybody else, and I've never startled anybody doing that before. Anybody walking or jogging or running, I've never had anybody become startled on that. So I don't know why would we.
Sorry, I didn't catch off. How many times have you pulled up on strangers that you don't know next to them with a pickup truck to ask them what they're doing in your neighborhood?
I don't think I have in that situation, but I have pulled up on people that are running behind, coming up behind them. But I mean, if you could be startled from somebody coming up behind you, is one thing or other. You can tell if somebody is, but I didn't startle him. I didn't come up on him hard or fast or blow him the horn or anything. I just pulled alongside him on my side of the road, right at the yellow line. And once he acknowledged me and saw that I was there, is when I came a little closer and stayed with him.
So he's running, you pull up, he looks at you, and you say to him, what?
I say, hey, what's going on? Hold on a second.
And he didn't say anything back to you.
No, ma'am.
All right. He just kept running.
He stopped and turned and went backwards. That was the first time. That was the one caught on Mr. Rody's or Mr. Bryan's video. Was the turn up the first qualification.
Okay, so hold on. You pull up next to him, he stops, and then he turns and starts running this way, back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes.
And then you back up. Is that right?
I did.
So you back up the truck to follow him, and at some point in time, what do you say to him?
I'm asking him, what are you doing? What's going on? What happened down there? Why is there somebody, I asked him why somebody pointing down the road. As I'm talking, that's when he turns and runs back down Burford.
So now you're asking him, hey, why is somebody pointing down the road? That's what you're asking him?
That's what I was trying to get to ask him why there are people pointing down the road.
All right, Mr. Michael, not asking for generalities and what's in your head. I want to know exactly what you were saying to the man jogging down the street. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. What exactly did you say to him the first time you pulled up to him?
I want to talk to you.
And he turned and ran.
He stopped, turned and then went the other direction.
And that was an indication to you that he didn't want to talk to you.
Yes.
That was an indication he was not going to stop for you.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you chose to put your truck in reverse and back up at him.
Back up along with him.
So he's trying to get away from you, doesn't want to stop, doesn't want to talk, and you're backing up to go along with him.
That's correct.
And at some point in time, then he turns to run up Burford, right?
Yes, I've asked him again, or asked him that I wanted to talk to him. I don't know exactly what I said, but it was to the effect that I want to talk to him and what happened down the road.
And at this point in time, you're not wearing any sort of uniform.
No, ma'am.
You're not in a marked patrol car.
I'm not.
You don't have any badges on your sleeves.
I do not.
And when you told the police, you were talking to them about let me try to get this right. Do you remember telling the police? So I pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on? He's running. He won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. I'm at the top. I'm at the bottom of page 8, top of page 9. Stop right there. Stop where you're at. Do you remember telling the police that that's what you said?
This is what's on here. Yes, ma'am. You want me to read it?
I'm just asking you if that's what you said. You said, what's going on? He won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at.
Yeah, that's part of it.
So at this point, you're ordering him to stop. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say ordering. I was asking him.
Like nicely and politely, please, sir, stop?
At first, it was not police or sir. Hey, can you stop? Please, yes, stop for a second. Stop for a second. My voice inflection and tone, I was trying to keep the situation calm.
And this is at the time that he's already decided that he doesn't want anything to do with you and has run back down Burford towards Attila.
Yes.
And then we see what happens in the night owl video. Is that right? Is that what happens next?
Brian, yes. Yes, around that time.
What's my evidence number? Hello? Okay, I need to know what the evidence number is. I can't find it on the thing. I know it's there. Okay. I apologize, Your Honor. Something's not right. And I'm worried I've missed it, or somehow it is not on the file anymore.
We have no objection to state like recess.
Thank you. Let's make sure it's on there. There we go. So Publishing States Exhibit 194, the first video ending in 261. Is this what we have?
Yes.
You're backing up, and then he's running away from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then is this your truck pulling forward after him?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, you could have just stopped, right?
I could have.
You could have just let him run, correct?
I could have, but I also wanted to make sure that everything was okay down the road and see what was happening. I wanted to ask him, at least ask him what was happening and see what he would say and go from there.
Despite the fact that you know about the Fifth Amendment, you know that no one has to talk to anyone they don't want to talk to, right?
That's correct.
And you said that you wanted to know what had happened and that you saw Matt Albenzi out in the street when you came out with your shotgun from your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go down and ask Mr. Albenzi what was going on, did you?
I did not.
Okay. So at one point in time, I think you said you thought, well, maybe somebody had been hurt or something had been broken into, or maybe Larry English was down there, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't head that way to see what exactly had happened, did you?
I did not, because Mr. Albenzi was pointing down the road. I took it as whatever happened, you need to go that way. You need to go that way. Something has happened. And then trying to ask him to see what was happened. What happened?
Because something had happened.
Something has happened.
All right. So at this point, right here, where he's running, you're still yelling at him, stop. I want to talk to you, stop.
No, ma'am. Once I watched him run and then pull onside him again is when I engaged with him again.
All right. So we're talking about going all the way down Burford.
No, ma'am. It was only another 100 feet from there, maybe 200 feet. There was a wooded area right where I spoke to him again.
All right. So let's take a look at this.
May I?
Which I want to make sure we have the right exhibit.
I'm just gonna see if we could get the other stream where they actually show the videos, because y'all know 11 Live don't really show that much. So I'm gonna see if I can find a PBS thread. The PBS, okay. No, it's day 5. Okay, here it is.
State Exhibit 300. So taking a look at the blown up board of State's Exhibit 300.
So you're asking him to take a look at it?
I'm going to go ahead and publish it up there so that we can go ahead and see it. But that's what the blown up board is.
Okay.
You able to see that on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So, got the Bryan house. You said you went down here to maybe a wooded area. Is it fair to say that that wooded area is right here?
Yes, it's right at the corner of that house or lot right there. The last open area.
Right here?
No, ma'am. Right there.
Here?
Yes.
All right. And so you chased him down here, and at this point in time, you cut him off.
No, ma'am. I'm alongside him and asking him to stop. I want to talk to him. And then after I asked him, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Hey, hold on a second. Is when he finally stopped. And I was like, okay, now we can talk. We can see what's going on. And then as soon as I said, the cops are coming, after he didn't respond to me or talk to me, I said, hey, the police are coming. Stay right here. That's when he turned and ran the other direction.
You'd agree with me when I say that you never, ever told the Glenn County Police Department or in your written statement that you said to Mr. Arbery, the police are coming?
I don't know if I did or not. If it's not on there, then I didn't say it. But I mean, I could have missed it from everything that was happening and write it down 2 hours later. I might have missed it, but on the assumption that they do that, because I was still under the impression that my dad has called the police. So I'm under the impression that the cops are coming.
So talking about that, I'm going to have you take a look at page number 9. Again, that last paragraph. So in your statement to Detective Nohilly, only a couple hours after the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery, you basically say, he goes around the corner, comes back, he's, man, something's not right here. I tell him to stop, grab the gun out of the truck. I say, hey, stop. He runs back. Man, you call 911 yet? Find my phone, call, give it to my dad, said, call the cops, let's get the cops. So it's only after you grabbed your shotgun out of the truck at the corner of Holmes and Satilla that you say, hey, let's call the cops, and you hand the phone to your dad to call the cops.
That's when I found out that he did not call the police, when I realized that he has not called the police. And then
Also on page 9, you never indicated that Mr. Arbery actually stopped long enough for you to have a conversation with him. Is that correct at the top of page 9?
Yes, I do. I said, he's running, he won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at. Call the cops, And I'm assuming, or what I'm saying there is I told him that I called the cops. there he is. He starts acting funny, and then he takes off running. So he was stopped. If he takes off running, then he was stopped at the point.
You remember yesterday telling this jury that that's what you said to your dad? Call the cops, you know, there he is. Do you remember telling this jury just yesterday that that was what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is. He starts acting funny, he takes off running.
I believe I said, have you called the cops yet? And then on this here is where I mentioned to the police in the interview, and reading this and knowing how I was all over the place when I was giving that statement. This is what I was talking about. This is what I believe I was talking about.
But you'd agree, nowhere in here do you say that Mr. Arbery actually stopped. You said, stop right there, stop right where you're at, and he takes off running.
He takes off running.
Mm-hmm. So nowhere in here do you indicate to Detective Nohilly that he stopped long enough for you to say the police are on their way and that that's why he took off running. Nowhere in here, nowhere in your written statement is that indicated.
In those terms, saying it in that verbatim, I did not. But looking at this and how I was still under stress, still under the impact of what happened a couple hours after this, just 2 hours after the shooting, and then seeing how I was talking, under stress, nervous, scared, I know what I was talking about here, and that's what I was talking about. To call the cops, you know, stop where you're at, call the cops. I'm probably choppy trying to talk to him, being nervous, and saying that I was saying this to Mr. Arbery, and then he takes off running. If you're running, he continued running. He takes off running. I think that's what I was talking about there.
So what were you nervous about while giving the statement?
I just killed a man. I had blood on me still. I was the most traumatic event of my life. I was scared to death. I mean, it was the most traumatic event of my life. I don't know anybody who wouldn't be scared or stressed or terrified or anything. I mean, it was horrible.
I'm talking about giving your statement 2 hours later at a police station. You were nervous because you thought you were going to jail, right?
No, I gave him a statement. I mean, if I would have,
you don't think you're going to jail. That's what you're saying.
I was going through an investigation. I was following the investigation.
So you saw Officer Duggan's body cam, correct? Officer Duggan, the first officer who testified, his body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
You were standing right behind Officer Duggan while all that went on, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you've just shot Mr. Arbery 3 times with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
He's dead on the scene, correct?
Correct.
He's unarmed, correct?
He was.
All right. And your father came up to you and grabbed you by the shoulders and went, you had no choice, you had no choice, right? You saw that?
Yes.
All right. You're covered in Mr. Arbery's blood. You go down to the police station, correct?
Correct.
All right. No.
Let's keep going.
Okay. And at that point, you're in the safety of the police department giving your statement, correct?
Yes.
All right. You got all the time in the world, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Detective Nohilly hasn't threatened you?
No.
Hasn't forced you to make a statement?
He did not.
And didn't promise you anything in order to get you to make a statement?
Well, look real quick. He did not.
Okay. But you're telling this jury that you're all confused and you can't get the facts straight as you're telling the police about why it was you shot and killed a man.
I was trying with my best ability, but like I said, under the circumstances of going through a traumatic event, this is the most traumatic event that I've ever been through in my life. I don't know how. I've never been through a situation like that. So the reaction, trying to go through and trying to be as factual and tell as detailed as I could, and then looking through the transcript being scattered as it was, I could tell that obviously I failed attempting to try as best I could. This is what you got. I tried, and this is what happened.
So fair to say you never told Detective Nohilly nor wrote down in your written statement that you told Mr. Arbery the police were on their way.
It seems that I attempted to say it in these words here.
And at that point, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back down Burford to get away from you, correct?
That's correct.
So at this point in time, he's running away from you. He has not threatened you.
No.
Hasn't pulled out a gun.
No, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a knife.
He did not.
Still arms at his sides.
That's correct.
And he's trying to get away from you.
And I was letting him run away. Yes, ma'am.
You were letting him run away.
That's correct.
Wasn't it your intention to go around the block and cut him off and find him over on the other side?
To head him off and to see where he's located. That was my intention, yes, ma'am.
Right. But you could have stopped right there and not done anything, right?
Yes, but then immediately after is when I saw his interaction with the black truck and realized that there is something to my suspicions here, and I would like to see where he is at when the cops come, which I assume that the police were on the way, that I would be able to tell them where he's at if they haven't located him at that point.
So you're telling the jury that your whole intention was just to go ahead and follow Mr. Arbery, keep an eye on him, and to just tell the cops there he is?
At that point, yes, ma'am.
Now, it's true that your father, while in the truck with you, going down Burford towards that end, was yelling at you, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off, right?
He was talking to me or telling me, I don't know if he was saying cut him off or not. I know that he was saying, there he is, that's the guy. After that, I am not sure exactly what he said.
At this point, you're still yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop at the end of Burford.
I was not yelling at him on Burford, no, ma'am.
And at the end of Burford, you and your dad both got out of the pickup truck, correct?
When he turned and started running down Burford, when he was away, when he was not a threat, if he wanted to be a threat and he was going past that, yeah, I got out of the truck, yes, ma'am. When he turned and running away is when I got out of the vehicle.
Why in the world would Mr. Arbery be a threat to you?
Because of when I asked him what was going on and recognized that it was the guy that I saw on the 11th, and Mr. Albenzi pointing, everything going down, and realized that it is him, and then how he reacted when I shined the lights on him on the 11th. He acted like he did not want to be. He was obviously caught sneaking through the front yard. He was obviously where he was supposed to be, where he hasn't been several times, and then he reaches into his pants like he has a gun, and I took that as a threatening gesture. Walked in the house. Now it's the same guy on the 23rd that I just pulled up to that turned out my father was correct. People pointed down the road, same scene that this happened 12 days prior. That yes, there's a possibility that he may be armed with that gesture, but he didn't show me that, and he started running down the road. I was no longer under a threat if there was to be one, so I got out of the vehicle after my father got out of the vehicle to see what was going on and watch him.
So when you first pulled up to him, very first time, you confirmed it was him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You testified under oath to this jury that I'm not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed, right?
That's correct.
And yet you want this jury to believe now that he was a threat to you, okay, and that you perceived him as a threat, yet you continued to chase him down Burford.
I didn't know if he was a threat or not. He never reached in his pockets, and I wanted to see what was happening. I figured I could talk to him at this point, or getting up to him on the second point.
But hadn't at this point he demonstrated not once, not twice, but 3 times he did not want to talk to you.
Which when I'm at the stop, when I stopped the Burford.
Right, because you pulled up to him once, he doesn't want to talk to you. You back up, he doesn't want to talk to you. You pull down Burford, your dad's yelling, cut him off, cut him off. And all of a sudden, he runs back, he doesn't want to talk to you. That's 3 times he's demonstrated to you that he does not want to talk to you, correct?
Yes.
He's also demonstrated he's no threat to you. He hasn't pulled out a gun.
That's correct.
He hasn't said one word to you.
He has not.
He's not threatened you in any way, verbally or physically.
No, ma'am.
No knives.
No knives.
All right. He's not swearing at you, using profanity or anything like that, is he?
Didn't talk.
So at this point, you get out of the truck, correct?
That's correct.
You get out with your shotgun.
No, I got out when my father got out to get in the back, and then my shotgun slipped and was in the floorboard where my feet were all over it. Once I'm out of the vehicle, it was safe to, I'm not going to reach out. I wasn't going to grab it while Mr. Arbery was right there. There was no reason for it. He's run off. I'm on the side of the truck. So at that point, I grabbed the shotgun out of the floorboard and put it back on the seat.
Your dad gets out with his .357 Magnum, correct?
I didn't know if he had it on him or not. I knew he had it, but I didn't see it. He didn't have it in his hand.
So he didn't have it in his hand as he ran about 10 yards down the road after Mr. Arbery.
He didn't run down the road after Mr. Arbery.
So at this point, you see Mr. Bryan pull out in his black GMC truck to try and run Mr. Arbery off the road.
No, ma'am. I saw, after I put the shotgun back onto the seat when it was on the floorboard, and then watching Dad or talking to Dad or trying to figure out what's going on, and I looked back down the road. I don't know Mr. Bryan. I didn't know where he lived. I didn't see him when I had the first encounter with Mr. Arbery. My assumption, I was assuming from what I saw that he came from Satilla. So the vehicle was at what I thought was the very end of the road. More than likely seeing the video the other day where the tree was closest to Burford. It was towards the end where it was almost on the road. I'm certain that's where I saw the encounter with them. And it didn't look like he was running off the road. It actually looked like Mr. Arbery. I thought the vehicle was stopping. Like Arbery went to the left side and then to the right and then went back to the left. It looked like he was engaging with that vehicle.
So you're all the way down here. I'll do it on this one. All the way down here.
Around there, yes, ma'am.
And they're all the way down here by the time you look at them, is that what you're saying?
By the time I noticed it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you want this jury to believe that you thought Mr. Arbery was the one engaging in this black vehicle, not that the black vehicle was trying to hit him or run him off the road.
That's an objective form of the question you want this jury to believe. I think that's an improper form of the question. I think you can ask him questions and he can answer, but to insinuate that he has some motive for the jury to believe is improper. It's cross-examination. Good.
Thank you. So you want this jury to believe that it's Mr. Arbery who's the aggressor with the black truck, not that the black truck's the one trying to run him off the road to help you.
I didn't see the truck trying to run him off the road. What I saw from down there, I saw the vehicle looked to be at a stop, and Mr. Arbery was engaging the vehicle.
And then Mr. Arbery was able to get away from the black vehicle.
He ran past the vehicle.
And your dad wanted to go down there to see what was happening, right?
That's correct.
But you wanted to go around and cut him off.
No, ma'am. I wanted to get around and to see where he was at, not to cut him off. Not the way you're saying cut him off. No, I wanted to see where he was at, to be in that same area to let the police know where he was coming.
I'm going to have you take a look at page 24, middle of the page. I'm sorry, back up to page 23, please. Take a look at page 23. So line 16. So he turned and went back down this road. Dad's like, hey, go down there. I said, I'm not going through that. I'm not going back to him. And this is about the time that the black truck that was at the scene, that's when he tried to stop it.
Yes.
All right. So here you're telling the police the black truck at the scene was trying to stop Mr. Arbery.
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay. That was right here in this corner, just on Burford, probably a house past this intersection. So I turned and went this way.
Correct.
All right. And then he came down, came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good. We'll have a chance to stop him now. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then the black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he's running up the road and I seen him coming. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you came around Holmes and you were a few houses down when you encountered Mr. Arbery and yelled at him once again, stop, stop. Is that right?
I think I had it wrong on here. Like I said, once I was bouncing back and forth, trying to explain everything that happened, that I misspoke on there. I don't know where I would say to stop. Where was it? That said stop. Came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good, we probably will have a chance to stop him now. Black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop. Well, he was running down the road. I seen him coming. So yeah, that was at the end of Holmes, around the other side of the dog leg.
All right. Well, do you notice how it says, the investigator no right after that says, which way is he running? And you said, he's coming up this way. And where are you at this time? I came around and turned off this road. I'm not really sure how far I was. I was a few houses down. So you're a few houses down. He's asking you specifically, when did you say, hey, stop? I was a few houses down, correct?
Yeah, on here, that's correct.
Okay. And you also got out of your truck at that time, a few houses down on Holmes Drive, correct?
On here is what I said, but I don't believe that's what happened. I believe I misspoke or had it wrong or had it mixed up to when I stopped at the end of Holmes.
Okay. But you also wrote it down in your written statement. Take a look at your written statement. That's about 2/3 of the way down.
On page
2. So I decided to continue down Burford towards Zellwood, then take onto Holmes to see if he would be there. Is that right? You see that line?
Yes.
Okay. And then it said, then you wrote, I made it halfway down and seen the individual turn and run back the way he came, then turn back toward me when the black GMC Chevy turned onto the road.
That's correct. That was at the end of Satilla.
Well, you said I got out of my truck and told him to stop, which he didn't. I got back into my truck and stopped just short of the stop sign on Holmes facing Satilla. So you had actually stopped, got out of your truck, told him to stop, which he didn't, then got back in your truck, then pulled down to Satilla and Holmes.
That, looking back after everything cooled off, where I stopped, and I don't recall if I got out or not. I think I had this mixed with when I finally pulled up. Both times where I said I stopped and got out, I was saying when I stopped and saw Mr. Arbery and the black truck coming at me. We were on Holmes, just short of where the shooting occurred. I probably yelled stop at him, but then once they passed me is when I pulled up a couple more feet and decided to stay where I was at. That's what I was speaking about here.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, when you're a few houses down, Holmes, you stop, you get out, you yelled at him, stop, stop. That's when your father yelled at him, stop, or I'll blow your fucking head off?
I don't think so, no.
Right, well, you don't think so? I mean, you were standing right there. You heard your father say this, yes?
I don't think I heard him say that, no.
But you know that's what he told the police, he said.
In here in court is what I heard, yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you're coming down Holmes, and you see Mr. Arbery coming toward you.
He was in the middle of a turn. He was on the right side of the road, turning left in that apex is when I saw him there. The first time I saw him on Holmes. He was in the middle of a turn, turning back towards Satilla on Holmes.
Is that what the video picks up?
I don't think so. No.
So you're saying that you're coming down this way, and he's running toward your truck. He's turning around, and he runs back this way. You don't see the black truck at this point?
No, ma'am.
All right. But then all of a sudden he's running back toward you, and you see the black truck behind him?
No. When I came around the dogleg, the black truck and Mr. Arbery were together. The black truck obviously just came off of Satilla, and we're heading towards me on Holmes, towards Elwood.
So you're saying at this point you've made it all the way down here?
He was on the right side of the road, turning left. When I saw him, he was in the middle of the turn, and then he turned and was out of sight around that dogleg, and I continued. And then once I got to the dogleg is when I saw him and Mr. Arbery, or the black vehicle, coming my way.
And at that point, he's pinned between the two vehicles.
He was.
You get down to the end of here, having passed Mr. Arbery and the black truck.
No, I was at a stop, and they passed me. I let Mr. Arbery run by, and I let the vehicle pass me. I was stopped in the correct lane and saw them coming, and that was when Mr. Arbery and the black truck, or Mr. Arbery was running alongside the truck, grabbing at the mirror and the door, and then that's when they split. When they were coming into my lane, that's when they split. Mr. Arbery on the passenger side, and the black vehicle turned, went back into his lane, and then was following Mr. Arbery as they went around that dogleg.
In order for you to get from here to here with them behind you, you had to have passed Mr. Arbery and the black pickup truck, correct?
That's when they passed me. It was back there. Was towards Stilla. Yes, ma'am.
Yep, so we'll take a 15-minute recess. Take a 15-minute recess and then continue with the evidence in the case. Thank you.
All right, for jury.
All right. Excuse me, sir. You can go ahead and step down. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Quarter of. Thank you.
Ran around the corner. I lost sight of him. Yes, ma'am.
At that point that he ran to your truck and then ran away from your truck, had his hands out at his side.
He did. Well, yeah, running.
He was running.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't run to your truck and pull out a weapon.
He ran to the truck, but was directing to the truck, but didn't pull out anything. No, ma'am.
Okay. And so he runs up. How close did he get to the truck at first time?
Probably from me to you at the furthest, I would say. It was close. Yes, ma'am.
And you got out of your truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You got out with the shotgun that time.
I did not.
So you got out of your truck and you yelled at him. Stop.
As he's getting closer to me, yes, I was yelling at him at that point to stop. Yes, ma'am.
He turned around to run back.
He did.
Didn't threaten you in any way?
No.
Didn't verbally threaten you? Like yell at you?
Not verbally, no.
Didn't swear at you?
Didn't swear.
Didn't say anything?
Did not.
Didn't pull out a gun?
He did not pull out a gun.
Turned around and ran away?
once he got from me to you, directed to me. Once I reached into my truck is when he turned and ran away. Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, you're reaching into your truck, and he sees you do this.
Yes.
He turns and runs away.
He did. Yes, ma'am.
So now we see him running back. You said he ran up around the dog leg, right?
He did. Correct.
At that point, we see him running back down the dog leg. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he got back to that blue mailbox and then had to turn around and headed back towards you.
I believe he was past the blue mailbox.
So he got past the blue mailbox.
Yeah, he was completely out of sight.
All right. But now in the video, we can see that he's turned around and is heading back toward you.
That's correct.
At this point, he's pinned between the two pickup trucks.
He is between two pickup trucks. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to freeze frame it right here. You've raised your shotgun at him at this point.
At that point, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he's 30 to 40 yards away from you.
That's what I was put on the. That's what I said in the statement and wrote, I believe. Thinking back on it now, I think it was 30 to 40 feet. It was closer to 30, 40 yards. It's 30, 40 yards, but 120 feet. He was not that far away from me.
All right. And at this point right here, hasn't said anything to you.
He has not said anything yet. No.
Hasn't verbally threatened you.
Verbally, no.
Still running with his hands at his sides.
Directly towards me, yes, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a gun.
Hasn't seen a weapon yet, no, ma'am.
And hasn't shown you a weapon this entire time.
He has not.
Hasn't said a word the entire time.
Not one time.
All he's done is run away from you.
Run past me, yes, ma'am.
And you pulled out a shotgun and pointed it at him.
Running directly towards me, and this is now the second time on the road coming directly, and then watching how he interacted with the pickup truck in that general location when I pulled it first time, attacking the truck, and then seeing him interact with the vehicle on Burford, saying that the police are coming, him turning and running, on top of seeing Mr. Albenzi pointing, and the whole February 11th episode. I was under the impression, and I was, at this point, this guy can be a threat, and he is coming directly to me. Yes, I pointed the shotgun at him to deter him from coming directly to me, which was effective at that point there.
So you're under the impression, is that right? You're under the impression, because of all those things that you just mentioned, that he could be a threat to you.
Yes.
Now, let's take a look at State's Exhibit. $129. All right. Your father is in the pickup truck, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he has his .357 Magnum, correct?
He has it, yes.
All right. And this is when you finally have given him the phone and said, call 911.
Seconds before this is when I dialed 911 after I realized that I was misunderstood, that he has not called 911 or had not called 911, and realized the error and called, and then gave my dad the phone once I saw Mr. Arbery coming back at me this third time. Gave it to him, once he was coming around that dog leg. Yes, ma'am.
And your father had 30 years of law enforcement, is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. So he knows how to take care of himself, doesn't he?
He knows how.
Huh. I know. And he's got a handgun with him, right?
Yes.
And he's on higher ground, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I would say higher ground. I'd say vulnerable.
And you never once, anywhere in your police statement, said you were ever worried about your father or him being attacked at all. Never said that once in any of your statements.
In the statements, I guess not. No.
So at this point, you and your dad are both yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop.
I am yelling. I'm sure my dad is, but I was not paying attention to what my father was saying.
All right. So at this point in time, you are right next to your pickup truck in the doorway, right?
I'm right in the crux of it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. And Mr. Arbery is moving this way, and then he's moving that way, correct?
Yes, correct.
You have now moved yourself out of that crux of the doorway into the roadway. Is that right?
Yes, because when I drew down on him, and then because he was coming directly toward me, focused in on me, and I drew down on him, he immediately broke his direction and went to the right. When he went to the right, I came to the left to gain distance. I was thinking that what I would do, or anybody else would go across the yard, would run across the yard. Well, as I was going across, I saw that he turned and started directing towards me on the road again, and then turned a third time and then went back to the side of the vehicle. So I was trying to gain distance.
Gain distance. So you're expecting that he should take action to get away from you because you're pointing a shotgun at him.
I was not wanting him to come to charge me, to attack me, which I was assuming was happening. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing.
So him running down this road, being pursued by Mr. Bryan's truck, is him attacking you.
The last time that I saw Mr. Bryan's truck was when I was at a stop just before where I'm at now, and he was was all over that truck. And they left, and I never saw that truck turn around, and then Mr. Arbery is coming back to me, yelling at him, stop, directing to me. He wasn't going to the left, he wasn't going to the right. He was coming straight to me that first time. I was thinking, all right, he's going to try to get in this truck, or he's going to try to attack me or my dad, or who knows what. He was acting weird. He was acting funny when I was trying to talk to him prior. So I'm on alert. He turns, runs off, comes back. I'm sure I saw Mr. Bryan's truck in this instance, but I was focused on what I perceived as a threat. So I only remember the question now.
Well, I think the question is, you didn't know what he was doing except continuing to run away from Mr. Bryan's truck.
No, he was coming towards me.
All right, but you just said, who knows what? You didn't know what this guy was going to do, right?
I did not.
And all he had done so far is run away from you, right?
He has ran past me and ran away, and I let him run away, yes. Yes.
But this time, you're not letting him run away. You're pointing a shotgun at him, correct?
I am not letting him run to me, directly to me.
And he doesn't. He runs around there, right?
He did.
Mm-hmm. And comes around that corner, and you have closed the distance yourself on him, haven't you?
I have gone to the front of my truck. I did not go to the passenger side of my truck at that time. I was trying to keep an eye on him to make sure that he didn't try to get in my truck or try to get to my dad or who knows, go into the passenger side or what. I was trying to keep an eye on him, and I would think that he's avoided me once I aimed the shotgun at him. If he sees me in front of the truck, then he will not come back around, which I was thinking was more likely was going to happen, and then he would continue to go.
So at this point in time, you could have stepped closer to your pickup truck and kept that pickup truck between you and him, correct?
Can you say that again?
Sure thing. You have moved out in the road. You've aimed this shotgun at Mr. Arbery.
I did.
Mr. Arbery goes to the passenger side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay. Your dad is still yelling at him because we can hear him go, stop, goddammit, stop, right?
Yes.
You could have easily just stepped back to your pickup truck and watched him keep going, right?
I could have, yes, but I still didn't know what he could have done right there where I couldn't see him. And to get closer to the pickup, to get closer to dad, to get to the truck, if he's going to try to come to the truck, I will be right there. So I was thinking that he was a threat, that he might go after myself, my father, or the truck. I wanted to be right there to deter him or to be able to handle it if I need to.
So you also could have stepped around the back of the truck and followed him in the path that way. Is that right?
Yes, but then he would have an open, unrestricted run around the truck and into my open door, into my pickup truck, and go to the truck.
So you're telling this jury that a man who has spent 5 minutes running away from you, you're now thinking is somehow going to want to continue to engage with you, someone with a shotgun, and your father, a man who's just said, stop or I'll blow your fucking head off, by trying to get in their truck?
That's what it shows, yes, ma'am.
He comes around the front of the truck, and you are right there with that shotgun, correct?
I was coming around, and then as soon as I was at the front corner panel, he turned, and yes, we were on each other.
That's your head right here.
That is my head.
All right. You heard the medical examiner testify that Mr. Arbery's hand was between him and the shotgun, and he was shot here into his torso, correct?
That's the theory, yes, ma'am.
That was the medical examiner giving his opinion, correct?
His opinion, I'm sorry, correct.
Okay. And you saw the digital evidence that backed that up with the arterial spurt from his arm before the first two shots, correct?
Yes.
All right. You testified yesterday that Mr. Arbery grabbed your shotgun.
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember Detective Nohilly specifically asking you if he grabbed your shotgun?
I do.
Okay. And you then said, you want to take a look at it?
Page 30. Which page 30?
I'm going to find it for you. Page 44.
So do you remember describing the first interaction that you had with him? When he came around the corner?
Reading it, yes, ma'am.
All right. So you told Detective Nohilly that he came up, meaning Mr. Arbery, and then I think that's when he hit me or started striking. He was on me. He had my shirt, or something to that point. I had the gun. I was too close to draw down on him. I did like that, and he's still fighting, and I was just like, and at that time, you're showing Detective Nohilly that you had the gun like this, correct?
Yes.
And Detective Nohilly specifically asked you, do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? And your response was, I want to say he did, but honestly, I cannot remember. I mean, me and him were face to face the entire time. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, and I was trying to think of that exact moment. Trying to give him, like I said, trying to give him as much detail as possible under the stress and of all this going on. It was obvious that he had the gun from what I was saying in here to reread it, that he had the weapon the way that I was describing it. But why I said he did not have the gun at that second, I don't know why. But yeah, that's what I said. I want to say he did, but I honestly cannot remember.
So you didn't shoot him because he grabbed the barrel of your shotgun. You shot him because he came around that corner, and you were right there, and you just pulled that trigger immediately.
No, I was struck, and we were face to face and being struck, and that's when I shot. So he came up, I think is when we were hit. He started striking. He was on me. He had a shirt or something to that point, and I had the gun. And I was too close to draw him.
So you're saying that all of that took place. He's got your shirt. He's striking you. You've got the gun up in this thing. You can't draw down on him, and it's a struggle, and he's on you, and you're going back and forth in front of the truck. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what happened?
That's on video, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was shot right here in the torso, and it all came up, all pellets right back here. Okay. So your gun was parallel to the ground. Yes?
Yeah, if you grab a shotgun and snatch it away, it would straighten the shotgun out. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so which one was it? Was it like this, or was it like this?
It was obviously like that in the video. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It happened so fast, and trying to recall and everything, I've obviously missed every minute detail.
All right, so let's talk about some of the things that you chose not to do with this matter, okay? You could have made sure that you and your dad called the police from your house at 230 Satilla Drive before you ever got in that pickup truck, correct?
I could have, but I was under the impression that he has called the police when he left there.
And you could have just continued to drive behind Mr. Arbery and not even speak to him or confront him at all. Isn't that true?
I could have, yes.
Mm-hmm. And you could have just let him run away when he took off in front of Mr. Bryan's house. From the night owl video we saw, you could have just gone, okay, he's running. We'll just, let him go, or just drive behind him really slowly, right?
Could have and did after I realized that he was not going to talk to me and turn around right away.
And you could have stayed in your truck over on Holmes Drive, right?
Could have, yes.
And you could have stayed in your truck until he ran by and then driven away to go ahead and follow him, right?
I could have, yes.
Not once during your statement to the police did you say that you and your father were trying to arrest Mr. Arbery, did you?
In the statement?
Yeah, to the police.
No.
All right. You never told the police that you said to Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest, correct?
I did not.
Okay. In fact, you never did tell Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest for the crime of fill in the blank.
I didn't have time. I was still trying to get him to stop.
Let's talk a bit about your attitudes towards sort of vigilantism, okay? You've posted several times on Facebook some things, and we talked about one of them in response to Kim Ballesteros, where it's like you're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood. Do you remember posting that?
Yes.
All right. And in response to another post about crime on the website, you responded, arm up, correct?
Was that the Ballesteros one?
July 1st, 2019, a post by Lindy Kofer. Your first response was arm up. Do you remember that? Would you like to see it?
Yes, please. I would.
I think the attorneys want to see it.
Probably so. Thank you.
Is that a fresh recollection? You said arm up?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
In addition, back in January of 2019, do you recall having a Facebook conversation with a Lacey Allison Cox?
I do.
All right. And at that point, do you remember telling her about how she felt that you need to make examples out of somebody if they steal stuff? And you said, that's right, hope y'all catch the vermin.
That's correct.
All right. In addition, she was kind of worried about her father because she said, we have had a lot of trouble with.
Hearsay. I guess this is a post connected with the witness.
I'll ask a better question.
Thank you.
Do you remember
I'm not sure what the context was, so to the extent maybe hearsay, it's the same.
Okay.
Okay, I will rephrase. Do you remember telling her that your old man is the same as her old man, which is slap crazy, old as dirt, and doesn't care about going to jail? Do you remember that?
I don't think I wrote that.
Okay. It's on the top of the second page. Take a look at that, see if that refreshes your recollection. Does that refresh your recollection about what you agreed with Ms. Cox about?
Yes, agreed. Respond to the yes, ma'am.
All right. She said, we've had a lot of trouble with thieves. It just worries me because my daddy is slap old crazy, LOL. He's old as dirt and doesn't care about jail. And you responded, that's what this world needs more of. My old man is the same way.
I did say that, yes, ma'am.
And then the next line is, you said, hell, I'm getting that way.
I did say that.
She said, have to make an example out of somebody. You said, that's right. Hope y'all catch the vermin, correct?
I did.
So your attorney has repeatedly stated a bit recurring theme here for you, that when seconds count, the police are minutes away. Have you heard him say that numerous times?
I've heard him say it, yes.
Okay. Is that your statement?
It's not.
Then why is your attorney saying that?
I guess that's what he believes.
Okay. That's not what you believe.
I can agree with that, but I don't think I've said that.
I'll go ahead and pass the defendant back.
Briefly. Because you've been cross-examined a bit about why you were making certain decisions to approach or not Mr. Arbery.
Yes.
Or what you thought about when he was approaching you. And you've been shown your transcript, the statement that you had with Officer Nohilly. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Take a look at page 7, line 1.
7 line 1.
Can you recall what you said to Officer Nohilly there?
Objection. Inappropriate question. This is not a prior consistent statement at this time.
It's a rehabilitation of the witness after he's been cross-examined about his intent and why he made the decisions. This is a prior statement by him that is consistent with his testimony and to rehabilitate him after cross-examination. He's been questioned extensively, Your Honor, about what he said.
You're rehabilitating him on it. You're claiming to be that statement.
What do you say? Page 7, line 1.
1 to just line 1.
Well, so we can make sure.
And then for the full statement before the officer.
The first full sentence.
Okay.
See, you're going to read it out loud, or if he remembers the statement.
Yeah.
How are we doing?
Just read what he said to the officer.
Well, objection at that point.
Okay.
Improper.
Do you recall what you said to the officer?
I do.
Don't read. What did you say to the officer?
I told it was close down that.
What date were you speaking about when you were talking to the officer?
I was speaking of February 11th when I saw him the first time that I encountered him.
And did you tell the officer, give the officer an impression of what you thought about Mr. Arbery at that time?
Yes, I said that when I stepped out that he was not there, he wasn't clearly there, and he reached into his pocket.
What did you mean by clearly not that Mr. Arbery clearly was not there?
The way that he was interacting with me, the way that he was reacting to just being caught creeping or lurking in the shadows to reach to a pocket and then just stay, I would say, bold, or having a brazen moment where you do that and then just go into the house, continue to do what you were doing. It was not, it was off. It just wasn't.
Did you share this with Officer Nohilly a couple hours after?
Yeah, I did. I did. Yes, sir.
Right. If you go to page 9, line 3, before you do that, at any point in time, did you try to describe Mr. Arbery's behavior as you were interpreting it on Burford Road? To Officer Nohilly?
I did, yes.
Okay. And do you recall how you described his behavior?
Yes.
Okay. How did you describe it?
Funny, acting funny, clearly not there.
Okay, let me stop you. What do you mean by acting? What did you mean by acting funny?
The way that his facial expressions when I first pulled up, the anger, and then not speaking, not talking at all. It wasn't like ignoring me or trying to ignore me. It was just the way that he was expressing himself. He just wasn't talking. He was in an anger state, and
what was your interpretation of that?
That he could be
relevance.
It goes to his conduct.
Speculation and not relevant as to his interpretation.
I think it is relevant. It's not speculating, it's just his interpretation. Okay. Did you ever indicate to Officer Nohilly that you felt something was just not right with Mr. Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall ever indicating to Officer Nohilly that you were just wanting to watch him and hope that he would continue to run past you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You were.
You are instructed to disregard the last question asked and any implication.
be seated.
All right, welcome back. So everybody enjoyed their lunch. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, an improper question was asked of the last witness that the state knew or should have known was objectionable. Accordingly, the court has admonished the state and has ordered that the actions are not to be repeated. You are instructed to disregard the last question asked and any implications arising therefrom. With that instruction to the panel, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Call city clerk.
All right, hold on. We gotta go back and listen to that question because I missed it. Hold on.
Yes, I did.
You were. Witness after he's been cross-examined about his intent and why he made the decisions. This is a prior statement by him that is consistent with his testimony and to rehabilitate him after cross-examination. He's been questioned extensively, Your Honor, about what he said.
You're rehabilitating him on what you're claiming to be that statement.
What do you say? Page 7, line 1.
1 to just line 1.
Well, so we can make sure I limit
For the full statement before the officer.
The first full sentence.
Okay.
Is he going to read it out loud, or if he remembers the statement?
Yeah.
How are we doing?
Just read it. What he said to the officer.
Well, objection at that point.
Okay.
Improper.
Do you recall what you said to the officer?
I do.
Don't read. What did you say to the officer?
I told it was to close it down that
Let me do this. What date were you speaking about when you were talking to the officer?
I was speaking of February 11th when I saw him the first time that I encountered him.
And did you tell the officer, give the officer an impression of what you thought about Mr. Arbery at that time?
Yes, I said that when I stepped out that he was not there, he wasn't clearly there, and he reached into his pocket.
What did you mean by clearly not that Mr. Arbery clearly was not there?
The way that he was interacting with me, the way that he was reacting to just being caught creeping or lurking in the shadows to reach into a pocket and then just stay, I would say, bold, or having a brazen moment where you do that and then just go into the house, continue to do what you were doing. It was not, it was off. It just wasn't.
Did you share this with Officer Nohilly a couple hours after?
Yeah, I did. I did. Yes, sir.
All right. If you go to page 9, line 3, before you do that, at any point in time, did you try to describe Mr. Arbery's behavior as you were interpreting it on Burford Road? To Officer Nohilly?
I did, yes.
Okay. And do you recall how you described his behavior?
Yes.
Okay. How did you describe it?
Funny, acting funny, clearly not there.
Okay, let me stop you. What do you mean by acting? What did you mean by acting funny?
The way that his facial expressions when I first pulled up, the anger, and then not speaking, not talking at all. It wasn't like ignoring me or trying to ignore me. It was just the way that he was expressing himself. He just wasn't talking. He was in an anger state, and
what was your interpretation of that?
That he could be relevant.
Goes to his conduct.
Speculation and not relevant is to his interpretation.
I think it is relevant. It's not speculating, it's just his interpretation. Okay. Did you ever indicate to Officer Nohilly that you felt something was just not right with Mr. Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall ever indicating to Officer Nohilly that you were just wanting to watch him and hope that he would continue to run past you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You were.
The initial
I think-
communications are sent
I think we
out
just
to
missed it.
members, then
The court has some concerns about the relevance of that evidence, and I'll rule on it accordingly. But just putting up individuals that live in the neighborhood to say, I looked at Facebook and this is the way I felt, I think that there's the basis for some objection there. And I'll go ahead and take that as they come. But if it can be linked up with what's actually before the court, so be it. But just bringing witnesses in to say they looked at Facebook and unrelated to, in fact, she testified, I think she didn't know the defendants.
Correct.
Yeah.
If
And I'll just say this last piece, Your Honor, to fill in that one gap. We will link this up. And I think it's important for the court to be reminded that during the cross-examination of Travis McMichael and other direct examinations of GCPD and GBI agents, the argument has repeatedly been made by the state that the defendants are exaggerating the feelings of that neighborhood and what was really going on in that neighborhood. So I think the only way to respond to that, if I'm acting on behalf of myself and my neighbor, then it's fair enough for me to say, well, let me tell you what my neighbor was worried about. Here's what she told me, here's what she experienced. And that may help the jury think more clearly about the way that the state is characterizing a peaceful, calm, placid Satilla Shores in February of 2020.
I just want to add, I'm sorry, I just want to add, I think Ms. Hogue addressed it, but several witnesses have testified that there were maybe 2 burglary 911 calls or 2 entering auto 911 calls, 1 burglary call for this long period of time. That testimony was elicited by the state. The only way to respond to that, there was more crime in the neighborhood, is from people who experienced it and read about it and were concerned about it. And that's the relevance of the Facebook page, because Travis McMichael testified on direct.
Well, let me just, I guess, as I said, we're going to get you off, but I'm going to do that anyway. Yeah, I mean, if you got a witness that stands up and testifies that they were the victim of a crime in Satilla Shores, sure. But if you got a witness that gets up and says, oh, yeah, I live in Satilla Shores, I've looked at a Facebook page, and I use that to inform myself about crime in the neighborhood, but I've never spoken to the defendants, which is exactly what we had with the last witness, that's an objection that's going to be sustained. Those are 2 very different things. Okay.
I mean, we believe because of Travis McMichael's use of the neighborhood Facebook page as a source of information that raised concerns that he testified about.
Well, and he testified and on direct could have walked all the way through that. So I believe he testified to what he was informed of in the neighborhood, and Facebook was referenced during his direct examination.
Correct. And this corroborates that there were, in fact, Facebook posts about crime in the neighborhood.
But I'm not going to debate it. The question that went beyond that into what the Facebook posts were. And so, again, the objection was sustained with the last witness. I've explained where the court generally is on this, and we'll proceed from there. All right, we're going to bring the panel in. I'm going to provide the instruction to the panel. And is Travis McMichael ready with his next witness?
Cindy Clark.
For the record, on the recess for lunch, we had an individual out in the foyer of the courthouse wearing a Black Lives Matter mask. Bring it to the court's attention for the record.
Okay. All right, let's go get the panel. Okay, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good, Lucy.
After Ms. Clark,
Hey.
I just have a few brief questions for you.
Okay.
If you would just say and spell your name, please.
My name is Cindy Clark, CindyClark.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in Brunswick on Holmes Road.
Is that in the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
And the type of work you do?
In sales.
Okay. At any point in time, as you were living in Satilla Shores, did you become aware of crime happening in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, what type of crime were you aware that was happening in the neighborhood?
Petty crime, cars being broken into, things like that.
Okay. Were you aware of whether guns had been stolen from cars in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Or were you aware of whether people were seen or spotted walking around the neighborhood at night?
Yes.
Okay. You just have to speak up just a little bit. Okay. At any point in time, did you undertake any precautions about your home, like putting up cameras or doorbell cameras or things like that?
I did put up a doorbell camera, but I never hooked it up.
Oh.
It was a waste. But yes, we took precautions. We locked our doors and we locked our cars at night.
When you say we, who are you speaking of?
My husband and I.
Okay. Did you discuss this with any of the neighbors about how you felt or thought about these things that were happening in the neighborhood?
Sure.
Can you give us a time period of when this crime was happening? Was it 2018, 19? Or just drop off the end part of that question. Can you give us a time period of when this was happening?
We moved in the neighborhood in 2004. So probably 2006 on. I mean, just things happening here and there.
Okay. Do you have a general concern that as a neighbor, it's a good thing to look out for one another?
Yes.
Is that something that you try to do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of the Satilla Shores Facebook page?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, I'm a member of I'm on there too. So I forgot how I heard about it,
okay.
but I joined it.
All right. Have you yourself ever posted on the Facebook page?
Yes.
Did you at any time ever use the Facebook page to inform yourself about crime going on in Satilla Shores?
I think I remember once, and maybe twice. Yes.
Meaning that you only read it once or twice, or that you posted on it once or twice?
Oh, that I posted something once or twice.
Okay.
But I read it more than once.
Okay.
I read it a lot.
And did you read it as it was relating to trying to understand what type of crime may be happening?
Leading.
Again, it's not reading. I'll give you a case on it. Miller versus the state, 258 Georgia at 425. May I approach? Yes. Mark the last paragraph for the court, asking a question that contains the possibility of. I'll read it. I was just making a record. That's fine.
Restates what the leading question is.
I know. I'm just giving it so the court understands that asking the witness a question that contains the possibility of a yes or no answer is not a leading question.
To counsel testifying and counsel doing all this with a speaking objection.
I'm just responding to the objection.
This is, well, no, it states what a leading question is. If it suggests the answer, then it's leading.
Right.
A leading question can still be phrased as a yes or no if it leads to one and only one of those answers as a conclusion. It is still leading.
I would say it's subject driven, but I understand the court's ruling. I'll move on.
Yeah, so let's go on. It's
okay. All right. Did you yourself witness any type of crime happening in the neighborhood or become aware of it in your own space in the neighborhood?
I didn't witness it.
Did you witness any aftermath of it or anything suspicious at any time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
The neighbor across the street, I guess they were in the middle of going through their car. And
who's they?
Okay, it was two guys that were in a car that had parked across the street from my home. And I guess they scared them, and the one guy drove off and left the other guy in the neighborhood. And that was around like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we all woke up, they woke us up. So I was aware of that.
Okay. Is this the kind of thing that you would post for the benefit of other neighbors?
I don't think I posted anything about that. There was another incident that I posted about because I saw some people in the neighborhood. A car broke down, people walking into the neighborhood, and I did post about that, but I had called 911.
And why did you post about that particular incident?
Well, they were walking into the neighborhood away from their vehicle instead of walking out of the neighborhood maybe to get help or something, but it turned out to be a stolen vehicle. So,
Okay. Are you yourself a gun owner?
yes.
If you could just give me 1 moment. Your Honor, 1 moment, please. Any further questions? Thank you. But you just have to wait 1 second. The state doesn't have questions.
Hi, Ms. Clark. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. I'm Linda Dunikoski. I'm one of the prosecutors, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. So, this incident with the two guys across from your home in the middle of the night, when did that happen?
I can't remember the year.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it before COVID?
Yes.
Okay. So if we do that, was it like the 2019, 2018, or even further back?
I think it was further back.
Further back. And then when we talk about that car that was broken down, was that the car from Florida that was stolen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that was, what year? Do you remember when that was?
I'm going to guess.
Okay.
Maybe 2016, something like that.
All right. And do you know Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know Mr. William Rody Bryan?
I've met him one time. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Speaking about dates, do you recall in December of 2019 learning about a suspicious car coming in the neighborhood and you saying that you would go back and get the tag number of
Yes.
the car? Is that kind of the way you're talking about trying to help neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall around August of 2019 sharing some suspicions about an individual who was taking pictures and walking around the neighborhood taking pictures and someone should run his license plate too? Can't remember that one.
I can't remember that.
If
I didn't remember that one.
Okay, now approach witness. See if this refreshes your memory. You're welcome to step forward. You see if that refreshes your memory about
Yes.
generally saying in August of 19 about another car coming in and
Yes.
running the license plate.
Yes.
Again, is that something that you were doing to try to be a helpful neighbor? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. You should be released. Be released, John. You are released. Thank you. Yeah.
That's called Brooke Perez.
Sorry, tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. Yeah. Go ahead and see.
And I know you're soft-spoken, so please use that microphone next to you.
Yes, sir.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Brooke Perez.
And how do you spell your first and last name?
Brooke Perez.
A little bit louder, okay? Because I'm having trouble here. Okay. And Ms. Perez, where do you live?
Satilla Shores.
How long have you lived at Satilla Shores?
The end of this month will be 6 years.
6 years. In 2015 or so?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
What's the name of your husband?
Diego Perez.
And do you have any children?
Yes, 3.
And what are their ages?
13, 8, and 15 months.
13, 8, and 15 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you at one point the victim of theft crime?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what happened and first when that happened?
I don't remember the year that it happened. I know it was over the summer. Someone in the neighborhood had posted on our neighborhood Facebook page that they had I think their car was broken into. And usually when that would happen, I would go out and check just to make sure. And sure enough, I went out and some tools were missing from my husband's truck. It was a Makita drill and impact dropper, charger, and 2 batteries in the case.
You said you don't remember the year. We're looking at your Facebook post about that. Refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Ms. Perez, if you'll turn at the top, there's page numbers. If you'll turn to page 430, read through that, see if that refreshes your memory about the year in which that occurred.
Yes, sir. It's 2019, June 30th of 2019.
Is that the date you remember it happening?
I know it was in the summertime. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what time of day or night approximately the tools were stolen?
I would assume overnight, because Diego always backed in front of the garage. And I know this was in the morning. Well, it says 11:51. I say morning, but I remember seeing it, early that morning. I was like, oh, let me go out and check. And when I did, I noticed the tools were gone.
Did y'all take any actions as a result of his tool?
I called. I think it might have been the non-emergency number, but I did call, and a police officer came out to the house. And we didn't have the serial numbers on there, and he said, asked him, can you fingerprint the truck, perhaps? And he said no, because of the type of door handle it was, that most likely would not show a print on there.
Okay.
So I said, okay.
Was that the first time since you moved into Satilla Shores in 2015 or so that you and Diego had been the victim of a property crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did being victimized make you feel?
It's a very uneasy feeling. At the time, I only had 2 children, but I'm a stay-at-home mom. Have been for several years, homeschooled my children. So I'm home by myself with the kids. So it just felt like a violation. Someone in something that shouldn't be this close to my home.
Okay. Did you and your husband take any actions as a result of well, let me back up a second. Did the police ever find the person who took the tools?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband Diego take any actions as a result of the theft of your tools?
Yes, sir. We purchased a Lorex home security system. It's a 4K ultra high def camera system, so that way, it's really good.
Do you know what? I'm going to stand back here.
Okay, so I can yell at you. Okay.
Yes. Ms. Teresa, if you don't hear me, let me know. You said you and your husband purchased cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, did you install them or did Diego?
Oh, no, he installed them.
Okay. Do you know where on your house they were installed?
I think the first one we might have put over the garage. The other one is on the second story. And there's one facing the front door. I think at that time we had only done maybe those 3. I don't think we had put any more. We purchased several cameras, but the cordage that they come with, they only come with X amount of feet, and then you have to buy additional cords. I don't really know much about it, but I just know that the ones that we were wanting to put out, the cording wasn't long enough, so he was only able to put up a few at once.
One was, I think you said above the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have, well, I'll get to that in a second. Did you post about the theft of tools on the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir, I did.
So when do you recall becoming a member of the neighborhood Facebook page?
The day, or maybe the day after it was created.
Do you know when that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it prior to 2018, if you know?
It might have been. It may have been. I really don't know.
Well, tell the jury why you posted about a personal theft of you and your husband's tools.
Well, if I was a victim, I'd assume someone else, in the neighborhood was, because that's how I found out I was a victim. Was someone had said someone had entered their car last night, and I said this needs to stop, or the car's locked, and then come to find out we were, theft, and apparently his truck wasn't locked. I'm not sure what happened, but just to let them know, hey, something was missing from us. You might want to check too.
Okay, so you were letting your neighbors know about your own theft.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time when you became the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
And why did you become the administrator of the Facebook page?
Because my lovely neighbor made me administrator. I guess because I'm usually home, and I don't say I sit and watch the cameras, but it's a huge 40-something inch screen, and all you have are all these cameras that show, so if there's motion, it'll let you know there's motion. It'll tell you what camera, and I kind of look to see, what's going on.
Okay. What does being the administrator mean for people who aren't on Facebook?
If you wanted to join the group, we would see who it is, and if they live in the neighborhood, yes, here you go, and that's.
So the sole criteria of being on the page is you have to live in Satilla Shores.
Yeah, absolutely. Or either. I think my mom's on there and a couple of other, relatives, to look out. So if we were out of town, she would know, hey, there's something going on. They're not home, that kind of thing. But
as the administrator, how often would you look at the neighborhood page?
On Facebook, it'll give you a notification if someone's posted in there. And so I would look at my phone, periodically. And if I saw a notification, I'd go and then go in there and look.
Do you think you looked at it once a day, more than that, or less than that?
When someone posted on there, so sometimes there's more than one post a day, and sometimes there's several weeks that there's not a post. So it would just depend on the action.
Please tell us the kinds of things that people use the Facebook page for, the neighborhood Facebook page.
They would use it for if we had an incident as far as a theft, if a suspicious person, if our water went out, if power went out, if police activity in the neighborhood. Basically to keep, whatever is going on in the neighborhood, to keep, our neighbors informed, because a lot of our neighbors are elderly, like neighbors, and there's several houses that are, I don't want to call them weekend houses, but basically no one lives there full time. They're there maybe a week in a month or so. So that way everyone kind of knew what was going on.
Was it a way of keeping an eye on everybody's property and other things going on, the kids and things like that? Okay. Did you keep Diego informed about the things you were seeing, Diego Perez, the things you were seeing on the neighborhood Facebook page?
I think I told him about the water a couple times, and I did tell him anytime that there was suspicious activity and anytime something would go missing, I would let him know.
And why would you tell your husband about suspicious activity that you were seeing being posted on Facebook?
Because he's my protector.
Okay, so to keep him informed about the things he needed to know to keep you and the kids safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Larry English?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Mr. English?
Our kids, so we bought the fun house in the neighborhood for all the kids to come to and hang out. And he has a young son that's the same age as my oldest daughter. And the kids across the street, they all would come to our house. And his son, Hoyt, he was outside playing. And I said, ask your dad to get your swimsuit and come swim with the kids. And he said, no, ma'am, he won't let me. But if you come down there, maybe he'll let me. So we walked down there, and that's how I met Mr. English and introduced myself. Hi, I live right here. Our kids always play outside. If it's okay, can he come and play? And that's how I met him originally.
And how many doors down from you does he live?
2.
And I mean, when I say live, do we understand this to be a house under construction?
Yes, sir. He lives in a camper in the backyard.
Okay. So how often would you know Mr. English to be on his property approximately?
Still to this day, about every day, every other day. I see him all the time there. And since the house was being worked on, he's there working a lot. So
on the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time where you informed Mr. English about you and Diego having your tools missing?
Yes, sir. The day that the cop, came out, the day that our tools went missing, my husband said, there's a gentleman over here building a house. You might want to check with him. And my memory serves me correct. Diego and the police officer walked over there to Mr. English's house, and I think that's the first time that they had met each other.
Is that the first time you met Mr. English?
No, sir. I didn't go over there with the police. I met him. I think it might have been right after that, or maybe it was right before, but it was with the kids playing.
Was there ever a time where you became aware of problems Mr. English was having with intruders on his property?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when that was?
I believe that might have been in October.
What year?
Maybe 2019. And I only know that because a neighbor had phoned and said that someone was on her camera. She wasn't home. And so I woke up my husband, hey, there's someone on the camera, go and check. And I spoke with police that night.
All right, so
and the police officers who told us about that.
All right, let's back that up. So there was a time where you became aware, I think you said October.
Yes, I believe it was in October.
Okay. How did you become aware of an intruder on Mr. English's property?
I can't say if I saw on the camera the cops or if it was when Diego was outside the cops, but I know I was alerted due to police presence. And I remember speaking to an officer, and he said that they were looking for a young black male that had been on, and he didn't tell me whose property, but pointed at the house under construction, and that the caller had said he had ran across the street to the house across the street from us.
And you said you got a call from a neighbor that night while this was supposedly happening. Who was the neighbor?
Miss Lawrence.
Subi Lawrence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she called you?
Yes, sir.
And without telling us what she said, do you know why she called? Did she inform you, without saying what she said, of what was going on at her house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned Diego being outside. What did you do after you got a call from Subi Lawrence?
I immediately woke him up and was like, honey, there's someone on Subi's camera, and he jumped up and busted his tail. We have hardwood floors, and he was wearing socks, and he slipped and fell and then jumped up and went out, went over, and he never found anyone.
So literally busted his tail?
Yeah, literally
fell on the
busted.
floor.
Yeah.
Did you know if he went over there, when he went over there, he was armed?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
My husband's normally armed. He carries every day in his waistband, so.
Has a concealed weapons permit?
Yes, sir, and we have USCCA. So.
Okay, so he went over, to your understanding, to Ms. Lawrence's house?
Yes, sir.
To try to help her understand what was happening?
Yeah, she wasn't home, and she's a single mom with 3 small children. And when she called and said someone was on her camera, it was like, oh gosh, so I said, don't come home until we make sure everything's okay, because the last thing we wanted was someone to be in her house, and her and the little boys go in, and who knows what would happen.
Did you eventually go outside and I think you said talk to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was, to your knowledge, anyone found, located, that had been the intruder of Mr. English's property that night?
No, sir.
Did there come a time when you became aware of other nighttime intruders in Mr. English's property?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of that?
Mr. English would text my husband, usually a video, and sometimes he would call and say, how would he say, the colored man's back at my house.
That's what he says?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or the colored boy is what he would call and tell Diego.
Okay. And why did he call Diego, to your understanding?
I know my husband told him we're 90 feet or 95 feet, something. Our houses, may seem like far, but it's not. And he told him, goodness, because Larry, I think, had sent him some pictures or whatever. And he said, if you need me to respond, I can. I can put him up. I have night vision goggles, until the police can get here to see who this is. And
so your husband was leaving your house to go respond to Mr. English's problems?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever try to stop your husband, say, this is not our concern, don't do that?
No, sir.
Why?
Why not? Sorry.
It's dangerous, right? It's dangerous.
I mean, it could be, yes, sir. But if you don't know what, you're just going to find out, hey, what are you doing? What's going on here? That's not, it could be dangerous, yes, but it could not. So I didn't look at it as.
Did it not scare you when your husband would leave the home at night to go check on the street?
It was very unnerving what was going on because you didn't know what was going on. But I guess I trusted my husband enough and I knew, I guess the Lord would protect him, whatever he felt right as a husband and as a leader of our home to do, then that's what he should do.
Okay. How or what, if any, actions did you take once you started hearing about multiple intrusions in Larry English's property 2 doors down from yours?
I messaged his wife on Facebook and asked, can we put up some no trespassing signs?
Who's Larry English's wife?
Larry English's wife,
Okay.
and ask, hey, can I put up some no trespassing signs? Maybe that'll deter, if you don't know, maybe if they see a sign and realize, hey, this isn't just, a random person building a house, it is an actual family building a house. Maybe that would deter something.
Did you ever call any of your surrounding neighbors to let them know that this intruder was here?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us who you talked to about that?
I called Subi Lawrence.
Okay, single mom of 3.
Yes.
Across the street. So you and Subi were friendly beyond just neighbors?
Our kids went to daycare together, so I've known her for a long time. So yes, sir, I would say.
Did you ever post about the intrusions in Larry English's house, the break-ins in his house, on the neighborhood Facebook page?
I'm sure I have, yes, sir.
Give me 1 second. If you'll turn to page 356 and see if that refreshes your memory about a post you made about the man breaking into Larry English's house.
Sorry, you said 356?
Page 356, yes.
Read it.
Just to yourself.
Okay.
So did you post about the intruder in Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what you posted.
I said black male, short hair, tattoos on chest and arm, ?
And that was in response to what?
To a neighbor of ours, her husband's truck was broken into and 2 rifles and a pistol were stolen.
What's the date of your post?
The date of my post, December 8th of 2019.
December 8th, 2019, and you posted about a black male with short hair and tattoos on chest and arm. Why did you single out those characteristics?
Well, whenever I spoke to the police, and he showed me a picture, and that was the description that he gave me, and that's also what I could see from the videos. At that time, I think we had several videos of a black male, short hair, tattoos, chest and arm.
Was the post on December 8th of your description of the man in Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall an event on February 11th regarding Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you recall from that day.
Larry either called, I think he might have called or sent a video and said, the same guy is back. So Diego would usually go out the back because we thought that he was coming in the back. But he didn't. He went out the front door and I went out behind him. And then I saw Mr. Greg and Travis coming down the road and I was telling them, shh, Diego, be quiet. That's Diego. I couldn't tell. I thought Travis was talking to his dad, but he was talking loud and excited. And I'm like, hush, someone's down there, be quiet. And I stood in my driveway. At the time, our yards were fenced.
Your yards were not fenced?
Our yards were not fenced, no, sir. And so I have a really high-powered flashlight, and I turned it on, and I shined it from my driveway to the river, and I could see straight across the river. So that way, if he was running in the back, I would see someone running.
So this is at night?
Yes, sir.
It's dark outside?
Yes, sir.
You're literally leaving your house and going out
in my front yard.
To your front yard. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
a weapon on you?
Yes, sir.
What do you carry?
Yes, sir.
What do you carry?
Parrot Ordinance 1911.
Okay. Pistol?
Yes, sir. 45.
Okay, 45. Is it in a holster?
I think I might have had it tucked under my arm because I was holding my flashlight.
Now, why are you carrying your firearm out at night in a dangerous situation?
Who knows what am I going to encounter outside in my front yard? So, for my protection, my children are right inside the store.
So again, this is an intruder, someone at Larry English's house. You're putting yourself at risk.
In my yard, yes, sir.
In your yard. Okay. Do you ever see the intruder that night?
No, sir.
Okay, but your husband was out, Mr. Travis and Mr. Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see police respond?
Yes.
How long did you stay outside looking for a possible intruder?
Not long at all. I, waited a couple seconds, and I figured by the time Diego, had got in, he would scare whoever it was, and if so, they would be coming this way. And shortly after I went inside.
Did you post about this incident as well?
I probably did.
Okay.
turn to the first page, 347, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, sir.
Did you post about this incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what date did you post?
Looks like 2/12 of 20, February 12th.
So the next day?
Yes, sir.
And what did you post?
I said, it's the same guy the last few times. We have him all over camera, but boy, is he fast and he knows our neighborhood really good.
Why would you say that?
Because literally it's 90 feet, 95-ish feet. My husband's pretty fast, but this guy was obviously, way faster because Diego had never, encountered him ever over there. So either he knows the neighborhood and knows, where to tuck in and hide, or he's booking it.
Okay. So as of now in February, still not found this intruder. And you're posting among your neighbors. Why are you posting this information?
To let them know, hey, it's the same guy. If it's not the same person, it would really be suspicious, but not like alarming. The same person coming over and over and over. It just made me, worry. Why is the same person coming over and over and over?
And it alarmed you because what were you thinking was happening?
I really didn't know what was happening. I assumed Mr. English didn't know who he was and he had no business there, according to him, and that was his property. And he had told us, prior to that things had gone missing. So I just assumed the same person coming over and over and over, and you've had thousands of dollars of stuff missing. I assumed that it was the guy that keeps coming back.
So you put these various pieces together and made an assumption?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't see him steal anything, this black male intruder?
No, sir.
But from various pieces of information, you drew a conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Were you home on February 23rd? During the shooting?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you and your husband?
We were at church. Our church, St. Simon's Community, was building a new campus here in Brunswick, and we were donating our time to build our pastor an office in the church. So after church got out, we went and had pizza. We got new windshield wipers, and then we went to church. We did some drywall mud, and then went home.
Okay. When you got home from church, did you find out about the shooting?
I was pulling into the neighborhood. A cop come hauling tail in, and our neighborhood's quiet, mostly old retired people. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So I got off, the side of the road, and he come flying on in. And I told my husband, I said, we're going to go and see what in the heck this happened, what's going on. So I drove around past our house, and that's when we came up on
the scene.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you see Travis McMichael out there?
Yes, sir.
And how did he look to you?
I don't know if scared. He looked just not himself. He just had his hands up and he was just like, and I was like, what in the world? When I came up on, I didn't know what happened. Didn't know what in the world it transpired to go on, but he was bloody and he was just like pacing back and forth. And then I remember he just like kind of plopped himself down. They had like a tree that was pretty tall, and he just kind of like sat down and just kind of looked frazzled. And it was like, what the hell, I think is what I said.
Okay. Did you stick around?
No, I drove home. My husband said, he's dead. Go, go, go. We had our kids in the car, so.
Do you know if your surveillance cameras captured Mr. Arbery from that date?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what happened to the surveillance camera video from your house?
Diego put it on a USB and gave it to a cop on the scene that day.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Perez.
Yes, sir.
Judge. Hey, Mr. Perez, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. We've met before and talked, haven't we?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So on the 23rd.
Okay, sorry. I missed our natural stopping point, but we are at it today. It's at 3:40 Central Time. My daughter get off the bus in like 2 minutes, so we are at our natural stopping point for the day. Tomorrow, I actually have a law school visit tomorrow at my #1 school, so I will not be streaming in the mornings, but once I come back in the afternoon, somewhere between 11 or 12 Central, I will be online and we will pick up where we are. ASAP Rocky trial. If ASAP Rocky is also doing jury selection today, so if his trial happens to start tomorrow and it's streamed, we'll jump over there. He's out in LA, so we may get some action over there. But as it relates to Jackie Johnson, her trial, the court is closed tomorrow due to inclement weather. So I guess they got some cold weather down there in Atlanta. Y'all know they can't stand no cold weather. So they will actually not be doing jury selection tomorrow. They're gonna pick back up on Thursday. So I'm not anticipating we will see anything from them on tomorrow. But again, whenever I come back from my visit, I'll tell you guys all about it and we'll pick back up right here. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of the day.